Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Deku made it into you, but everything was wrong? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku had to keep himself from vibrating in place out of sheer excitement. He was in the halls of UA High, on his way to his first class. Thankfully, after the disaster that was the day of the entrance exam, he made sure to keep track of his surroundings. If he were to trip again, he would just die on the spot out of embarrassment. Although, when he came up to the door of Class 1A, he couldn't help but be concerned by the idea that the door would just fall over and crush him. It was obviously made with mutation quirks in mind. He knew better than to assume that his narrow experience encapsulated the whole variety of mutation quirks, but he had never heard of anyone with a mutation quirk that would necessitate a door that large. Shaking his head, he prayed that he didn't share a class with Kaken or that blue-haired boy from the entrance exam as he opened the door. Have you no respect for such a prestigious academy? Do you understand how rude it is to have your feet upon the desk like that? The blue-haired boy shouted stiffly at Kaken. Maybe if he was careful enough, they wouldn't notice the door shutting and he could make some excuse to the principal for why he had to be in Class 1B? Oh God, he was too late. I must apologize. What? The blue-haired boy rushed over to him, and oh no, everyone was looking at them and their first impression of him was going to be getting yelled at by the blue-haired boy, but he also said he was apologizing, but Izuku also had no idea what the boy could possibly be apologizing for, and oh no, he was just going to berate Izuku for trying to be a hero like at Aldera, and then everyone was going to realize he was a failure and then he would never have friends, and then, I humbly apologize for my behavior at the entrance exam. You clearly understood the nature of the test better than myself, and I wrongfully accused you of being a disturbance when you must have simply been as nervous as myself. Oh, this boy had the complete wrong idea. Having someone think he was better than them was a first. He opened his mouth to correct the boy that, no, he actually had no idea there were rescue points, and he basically had a week-long panic attack until he was halfway through the acceptance letter. Only for another voice to speak up before he did. Hey, it's the plain-looking guy from the exam. Was that the girl that saved him twice at the entrance exam? Oh, he was so happy she got in, she would be such a good hero. He turned to see her standing at his side, which made him realize he was just inside of the door and he was probably blocking the way into the classroom. She looked really good in those leggings and he hoped she didn't notice him looking at her legs and think he was a pervert. Wait, the pretty girl that saved him and the blue-haired boy that yelled at him were still talking while he was in his head. He wasn't paying attention at all. His panic ceased when a new voice rang through the room. I see that you're all excited to be here. The voice was male, deep and smooth. The sound reverberated down Izuku's spine, to such an extent that it practically shook him into turning around. He noticed in the back of his mind that the pretty girl and the blue-haired boy did the same as himself. He noticed much more prominently that they both joined him in slowly looking up as they realized the man was very tall. The green-haired boy barely came up to the man's abdomen. The man wore black dress pants and shoes, in addition to a white dress shirt with the top button undone. He was light-skinned and possessed short brown hair. The only inclination of the man's quirk were his eyes, blood red with slits instead of circles for pupils. A soft, soothing smile was upon his face that gave Izuku a similar feel to All Might's iconic grin, that promised safety and reassurance. That's always good to witness. The current owner of One for All's brain stalled as the red-eyed man patted his shoulder encouragingly. Class is about to start. Don't want to start the first day being admonished for being out of your seats, do you? The trio of the pretty girl, the blue-haired boy, and Izuku shook their heads in unison before they rushed over to the only open seats. There you go. The man, who could only have been their teacher, chuckled. He then walked over to the desk at the front of the room, only stopping for a moment to turn his head over his shoulder towards the still open classroom door. Coming, Ms. Tsutsumi? He called. The freckled boy tilted his head. That name sounded familiar to him. Where had he heard it before? A familiar voice responded to the red-eyed man's statement. It was hard to be certain though, because he had never heard that voice be so disgusted before, but also because he was certain the owner of that voice was still, "Hearing you call me that makes me feel like I'm walking to my own execution. I told you to call me Lady Nagant." Even though she had confirmed it herself, it still threw his brain for a loop when the ex-heroine stepped through the doorway with a grimace on her face, her arms crossed under her chest. She wore a black sleeveless dress with an armored belt around her abdomen, and similarly armored boots upon her feet that reached just short of her knees. Her iconic blue and pink hair was unmistakable, though it was weird seeing it only reach just past her jawline. But she was still in Tartarus. Kaken had the reaction Izuku expected him to, being straightening in his seat with confusion dancing in his eyes. The verdict knew the explosive blonde was as aware as he was about the infamous heroine. No one else seemed to have any reaction. He supposed the news had never really covered Lady Nagant, so it made sense that she wasn't instantly recognized. Still, Izuku was most definitely going to look up hero news about the rifle user the first chance he got. Fine, the red-eyed man chuckled. I just wanted to see if your opinion would change once we were here, nothing more. He leaned back against the desk, facing the students with his hands supporting him while the blue and pink-haired woman secluded herself into a corner. Greetings, class. My name is Grand Jonathan, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the year. The grumpy woman trying to push herself through the wall and out of this building is the, shall we say, rehabilitated pro-heroine, Lady Nagant. She will be acting as my assistant. This is our first year teaching at this establishment, so I ask that you treat us well. A chorus of greetings sounded from the students. Now, I'm sure you're all eager to get to the hero portion of your hero course, but remember that this is still a school. There's not much going on today outside of orientation and introductions. There was a spattering of suppressed groans of disappointment from some. However, that one word got even those who expected the more routine schedule to shift forward in their seats. For the hero course, there is going to be a quirk apprehension test after the normal activities are over. With this being Class 1A, we'll be going before Class 1B. Want you all to keep in mind that this test is just as much for Lady Nagant and I as it is for yourselves. All of us collectively will be witnessing what your limits are with your quirks so we can work together to put you past those limits and be the best heroes you can be. That doesn't mean this will be some sort of boot camp, though. Feel free to have some fun with it. If an idea pops up in your head, don't hesitate to try it out. I only ask that you let us know beforehand just in case things don't go according to plan. Izuku couldn't help but stare at Grand Sensei in shock and awe. Never before had he encountered a teacher who was so involved and encouraging. Even with Kaken, the teachers at Aldera only ever praised him in striving towards being a hero and never actually made any attempt to help him along that path. The brown-haired man glanced at the clock above the whiteboard behind him. Just on time. Orientation begins in 30 minutes. Let's grab our things and head on our way. The man announced while standing. I'll ask that you try your best to keep your attention focused, but know there is no shame in asking me afterwards for clarification. In his excitement, Izuku ended up being one of the first to finish changing into his gym uniform and head out towards the field where they would be performing the quirk apprehension test. Only Kaken was on the field before himself, which was of course expected. Something else expected was the two homeroom teachers of the class standing off to the side, Lady Nagant-sensei with her arms still crossed and visibly still unhappy to be here. Grand Sensei was tapping away at a tablet in his hands, the sleeves of his shirt now rolled up above his elbows. What was not expected, however, was Grand Sensei lifting his head before gesturing for Izuku to come closer. Dread built in his gut as he tried to figure out why the tall man would want to talk to him, and came up empty. He stepped up to the teacher, only to tilt his head when the red-eyed man kneeled down in front of him. The well-dressed man was so tall that his head was only just barely below Izuku's own, but it was still enough that the verdict looked down at him. Hello, Midoriya-san. The way he said Izuku's name sent shivers down his spine. It was different than he had ever heard his name pronounced. The word rolled out of Grand Sensei's mouth smoother than he had ever heard it, the syllables connecting together into one seamless sound. It was almost as if he spoke the language better. As you're aware, the entrance exam was spectated by the teachers and staff. That is how we judge performance and gave out rescue points. The boy nodded in understanding. Upon witnessing your performance, I looked over your records and understood why it was so much more difficult for you than everyone else. The man clapped his shoulder encouragingly as he chuckled lightly. Certainly made your placing 7th more impressive. Was his teacher praising him? For attempting the entrance exam seemingly quirkless. That confirmed it. It was obvious now. The pretty girl from the exam failed to rescue him, and he died upon hitting the pavement after breaking most of his limbs and utterly failing the exam. Though it was surprising heaven allowed useless dekus like himself. The blood-red-eyed man shook his shoulder lightly and realigned his focus. Taking into account the results of your using your quirk for the first time and the fact that you don't have any casts on, I presume you haven't used your quirk in between the entrance exam and now? He shook his head in the negative. Smart move. Especially for something like that, always try to wait until you're in a safe environment to practice. With that in mind, and with this being one such environment, I'd like to ask your permission for something. The green-eyed boy tilted his head in confusion. Like I said, I looked over your records. For someone like myself, it was easy to tell that you were persecuted heavily. I want to avoid that happening again. His eyes widened in shock. I'd like to inform the class of the fact that you only acquired your quirk recently, so there's no concern of someone wondering why you have such terrible control. Is that all right with you? Why yes. It's all right with me, Grand Sensei. The teacher smiled before playfully ruffling his hair as he stood to his incredible height. Thank you, Midoriya-san. If you'll stay near Nagant and I until we announce it to the class? Izuku nodded, too stunned to speak anymore as he shifted to stand in between the two teachers. He glanced around and saw that most of the students were mingling with each other, a few of them looking over at him in curiosity. Kaken was also staring at him, but that was with complete disdain. A more terrified shiver trembled down his spine at that look, so he decided to retreat to his comfort place and discreetly analyze some of the quirks he was able to easily spot, like the boy with the tail or the very tall boy with 6 arms. It didn't take long before the last of the students came to the field, being a blonde boy who almost appeared to sparkle and a boy with a rocky face. Now that you're all here, I have 2 announcements to make. The students all focused on the brown-haired man. The first pertains to Midoriya-san here. At this, Grand Sensei placed a hand at his back supportively. He's given me permission to tell you all that his quirk came in exceedingly recently. The entrance exam was the first time he's ever used it, in fact. With the exception of Kaken, who sneered, the class as a whole appeared to be shocked. Uraraka-san can confirm, when he used it, it broke his limbs. A few of the students, less than half of them, turned to the pretty girl from the exam, who nodded vigorously. So her name was Uraraka. With that in mind, I hope none of you take issue with me helping him through this apprehension test. Again, everyone except Kaken appeared to be of the same mind as they all displayed their support of the idea. Wonderful to hear. The teacher grinned. As for my second announcement, I decided to put forth a little bit of a twist for this test. The well-dressed man lifted his hand from Izuku's back and then leveled it to gesture towards the heroine who was supposed to be in Tartarus. Lady Nagant will also be participating. The blue and pink-haired woman's eye twitched. I'd like to put forth the forewarning that there is no expectation for you to be performing at a comparable level to her. This is a way for you to understand how much you will grow as heroes thanks to this course. He smiled. To start this off with and bang, if you'll excuse the pun, would you like to perform the softball throw first, Bakugo? A violent grin ripped across the blonde's face, and he proudly sauntered forward, bringing his hand up for Grand Sensei to drop the ball into it. The brunette nodded towards the circle drawn in the ground a few meters away. You'll be performing the test inside that circle. So long as you do not leave the circle, you have complete freedom to use whatever is at your disposal to get the ball as far as you can. Kaken's grin cracked wider, as the fire in his eyes burned brighter. He stepped inside the circle, and sparked his hands to start working up a sweat. Dai! The boy screamed as he flawlessly recreated a pitcher's form, letting loose an explosion at just the perfect moment to maximize the power in the throw. Izuku couldn't help but awe, despite having seen the blonde's talent his whole life. Though a part of his mind did worry for the girl with the odd-looking ears, who flinched and covered said ears when the crimson-eyed boy used his quirk. The rest of the class appeared to also need a moment to cradle their ears, and Izuku realized they most likely weren't desensitized to the sound of explosions like he was. After a few moments where Kaken stared out into the sky admiring his obvious ability, the tablet in their teacher's hands beeped. Once the class was all looking in the direction of the teacher and the item in his hands, he turned it around. 705.2 meters. Impressive display and impressive score. He praised, before turning his head slightly towards the blonde still standing in the circle. A bit different being allowed to use your quirk for these tests, isn't it? Feels a hell of a lot more satisfying. Kaken's grin was all teeth. The teacher almost appeared to have been waiting for that answer, as he turned back to the rest of the students. That it is, but do remember that this is still a test. This isn't one you can fail, of course, but the better we can gauge where you are, the better this class will turn out to be for you. Getting lost in the feeling will cost you. My words from earlier still stand. If you have an idea, don't hesitate to try it. Just make sure you communicate what you're going to do. Excitement bristled through the class as the students began to talk amongst each other, chattering about how much fun the hero course was going to be. Now that you're all sufficiently excited, let's begin with the 50-meter dash. I'll be calling you up in pairs of 2 based on seeding. I'll be deciding on my own which pair Nagant will join. First event, 50-meter dash. The first pair to be called on was a girl with pink hair and skin, with yellow curving horns and exotic yellow on black eyes by the name of Ashido Mina. She was practically vibrating with excitement as she skipped up to the starting line, placing her feet upon the starting block with a wide smile. Her partner for this test was the sparkling blonde boy, whose name happened to be Aoyama Yuga. He stepped up to the starting block himself, but instead of settling into it like Ashido, the boy looked up almost timidly towards the teacher duo. Grand Sensei, you said to try out any ideas we have. What if we're not sure we'll get a better score from it? The blood-red-eyed man's gentle smile grew at the blue-eyed boy's words. If you are uncertain about the results, I encourage you all the more to try it out. This is the place to experiment and learn. While you are here, never be afraid of the consequences of that. He turned towards the rest of the students. I implore you all, learn all the nooks and crannies of your abilities. Understand and be aware of everything you're able to do, and you'll be of the very best. The eagerness in the air became palpable, and the pink-haired Ashido's eyes shined in unison with what appeared to be actual sparkles dancing off Aoyama's form. Now, before we begin, what did you have in mind, Aoyama-sen? Another shiver went down Izuku's spine, one he could tell fluttered down the backs of everyone else. Just like how Izuku's own name sang off the tall man's tongue, so too did Aoyama's. The boy still standing facing the starting block took a moment to gather himself before he spoke up. My naval laser produces an amount of force, enough that I have to be ready for it when I activate it. I was wondering if I could use it to propel myself across the track. Of all times for Izuku to not have a notebook on hand to study quirks. I see. Can you fire it constantly? Their teacher asked. The boy shook his head. None. An accent appeared in his voice, one that the green-haired boy didn't recognize, but seemingly the red-eyed man did. If I fire it a moment longer than a second, my stomach would be liable to explode. And I must always give my tummy a moment to recover before I activate it again. I was going to try to fire myself as far as I could, get myself back into position, and fire again until I was across the line. A fine strategy to start with. We'll work to fine-tune it in the future, but for now, I can offer a small suggestion. The blonde tilted his head. When you land the first time, rather than repositioning yourself, try to execute a back roll. Repositioning would have you build your momentum back up again, while rolling would maintain it. It would at least make it so you don't lose distance on the second jump, if not take you farther than the first. The sparkles returned. Magnifique! Aoyama wove his fingers together behind his head, and readied himself to jump while facing towards the starting block. I am ready, Grand Sensei. Me too. Ashido looked viable to erupt from contained excitement. Then begin. The two students wasted no time, the exotic girl lunging forward and sprinting with all her might. Just like he explained he was going to, Aoyama jumped upwards, a light manifesting in his belt before a beam shot out, propelling him across the track. The freckled boy's quirk-hungry mind practically drooled at the display of the single shot, sending the boy easily over 30 meters, nearly 40. His landing wasn't the easiest, having difficulty keeping his balance midair and landing on his shoulders first. Then came a heavy grunt as the sparkling teen whipped his feet up and over him, his body curling into a roll that set him into a crouch. A second beam was fired, though not executed as successfully as the first. He shot himself a little too vertically, Ishido managing to catch up. But before she passed him, they each passed the line marking the end of the race. Aoyama Yuga, 5.24 seconds. Ishido Mina, 5.27 seconds. Wonderful display, both of you. The teacher cheered. Both teens jumped in joy, congratulating each other on their scores, and Ishido praising the twinkling blonde for his successful back roll. Next up, Azuitiu, Ida Tenya, and Lady Nagant. The blue and pink-haired woman glowered up at the man she was assisting before sighing and walking forward, snatching a starting block for herself and setting it down next to the track. She silently settled into a runner's stance, only her left hand was directly in front of her, and her right was pulled back, her elbow poised behind her. A green-haired girl with as feared sounding discriminatory, even in his own mind frog-like disposition stepped up and gently nudged her starting block back with her foot before crouching exactly like a frog would, facing the track. To the verdict's surprise, the third member of this test was the blue-haired boy from the exam. He did utilize the starting block, getting into a picture-perfect runner's stance with a focused look on his face. Grand Sensei chuckled lightly. "I take it no one is going to try anything new for this round?" he questioned. "Shut up and start it," Lady Nagant groused. This only resulted in another round of the man's chuckles. "If you insist." He readied his tablet. "Begin." The first thing that happened was a gunshot. Only their teacher, Kaken, and himself were prepared. Almost everyone else vocalized their shock, with the girl that possessed the odd ears shrinking in on herself. Applaudingly, Ida and Azui appeared unfazed, each rushing forward in their own ways after the blur that the teacher's assistant had become. Ida was obviously in his element, rumbling forward like a sports car, while Azui looked unconcerned with the world around her. If Izuku were to hazard a guess, the girl probably figured she was at a disadvantage against an experienced pro-hero and a boy with a very obvious speed-based quirk, and chose to just focus on getting the best time she could. Izuku heard a few of the students around him comment on how adorable the sight of the girl hopping along the track was. Azuitiu, 5.58 seconds. Ida Tenya, 3.04 seconds. Grand Sensei smirked. And Lady Nagant, 2.29 seconds. A score to aspire towards? I don't think most of us are going to be able to ever reach scores like that. Came a disembodied, female, voice? Oh, that must have been the floating uniform Izuku spotted. He glanced around and caught the similarly floating gym uniform. The blood-red-eyed man swiveled his gaze towards the presumably invisible woman with a directness that projected the confidence the man was looking her in the eye. So you might think now, Hagakure-san, but I think there's a vital piece of evidence you're missing. He drifted his gaze to capture the whole class within it. Can any of you tell me what Nagant's quirk is? Most of the class remained quiet, and Izuku readied himself to swallow his nerves and speak up when someone beat him to it. Her quirk's a fucking gun. Kaken grunted. Pops out of her right elbow. Her hair turns into her bullets. A bit of a simplified explanation, but correct nonetheless. As you can see, it does nothing to directly enhance her speed. And yet, she utilized it in a way to clear this event in nearly a third the time of someone whose quirk was solely related to speed. Don't bullshit them like that. The assistant snapped as she returned to her place next to the brunette. Kid had to start from zero, and didn't have enough room to shift it into full. If he was able to hit his max, he would have beaten my time. But to everyone's surprise, the teacher simply wagged his finger in the air. I didn't say you utilized it in a way to be faster than dear Ida-san. I explained you utilized it in a way to clear the event quicker than him. Context and circumstances are always important. I apologize to you all for dumping so many lessons upon you so quickly, but you don't necessarily have to be better than your enemy to be victorious. He cast his eyes out once more to the group of teens. For example, let's say that, instead of this being a simple test of speed, this was a situation where Nagant and Ida-san were against each other. Let's pretend that they each were poisoned, and at the end of that track, there sat a single dose of the antidote. In this pretend situation, Nagant would have been the one to claim to the cure, despite Ida being, as she explained herself, faster in the right conditions. The current bearer of One for All, in addition to what he was sure was most of the class, stared in awe. In the profession of heroism, you will obviously encounter those willing to use their own quirks against you. As you all are aware, there are as many different types of quirks as there are people. Aoyama-san could encounter someone that fires more powerful beams than he produces. Ida could encounter someone faster than himself. Endeavor, someone resistant or even immune to fire. So on and so forth. However, Aoyama could use his laser to knock something into his opponent. Ida could trick his opponent into some sort of trap. Nagant just took advantage of the recoil of her quirk to fire herself across the track. You don't have to be faster, stronger, tougher, so on. You just have to have a better understanding of your own capabilities. Grand-sensei, you're so cool. Uraraka amazed. The man let out a short laugh, a smile upon his face. Thank you for the compliment, but I believe that if we stall any more, Class 1B will be waiting on us by the end of this. Uraraka Ochako, Ojiro Mishiro, on the track. The group quickly got in order as Uraraka and the tailed boy jumped to attention before rushing to the starting blocks. There was a pleasant tension in the air as the class as a whole began trying to come up with ways to use their quirks they hadn't thought of before. Izuku spotted Uraraka tap all of her clothes and her shoes, the ends of her clothes and the laces of her shoes starting to drift slightly. In the end, he didn't think it made much of a difference on her time. In the next race, the red-headed Kirishima took off his socks and shoes, hardening his feet and making the ends of his toes pointed to better his traction. Once more, however, Izuku didn't think the boy noticed any difference between how he normally ran and that. The large Kota and Sato seemingly made no attempt at all to use their quirks for the test, and the same went for the multi-armed Shoji and the odd-eared Jiro. There finally was a quirk displayed in the test between the endlessly grinning Siro and the bird-headed Tokoyami, and boy was it an incredible one. A sentient quirk prompted so many questions, though Izuku most certainly was going to wait to ask them, from the nausea that manifested upon Tokoyami's face from attempting to ride the shadow creature. He got an amazing 4.86 seconds, however. Though the stoic and silent Todoroki, the son of Endeavor, how cool, deigned to simply run like the invisible Hagakure. The dual-haired boy's 4.98 seconds was still something to awe over. Then, unfortunately, Bakugo Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku, get ready. The verdant stepped over to the track, the blonde unerringly silent as he took his position next to him. Before we start, do you want to use your quirk, Midoriya-san? He thought it over. Well, that wasn't quite correct. He had been thinking it over since Grand-sensei announced that he would help him with the test. He had just completed 10 months of the most grueling training he had ever heard of. He wanted to see how much he improved on his own. Not for this test, Grand-sensei. There was a deep snarl from where Kaken waited for the signal to start. Actually, no there wasn't. Kaken wasn't making some of the most dangerous noises he had ever heard his childhood friend make. Absolutely not. Oh God, what did he do? He had never made Kaken that mad before. What did he do? All he said was that he didn't want to use his quirk for this test. What did he do? Begin. It was only due to his years of experience with the Crimson-Eyed Boys' explosions that allowed him to hear their teacher finish speaking through Kaken's hands erupting. Izuku came close to being knocked off his feet as the talented boy rocketed forward, but he caught his footing and began running as hard as he could. He tried to emulate Azui, understanding he would never be faster than the explosive blonde and just focusing on his own time. The machine beeped next to him before he realized it, and looked towards the teacher to wait for his time. Bakugo Katsuki, 3.98 seconds. Midoriya Izuku, 6.65 seconds. That was almost a full second faster. Great displays from both of you. Second event, grip strength. With the students all resolved to explore new avenues and try their hardest, the test progressed much faster. For the grip strength, the clear winner was Shoji, who managed to get 3 of his 6 arms to grip the tester all together and combine into an insane 540 kilograms. The true winner was the elegant Yaoyorozu, but it appeared to be the consensus that creating a jaws of life and crushing the tester under its unrelenting force did not count. Ojiro was able to wiggle the end of his tail onto the handle and more or less fumbled into 217 kilograms. Lady Nagant apparently frightened the grape-haired Mineta and easygoing Kaminari, and stunned the rest of the students with her ludicrous 1,382 kilograms. His own 56 kilograms felt wrong, but he would work at it. For some reason, however, there was something that stuck in Izuku's mind more than anything else throughout the event. After she performed her own round, Lady Nagant, seemingly finding the situation unfair, challenged their teacher to try his hand at the apprehension test. And his response? This is a class full of those preparing to become heroes, and you are a professional yourself. I'm just a teacher, it wouldn't be fair if I tried. Third event, standing long jump. Aoyama Izuku felt proud of this punchline in this event, launching himself 37 meters. Azui also did not disappoint, rocking on her feet slightly before launching herself, achieving an incredible 14 meters. Uraraka managed to float herself a little, reaching just under 4 meters. Yaoyorozu produced a pogo stick and achieved a little over 6. Kaken appeared to try his best to fly, getting 34 meters. Izuku was proud of his 2.7 meters. Lady Nagant more or less replicated Aoyama's strategy, only leagues better. In addition to cracking the cement something fierce, she landed 79 meters away. Fourth event, consecutive sidesteps. This wasn't an event where almost anyone's quirk could be applied, and so the scores were far more reasonable. Kaken and Mineta certainly found a way, though. The explosive blonde appeared to be a little light-headed afterward, but he successfully got a score of 64. The grape-haired boy removed 2 of the balls in his hair, placed 1 at each line, and bounced between them like a pinball for a quite frankly concerning 194. The crimson-eyed boy was steaming mad until the height challenge teen dropped to his knees and hurled. Lady Nagant continued to impress with 62, which brightened up Kaken. Fifth event, softball throw. Uraraka was the one deemed to be the disregarded score this round, even by Kaken. Not even he could challenge infinity. Surprisingly, very few had quirks that were compatible with a ball throw. Sato appeared to take a bite out of something, then he threw an incredible 335 meters. Dark Shadow tossed 113 meters. Todoroki flaunted an ice quirk that launched the ball 126 meters. Yaoyorozu dropped Jaws by pulling a full-size cannon out of her stomach and blasting it 1.2 kilometers. Lady Nagant, to the shock of all the students save Kaken and Izuku, who were already aware of her abilities, rendered that moot with 3.7 kilometers. And Izuku himself? Well, at this point, he realized he wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't try to use All Might's quirk at least once. And if he recalled correctly, the remaining tests wouldn't be anything he could use his quirk for. Grand Sensei? I'm going to use my quirk for this test. Trying to keep its use to a minimum until you get a handle on it? Good thinking. Nagant, do you mind taking the tablet while I assist Midoriya-san? The man asked while holding out the device. That's not a question, and don't act like it is. The woman grumbled while pulling the item from his grip. The man waved off the comment as he came up to kneel down next to the verdict. All right, Midoriya-san, first, how about you tell me what you would have tried without my input? I would have channeled my quirk into my arm like how I did in the entrance exam and thrown the ball. He answered promptly. As much as I've been trying in the past month, I haven't been able to regulate how much power I put into it. The teacher hummed thoughtfully at his words. And how have you been attempting to regulate it? A touch of embarrassment traveled through his body, remembering All Might's response to his explanation. But he shook his head to toss away the feeling. Grand Sensei said he didn't want Izuku to be treated like he was at Aldra. I visualize an egg in a microwave. Al, the trainer that helped me prepare for the exam, told me to try to lower the power and decrease the time. A look fell upon the brunette's face that the freckled boy couldn't decipher. Lowering the wattage certainly would be useful for such a visualization, but decreasing the time in this instance indirectly causes you to visualize the power leaving your body. I take it that in your mind, the egg is your body and the microwave is your quirk. He nodded in confirmation. Then it needs to be said that you're going about this wrong. You're almost perceiving your quirk as a weapon pointed at yourself, trying to minimize the damage done rather than using it as it's supposed to be. Now, before you go blaming yourself, you couldn't possibly be at fault for such a perception. The only time you've used your quirk, it shattered your bones. As far as your subconscious brain understands, such catastrophic damage is the only result of using your power. With a visualization focused around not hurting your body when your brain thinks that's the only possibility, that makes using it in any non-life-threatening situation difficult. So let's try to change that perception. He liked this teacher. Can you feel your power? Or at least recall what it felt like when you used it? Izuku closed his eyes and tried to call upon One for All. It took a moment, like he was searching in a box he couldn't see inside of. Then, just like last time, it erupted as soon as he touched it. His entire body locked up. It felt like 1,000 kilograms was suddenly shoved into his body and trying to make room for itself, his skin, muscles, and bones threatening to explode. Before he could focus on the pressure for long, though, a hand came up to the side of his head and gently tilted it towards Grand Sensei's face. Look me in the eyes, Midoriya-sen. Focus on me, let the power go. The man's words were the calm of the storm raging underneath his skin. The hand on his head helped pull him away from the flood of power. He gasped as soon as the pressure slinked back into whatever depths it hid inside of. Good job. Only the second time using it and you can summon and release it nearly at will. I'm certain that none of your classmates could boast such a feat. The freckled teen felt a shaky smile crawl onto his face at the concept. Are you stable enough to continue? The inheritor nodded. Yes, I am. A supportive clap of the shoulder from the man kneeling before him. Ambition is a good trait for a hero, but there is no shame in taking your time. No one will think less of you if you want a moment to breathe. You are certain you can continue? His body did not shake anymore. I am. Understood. Then, now that you have called upon your power, what did it feel like? With it so fresh in his mind, he didn't need to think about it. A pressure, like something was inside of my skin, bones, and muscles and trying to make room for itself. I see. The teacher took a moment to look to the side in thought. Would you say it filled your body, or all of it appeared all at once? That caused him to think it over. Filled. Like it was a waterfall or a giant jug of water. The blood-red-eyed man smiled. Water. What a perfect focusing point for visualizing power. He flushed, definitely not used to any form of praise yet. Alright, so we're going to visualize your quirk as a body of water. Before his mind could catch up with him, his head shook on its own. The kneeling teacher tilted his head and lifted an eyebrow to prompt him to speak his mind. A flood tumbled out of his mouth. Before he could wallow in his panic for speaking against a teacher, the brunette's face filled with understanding. A much better example for someone learning how to use their power. Something seemingly overwhelming. The supportive hand on his shoulder went firm, encouraging and sure. But, something we shall learn to tame together. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Now that we have an image in our minds for what your power is like, what happened when you called upon that flood? When you felt that pressure? The wielder of One for All took a moment to think it over with the picture of a flood in his head. As soon as I reached for my power, it all came at me at once. The pressure was from too much water. Exactly. Which means our goal is to find some way to control how much water you take in. How do we manipulate the flow of water? Without meaning to, Izuku's right hand came up to his mouth, his left supporting his elbow. But Grand Sensei appeared to pay it no mind, his eyes unmoving from the green-haired boy's own. If they were visualizing One for All as a flood of water, and it wasn't constantly sloshing around his body, then it must be kept somewhere deeper within him, which meant it had to be inside of its own separate space. When he used his quirk, he was drawing it from that separate space into his body. As it stood, it was most like a gaping hole in the wall covered in tape that Izuku ripped off when he used the power. Then he needed to replace the tape with something he could adjust, to keep track of the flow. Something like a faucet? Very good deduction. He did not mean to say that out loud. Did he say One for All out loud? Did he already spill the secret? If you're concerned about how much you said, you started with separate space into my body. That was a relief. Wait, was Grand Sensei not going to admonish him for muttering? At this moment, Stifling your thinking process would not prove helpful. Muttering certainly would harm you once you become a professional, but we have ample time to work on that, and thus it is not a priority. His fear must have shown on his face. Or he was still muttering. Focus now, we've figured out that we need to replace that tape with a faucet. He shook his thoughts back into place and met the man's gaze with determination. Right? He closed his eyes and imagined a faucet in place of the tape, replicating the ones he had seen outside of some buildings. Once you have the image in your mind, slowly turn the knob. As slow as you can, by the millimeter. He complied, focusing on nothing more than twisting the valve. A few moments after he started, he felt the trickle of power inside of him, and to his excitement, the flow felt as thin as wire. I've got it! He cheered. Fantastic! Make sure you don't let go of the image of that faucet. Keep a tight hold on how much you're letting out. The man praised, making the boy feel warm and giddy. Would you be able to tell me about how much you're letting through? He thought for a moment, feeling out the wire and comparing it to the enormous pressure. Maybe 1%? Alright, do you want to try as you are, or do you think you can do a little more? I want to try a little more. There was another chuckle. Like I said, ambitious. You can try a little more, but talk me through it. Tell me how it feels as you turn the knob, how much control you feel you have over it. Izuku nodded, still keeping his eyes closed as he began to inch the valve a little more. Okay, I'm getting it around 2% now. There's not much of a difference between that and 1%, it feels easy to keep a hold of. 3%, it's a bit more noticeable than before. It was like a wire, now I'd say a thin cord? For percent. He licked his lips. 4% feels more like I'm wrapped in an extra layer of clothes instead of a cord inside my body. Let's hold it there, then. We want to make sure you keep your control. Do you feel you can do the test? Yes. The ball was placed in his hand and he opened his eyes. The red-eyed man shifted back so that he was at the edge of the throwing circle. Out of Izuku's way, but close enough to do something if need be. The inheritor managed his breathing as he got into what he felt was a good stance, and grit his teeth as he threw the item in his hand. It left his hold, and not an ache was to be found throughout his body. The object soared through the air, easily surpassing the distance from his middle school ball throw. A beep sounded from the tablet in Lady Nagin's hands, and she promptly held it out for Izuku and Grand Sensei to see. 244 meters. Izuku felt ready to cry. He was crying. A laugh danced out from the teacher's throat as he furiously wiped at his eyes. Before he realized it, an arm wrapped around his back and his face was tucked into the brunette's shoulder. Congratulations, Midoriya-san. The man's voice had already switched to soothing, proudness towing just beneath. You've got your foundation down? He moved to nod into the man's shoulder, only for an angry shout to cause him to seize. Just like he knew always did, an explosion followed the shout, as the scream rocketed closer. Deku! His body tried to curl in on itself and protect his vital spots, panic and terror spearing through his body when his teacher's form prevented that. His long-trained awareness of Kaken's quirk allowed him to tense right before the boy would reach his destination, only for everything to go silent. He remained still, waiting in terrible anxiety for the explosion to rock his body, for 2, 3, 4 seconds. Only after he counted to 5 did he risk opening his eyes. The moment he did, those same eyes flung open in shock. Kaken stood there, terribly, terribly still. The only part of him that so much as twitched was his chest as he breathed, his eyes as wide as Izuku's own. I's hands smoked from the explosions already released, but there was no crackle to indicate he was preparing for more. He looked like he did at the end of the 50-meter dash, his feet spread to catch his momentum, his hands splayed behind him, and his back hunched to reduce his drag. His face was stuck in the image of shock. Far behind him, the rest of the students stared with bated breath and confusion, and off to the side, Izuku could see Lady Nagant had extended the barrel of her rifle, pointed directly at the blonde. Bakugo! Something was in the words of the homeroom teacher. It drove a colder pike through Izuku's spine than anything his childhood friend had done. It raised every hair on his body, and caused every fiber of muscle to lock in place. It caused the back of his throat to chill like it was freezing from the inside out, dry his mouth like he tried to swallow a flame. It prowled through the syllables of the explosive boy's name like an animal readying for the kill. It slinked in between the letters like a rope tying itself into a noose. Tell me why you so clearly made to attack Midoriya just now, while referring to him by a name that is indicative of being useless. The supportive kindness that earlier made up the tall man's words might as well have never existed. When he glimpsed upon the man's face, for the first time, he truly felt as though the man's eyes were made of spilled blood. Kaken's mouth stuttered open like he hadn't been expecting it to. He worked his jaw, his blissfully crimson orbs stuck upon the cold puddles of lost life that were Grand Sensei's. There were several long, dreadful seconds that went by like eons, before sounds crept from the teen's throat. He's been lying to me. Gone were the great blazes of rage that made up the most of the boy's personality. Gone was the throne of shining golden pride he sat upon. Gone was any inflection of emotion in the child's tone. He's told me his whole life he didn't have a quirk. He had to have been lying to me. You did not answer why you called him Deku. The noose now hung around the crimson-eyed boy's neck, tightening. The boy's form was as still as stone, the only indication of life being the continuing slow, careful rise and fall of his lungs. When he lied, when he said he was quirkless. When we were young, I misread the kanji for his name. Deku, instead of Izuku. It fit for someone with no quirk, with no use. His voice was quiet, barely louder than silence. But not louder than the silence that followed. Kaken waited, his eyes without a dot of light. Lady Nagant stood, the barrel of her gun unwavering from its position. The class stared, still as though the slightest action would mean the end of a life. Considering I just showed Izuku the basics on controlling his quirk, and that he finished the entrance exam with most of his body in fragments, I'm confident that he did not lie to you in his belief of lacking a quirk. The voice of their teacher sat upon the necks of everyone that heard it like the edge of a guillotine. The name you refer to him by will be discussed later. Nagant. He did not raise his voice the slightest bit, yet it felt like the sound must have echoed across the school. The heroine visibly tensed. If this occurs again, incapacitate. The word was spoken like it meant kill. The rest of the test went by without a single other word spoken between the students. Class 1B, led by Vlad King, walked onto the field and stood to the side while they all finished the endurance run. There appeared to be an unspoken understanding that no one in 1A was in the mood to talk. Izuku wasn't certain anyone in his class took a look at their overall rankings as they all went to get changed. The group of boys entered the locker room, quiet as mice. As though tied to each other, they all sat on the benches in unison. If anyone breathed, the freckled boy certainly couldn't hear it. They all changed into their school clothes, not a rustle of fabric echoing through the room. They left the building, not one of their footsteps bouncing off the halls. The girls joined with them, and the class as a whole entered the classroom, the wooden door sliding open mutely. Everyone gathered their things, and left with none of them able to hear anything other than the deafening weight of silence. There was a tense silence between John and Nagant as they walked back to the teacher's lounge after the class was dismissed. The ex-heroine's frown was tighter than it had been throughout the entire day. Her gaze kept fluttering to the man next to her, never remaining on his form, but neither straying for long. Speak your mind. His tone had returned to the encouraging teacher, but the echoes of lethality still bounced in the rifle user's mind. She flinched. What's going to happen with that Bakugo kid? She succeeded in keeping her voice from shaking, but she couldn't help but feel as if he heard it nonetheless. Therapy. I've managed to catch both a superiority and inferiority complex in the boy. Midoriya and Bakugo have shared schools since they began going to school. It's been clear to me that Bakugo has been praised his entire childhood, and it's undisputable that he's deserving of a good portion of it. In opposition, Midoriya's been quirkless his whole life, and he's been unwavering in every career assessment that he wants to do the same thing Bakugo does. His eyes swiveled to cage her within their sight. Tell me, what do you think happens when you have someone who's been told he's better than everyone else his entire life and someone who's perceived as less than and effectively lock them in a room together? Nothing good. She breathed. He nodded. Nothing good indeed. Now, take a volatile concoction like that, let it sit for 10 years, and give Midoriya a quirk that has the capability of making him a more effective hero than Bakugo could ever be. Something that's a hair's breadth away from exploding, she realized. An explosion that's already begun, to be more accurate. The man corrected. This isn't going to be something resolved quickly, but since I'll be helping, it hopefully won't devolve into broken bones. Hopefully. There always exists the possibility that they'll want to. If they feel it won't be completely resolved until something of that extent happens, I'll make sure it's controlled. Aren't you supposed to not encourage them to beat the shit out of each other? I'm not. It's simply that there are situations where preventing violence is more harmful. Imagine it from Midoriya's point of view. You have someone who has been praised, most likely beat you, and even more likely praised for doing that his whole life. A teacher sits the two of you down and you talk out your issues, then you're to act as though everything is fine. Not having the opportunity to balance the scales, so to speak, can build resentment. One could easily attain the view that their aggressor got off scot-free, and that could be taken to an even more aggressive extent considering the profession they seek. It would almost be like he's rewarded for anything he does, no matter what. The woman understood. John once more nodded. I told the boy that I did not want him to have a similar experience to his middle school here. I plan to follow through on that. Ensuring his relationship with Bakugo is at least no longer antagonistic would be vital for such a promise. I'll leave it to you. Nagant trusted. As well you should. They entered the teacher's lounge, the room currently empty. Without preamble, they went over to one of the desks, the only one lacking in personality. Did you notice our little visitors? The blue and pink-haired woman snorted, leaning back against the desk while the man sat in the chair. If I missed the blonde moron, I deserve to let you cut off my shooting arm. A chuckle escaped the brunette as he waited for his computer to turn on. Stealth is most certainly not a skill he possesses. But did you notice where his attention laid? The ex-heroine narrowed her eyes as she stared at nothing. Midoriya's having a lot of eyes on him. Probably scaring him shitless if he's used to being ignored. There's something I'm pursuing between All Might and Midoriya, John announced. I have a theory, but I need to collect more evidence to know the truth of the matter. He looked at his assistant meaningfully out the corner of his eye. It has to do with that roach we found. Her eyes snapped to his silent seriousness within her violet orbs. Damn thing has its fingers in every pie, doesn't it? That merely means it has some level of awareness of how to do things. We're not far off after all. You're not far off. I still have no idea how you've done half the shit you've pulled. You're not interested in finding out how I've done half the shit I've pulled. He counter-argued. But before we get too lost in this, recall that I mentioned visitors. Nagant rolled her eyes, but nodded nonetheless. I'll admit I didn't see Aizawa immediately. I've narrowed it down to about a 2-minute window, but I don't know when he started watching. Nice to see at least some underground heroes know their craft. John's fingers drifted to the mouse and keyboard as he began inputting the students' apprehension test scores. From what I've gathered, quality of skill is a constant from those who graduated here. Same with Shiketsu, though that should be a given considering they are in competition for the best hero course in Japan. But the effectiveness of the individual is not what we're trying to change. Right? So why did you bring up our little peeping toms? All Might was the more obvious one. As I mentioned, there's something between the two that I'm investigating. I'm going to have us join him in tomorrow's class so we can see if he can suppress his bias and how deep it goes. You're going in deep for this whole teacher act. She hummed. Well, the reason it's so convincing is because it's not an act, my dear. He corrected. It just so happens that teaching is not my only goal. Beyond confirming his ability as a teacher, understanding his bias helps us learn how deeply the two are connected. It's clear now even to you that they possess some sort of relationship. Finding out what that is may be more important than you realize. I don't see how that would help us. And that is why I'm the one making our plan, was his explanation. There is no such thing as useless information, only information you may not be able to use yet. The violet-eyed woman stared at the other teacher for a moment, her mind working to process that. What about Aizawa, then? What's so important about him? Before we joined, he was the homeroom teacher of Class 1A. While he built himself a rather impressive reputation of expelling students due to his unforgivingly logical view on heroism. You were asleep at the time, but he and I discussed our opinions on some of those who passed the entrance exam while we were reviewing footage. He was of the belief that 4 of the students in 1A as well as 2 from 1B should have not been allowed into the hero course. The assistant raised an eyebrow in interest. Damn. I gather we'll see him relatively often, as he appears to be interested in being there for his own brand of "I told you so" in the scenario the students fail to keep up. Doesn't he have his own class to teach? Technically, he's been moved to being the homeroom teacher of Class 2A, however, he expelled all of Class 1A last year, and so there is no Class 2A to teach. Fuck, what the hell are his standards for heroism? Take care to note that, despite my description so far, he isn't some uncompromising perfectionist. He views what he does as a mercy. A quizzical look was sent towards the blood-red-eyed man, so he continued. When he attended UA, he and present Mike were friends with a boy named Shirakumo Oboro. Shirakumo was killed when a building collapsed upon him while fighting a villain. From what I gathered, Aizawa reasonably is of the belief it is better to prevent them from getting in over their heads than to let them literally die trying. The woman then slowly nodded in sympathetic understanding. So if he spots anything that could end up screwing them over, he'd prefer to kick them out than risk failing at correcting it. There's no forgiving mistakes when you're out in the field. When Grand Sensei and Lady Nagant entered the room, all chatter between students was replaced with a heavy silence. Nagant did nothing more than plop herself in the stool next to the whiteboard and lean back against the wall, her arms once again folded underneath her chest. The blood-red-eyed man stood in front of his desk and clasped his hands behind his back. "Good morning, class," he began. "I must apologize for frightening you all yesterday. I would rather have a more comfortable relationship with all of you, but I worried that there would have been some bullying had I not intervened. This is a place to learn, both of the world around you and of yourselves. For that to happen, you have to be comfortable with being vulnerable, and that can't happen if there's animosity between you. I'm not going to say it's a requirement for all of you to become friends, but I want to see you all become the best versions of yourselves. I'm sure we all can agree that can't happen if you're afraid of your faults being seen." The silence remained, but it wasn't as oppressive as before. "I have an idea. Since we missed it yesterday, how about we all go through with introductions now? I don't want to put all the weight on you, so why don't we start with Lady Nagant?" He finished with a teasing tone. "Oh, come on," she groused. "First you have me join in that test, now you're having me be the first one to go? Why don't you start? You're the teacher, I'm just the assistant. I'll get you some of the best grape soda in the world," the man offered. Her eye twitched and they matched gazes for a long moment. "Enough to last me 2 weeks," she demanded, a light spattering of hidden giggles sounding from where the students sat. "Of course." Grand Sensei agreed easily. A mildly irritated huff came from the woman, clearly not having expected him to accept the terms. "Fine," she grumbled, as the man stepped to the side of the desk and opened a drawer. He picked up something from within and casually tossed a purple can her way. She caught it and opened it without even looking, grumpily aware of what it was. The sip that passed through her lips brought her to visibly relax. "All right, most of you don't look like you know who I am, so I guess it'll just be better to rip off the bandage. Like John told you yesterday, I used to be a pro hero by the name of Lady Nagant." She paused for a moment, then looked concerningly at the silent teacher. He gestured encouragingly, leading to her slowly returning to looking at the class. "My license was revoked when I was arrested and put into Tartarus. If anyone didn't react in some horrified manner, she would be surprised. John is the one that got me released, under the condition that I stay at his side." To her shock, the first proper response was a particular student raising his hand urgently. "Midoriya-san?" She more muttered than called. He took that as permission either way, standing with a sureness he didn't possess before. "Lady Nagant-sensei, the articles I heard were that you were imprisoned because you killed a fellow hero." There was a firm demand of an answer in his voice. He likely didn't even realize it. Silence echoed through the classroom as her violet gaze once more slid to the other teacher, who matched her gaze. A somber sigh came from her mouth. "I did," she confirmed, her voice soft. The silence grew heavier. You may speak, Itsun. Grand Sensei didn't even look in the boy's direction. The glasses-wearing teen stood rigidly. Senseis, I must protest that the assistant teacher to this class was arrested for murder she is admitting to. And of another professional hero at that. The brunette pulled at the still-open drawer a little more before returning to his place before the desk, leaning back upon it. I figure you've all lost your appetite for the moment, but I'll leave an open offer that anyone who wants a snack is free to claim an item from my snack drawer, he announced before looking the crimson-eyed boy in the eyes. Lady Nagant was, as she admitted, imprisoned in Tartarus for killing a pro-hero. However, as I mentioned in our test yesterday, context is important. Nagant, inform the class of why you ended up killing him. The blue and pink-haired woman worked her jaw for a moment, struggling with her response. Her gaze flicked to the back of her fellow teacher a few times, before she settled on tilting her head back and staring up at the ceiling. I found out that he was cooperating with a group of small-time villains. Her voice was empty. They would all put on a little show of them committing some crime and him subduing them. It would raise his numbers, and he would share a part of his paycheck with them. He never had to take any risks, they didn't have to do more than nurse a couple light bruises, and they all got better off for it. There was an extended pause from her as her jaw clenched. I tried to get him to stop, but he wasn't interested. Outing them to the public wasn't going to work, so I had no other choice but to shoot. There must have been another way. The legacy shouted. To his shock, it was Grand Sensei that shook his head. I investigated the matter myself, he announced. She wasn't given any other options. That's why I got her out. She's still a hero, even if she doesn't believe it herself. I think it will do all of you some good to be in such close contact with each other. Being a pro-hero provides a lot of money and a lot of fame, and there are far too many who seek it out for nothing other than the paycheck and the attention. I'm hoping I can teach you all to stand up to injustice like Nagant did, and I'm hoping we can reach a point where you don't have to bloody their hands to do it. The bigger the voice, the bigger the impact. It was not just the students that stared at the man this time. The man's laugh jarred them all out of their stupor. But that's a bit of a heavy subject, and I wanted to have us introduce ourselves to lighten the mood a bit. Nagant, why don't you tell the class something fun about yourself? There anything you can tell them that can make them go, wow? The ex-heroine only rolled her eyes in response. I thought you were good at being subtle? Another round of chuckling rumbled from his chest. If I were bad, I wouldn't be able to tell you're stalling. Her eyes twitched once more. If this can were empty, I'd chuck it at your head. Ah, but it isn't, so that would be a waste of a good drink. His smirk was wide and teasing. I bargained for this thing, I'm damn well gonna enjoy it. She took another sip to support her point, a notably wider spread of laughter coming from the class at the interaction. A satisfied sigh escaped her as she lowered the can, her eyes drifting to the ceiling, this time in thought. Then came a shrug, followed by a self-assured smirk. All right, you want me to give a fun fact? I haven't met anyone that can beat me in a game of pool. A delighted hum came from the homeroom teacher. Is that so? Well, I know that Nizu installed a billiards table in the teacher's game room. He turned with a hand next to his mouth like he was telling the class a secret, and I just might be able to sneak us in there for a little tournament one of these days. You're on. Bakugo displayed no hesitation in literally standing up to the challenge. I want to try too. The pink-skinned Ashido was bouncing in her seat. I spend hours in the arcades every weekend, Kaminari boasted. Don't underestimate me. This is sounding so manly, how could I not join in? Kirishima's shark-tooth smile was visible to all. I could try my hand. Yaoyorozu was much more reserved, though her eagerness was hidden in how she held her hands to keep them from moving. Her confident smirk tittering with her own brand of eagerness, Nagant leaned back atop her stool, her can held just above her lips. Feel free to take on the queen, just don't be disappointed when you lose. She took another sip like she was already celebrating her victory. Grand Sensei laughed once again, the joyous sound warming the bodies of the students. See, that wasn't so hard, and now we're penciled in for a friendly little competition. If we get another contest with every introduction, we'll be playing games all year. There was a cheer from most of the class, led by the more vocal students. And since I'm certain Nagant would make do on her promise to throw a can at me, The next introduction shall be mine. I told you all my name yesterday, but for the sake of doing this properly, I am Grand Jonathan. I give you permission to refer to me by any name you wish, as my assistant demonstrated by calling me by my first name. Considering the reputation of the school and this course in particular, I believe the most interesting fact I could reveal about myself is that I do not possess a pro hero license. There was a wave of curiosity and intrigue from the students. Who wants to be the first student to go? It would be boring if we just went by the seating chart. Ooh me. I wanna go. Ishido was now the one standing, actually jumping with bound energy. Well, how could I say no to an offer like that? Have at it. The teacher chuckled. Hi, everybody. The girl waved around. I'm Ishido Mina. My quirk is acid. It kinda speaks for itself. I can shoot out acid from my body, and I can adjust the acidity and viscosity. I love to dance. I got the highest score for 3 different dancing games across 5 arcades. I can't wait to play with everyone. I see who here is the one that likes to keep the party going. A rolling laughter came from the chest of the red-eyed man. At the moment, there is no dance cabinet in the teacher's lounge, but I'm certain it won't take much to convince Nizu to acquire one. Who wants to go next? Of course, it could only be someone that shines as bright as moi. Aoyama struck a pose, sparkles continuing to radiate from his body. I am Aoyama Yuga, and I shine with the power of my navel laser. As I dazzled you all yesterday, I can project my fabulous aura from my navel powerful enough to shock any foe. As you all are eager to learn about me, I am a connoisseur of cheese. Do we need sunglasses to be in the same room as you? Nagant drawled, to the increasing laughter of the class. The blonde took her words as the finest compliment, standing straighter with his smile broadening. There is no need to worry, Madame Nagant. I reserve my harmful shine only for evildoers. In face of the boy taking her words so seriously, the woman nearly choked on her drink from laughing. Having said his piece, the blonde sat down, and another stood before anyone could begin to wonder who would be next. Nice to meet Cha. The name's Sirohanta. The man exuded the aura of easygoing kindness. His wide grin was unwavering as he lifted his arms without fanfare, displaying his uniquely shaped elbows. My quirk is tape, like everybody before me, it's as it says on the tin. I never have to worry about needing to go to the store to grab some tape. Made all of my science projects a breeze, let me tell ya. A round of chuckles came from the light joke. My favorite hero is Arachne Boy, but the first dozen or so times I tried to swing from something like he does, I just ended up falling on my face. That brought up a greater chorus of laughter. He sat down promptly. The next to stand was Azui. Ribbit, I'm Azui to you, but I'd prefer if you all called me Tsuchan. My quirk is frog. I'm keeping up with the trend of our quirks being really easy to figure out. I can do what frogs do. But I don't eat flies. That's gross. Despite the flatness of her voice, her words brought another rumble of laughter easily. I have 2 younger siblings that I take care of. I'd like to introduce you guys to them someday. The laughter was replaced by a nearly unanimous ah, which quirked up the edges of the frog girl's lips before she slipped back into her seat. The next to stand caused a significant portion of those in the room to tense with anxiety. Bakugo Katsuki. My quirk is explosion. My sweat explodes. I'm gonna be the #1 hero. The crimson-eyed boy snarled. That is neither fun, nor is it fact. You have stated a goal. The tone of Grand Sensei's voice was flat as paper, and as empty as a long-abandoned building. Something fun would be to state that you look as though you share a bloodline with a Pomeranian. A few of the students hid their snorts of laughter at the comment. Something factual would be that you have a desire to become the #1 hero. The boy who had been compared to a Pomeranian twitched as though he was about to yell back at the teacher, before he refrained. Fine. I like mountain climbing. He grit through his teeth before slamming himself down into the chair. The next to stand was the shaking Midoriya, who nervously raised his hand in greeting. My name is Midoriya Izuku. My Q quirk is S superpower. He stuttered. I don't really know much A about it, obviously. I only G got it a L little while ago, L like Grand Sensei said. I have a lot of energy that I see can use to power myself you up. My favorite food is katsudon. To the boy's visible shock, nearly all the students clapped at the introduction. I'm sorry for assuming, but you seem like you're nervous because you got treated badly because people thought you didn't have quirk, ribbit? So you spoke up. I get it, there were kids in my previous schools that were mean to me because I have a mutant-type quirk. I'll be the first to say that I'd want to be friends even if you didn't have a quirk. A few of the students, most notably Uraraka and the other students with mutant-type quirks, nodded eagerly at the frog girl's words. Ichichu? The freckled boy's voice wavered as he gave the response of someone who didn't know how to react to such a statement. You can sit for now, Midoriya-san. The teacher possessed a kind smile, a hint of teasing upon his tone. I suspect you won't get the chance to stand for quite a while. The teen could do nothing other than appear helplessly confused, but he did as told. The rest of the introductions were smooth, the comfortable mood being retained for most of it, only having a slight hiccup such as when Todoroki gave his stiff introduction or the delay of Grand Sensei explaining Koda's sign language. With everyone happy and enjoying their company, the ringing of the bell very nearly brought sadness rather than excitement. It would appear that is all the time we have for now, but don't worry, there's a surprise waiting for you all today for your foundational studies class. The tall man announced as he stood. If you all get good marks on your classes today, I'll also throw in a little extra reward for everyone. He winked. The air quickly warmed with the rapidly building excitement, a focus sharpening itself into existence. With a wide grin, the teacher duo left the classroom, another man sliding in only a few moments later. "What's up, everybody?" Present Mike shouted, his already impressive smile widening until it had to be painful when well over half cheered in response. "Oh yeah, what lively listeners. That's what I like to hear." The teens were sitting in their seats with bated breath, waiting in eager anticipation for their homeroom teacher to return to the room once more, the rest of the day having blurred by. They did not have to wait long, Grand Sensei and Lady Nagant stepping through the doorway a few moments before the bell rang to signify passing period was over. The red-eyed man, at least, possessed a wide smile on his face as he looked towards the students. "Hello again. I've heard from your other teachers that you all did exceptionally in class today. I'm proud of you. You all have earned that special extra surprise I mentioned, and you'll be receiving it at the end of this class. In the meantime, I do believe it's time to unveil the original surprise we had in store for you, don't you agree, Nagant?" The brunette asked with a glance towards the other teacher. "I think you should probably get on with it before he screws up the timing." She grunted past the can she had already opened and was sipping at. That brought another wave of eager curiosity from the students and a rumbling chuckle from the main teacher. "So nice to see you care about my showmanship." The woman rolled her eyes at his words. "Like I mentioned, there is a little surprise in store for your hero class today. Not only are we not the only teachers for this class, but we are not the only new additions to the staff this year." I'd state his name. The man trailed off, leaving the students to lean forward in their seats in anticipation. "I am here." An iconic voice boomed from far down the hall, causing the eyes of the entire class to widen as excitement built up. "But I think he can introduce himself just fine." The door was slammed open, and an impossible-to-mistake figure leaned in through the doorway. Coming through the door like a normal person, All Might shouted, his cape billowing from the winds he generated. "Are you saying that because you genuinely think people step through a door like that, or because you aren't jumping through the window?" Nagant's blank drawl was the pin that caused the balloon of excitement to burst, a bright laughter filling the room. "I had to improvise after you two told me it would be better not to come in through the window." The man pointed exaggeratedly at the rifle user. "I told you that because Nagant would have shut the window just to see you panic at breaking it." Grand Sensei smirked. A gasp was performed with the same level of exaggeration. "You would have sought to tarnish my incredible entrance. You vile fiend, you horrible evildoer, you terrible villain." The tightly clenched fist held in front of him completed the image. A barely seen glance from the brunette was sent towards the woman, whose eyes twitched. But, with a suppressed shake of her head, she then gave a much more noticeable shrug. "If I'm a villain and you're a hero, there's only one thing left to do, isn't there?" The grin that manifested upon the number 1 hero's face was brilliant. The students were barely capable of keeping themselves in their seats at the display. With as much flair as possible, the hero snapped his body around towards the teens, his cape whipping around epically at the movement. His left fist came to rest at his hip in a typical hero pose, but his right came up to display a small plaque held within, the letters upon it proudly forming a single word. That's right. We must engage in a combat trial. The blood-red-eyed homeroom teacher hummed thoughtfully as he rested his chin in his hand. It seems like we're missing something though, he mused. The muscular blonde's arm flung around to point at the brunette. Absolutely correct, my fellow teacher. All Might agreed. Before continuing his movement until he spun almost completely around, the plaque turned to reveal a single button on the back. Behold! The right wall of the room opened up with a hiss, flaunting off 20 numbered metal suitcases. When you submitted your applications, you all also submitted your designs for your hero suits, and the support department turned those designs into reality. Inside each of those cases is your dream to become heroes, made tangible. And today, you'll be able to put those suits on and tackle on your first trial as heroes in training. You all can grab your suits and get changed. We'll meet you at Ground Beta, Grand Sensei announced. Now you're all looking like heroes, All Might announced with his signature smile as the students walked up to the trio of teachers. Nagant actually nodded appreciatively at some of the students, though their homeroom teacher for some reason looked pensive. Ida's hand shot up. Senseis, I've noticed that this appears to be the same environment used for the entrance exam. Will we be once again performing cityscape maneuvers? Grand Sensei lightly shook his head as his face returned to being passive. Not today. We're going to be starting on indoor combat. Inside is going to be where you'll start off most encounters. The man explained. Don't most villain fights happen outside? Kaminari questioned. Most villain fights end up outside. The brunette gently corrected. A lot of villains won't care about collateral damage like you will, and it's generally easier to fight in a place where there's no concern over your ability to move around. But things like black market deals, trafficking, and most meetups are better done where a random civilian won't spot them. Furthermore, the villains with more experience behind them will likely know how to use a hero's concerns against them. Exactly as the man says. Nearly all of my fights with big villains started off inside warehouses and abandoned buildings. In order to practice scenarios like this, we're going to be splitting you all into villain and hero teams for 2-on-2 matches. We're going to be fighting each other? What about basic training? So you wondered. The best way to learn how to fight is being in one. You can train to throw the perfect punch, but try it in reality and it's probably not going to work out the way you think it would, Nagant announced. And if we keep throwing you against brainless spots that break easy, you're never gonna learn how to pull your punches or work around someone that can actually think. What determines victory? Yayorozu tilted her head. How badly can I fuck someone up? Bakugo grinned. How do we decide who teams up with who? Ida's hand flung up. Isn't my cape just fabulous? Aoyama posed. Unseen by anyone but the other teachers, All Might began to sweat nervously. Slow down everyone, Grand Sensei held out his hands placatively. We have a prepared scenario for this. We're not just going to lock you all in a building and tell you to fight for the key. All Might, I believe you're the one who volunteered to come up with the situation. Yes, I have it right here. To the shock of everyone else, the giant of a man pulled out a note card. Here we have it. The villains will be hiding a nuclear weapon in a hideout, and the heroes have to go in and get it. The heroes have 15 minutes to either capture the villains or secure the weapon. The villains must either capture the heroes or guard the weapon until the timer runs out. The man finished reading and looked up at the group, his smile wider and the man looking proud of himself. I'm coming up with the scenario next time, the slightly shorter man announced. The number 1 hero had the gall to look offended. I think it's a great scenario. Have you ever dealt with a nuclear bomb? A single brown eyebrow raised questioningly. I have not, but dash. We're trying to prepare them for things they will actually encounter, not have them live out fantasies. The sight of All Might shamefully turning away and poking the tips of his fingers together as he grumbled to himself caused Nagant to laugh so hard she spit her soda. We'll still perform the scenario, credit where credit is due. The practice of this is fairly realistic. You will most definitely encounter situations where you have to invade a villain's base to deal with something they shouldn't have. I see. Yaoyorozu nodded. How will our teams be decided? Both the teacher and his assistant slowly turned to the hero expectantly. The blonde's shoulders slumped slightly further as he slowly brought out a box from behind his back. I was going to have them draw lots? The man was resigned to his fate. Is that really the best way? Ida kept from shouting. To everyone's surprise, however, the teacher duo nodded approvingly. In the situation that you aren't acting by yourself, you're most likely not going to have a choice of who you're working with. Grand Sensei elaborated. The most probable possibility will be that your allies will simply be whoever is the closest to where you are. And when you're performing a raid, highest priority is whoever is best suited for the mission rather than whoever you want to work with. Nagant supported. All Might immediately stood straighter, his air of confidence returning. He then proudly thrust the box out for the students to begin grabbing from. While you're all drawing your lots, we'll explain some of the rules for this combat trial. The suited man began. Both teams will have 5 minutes to prepare. We'll be handing both teams one map at the start of the 5 minutes to learn the layout of the building. The villains will be inside during the preparation phase and they have full freedom to do anything with their environment during that time. The heroes will not be allowed to investigate the inside of the testing ground until the prep phase is over. In order to capture your opponents, we will provide each one of you a single roll of capture tape. The only condition for capture is to wrap capture tape around a part of the opponent's body. To secure the bomb, one of the heroes must touch the bomb with a part of their body. Projections such as Todoroki's ice or one of Yaoyorozu's creations will not count. Grievously injuring someone will result in a failing grade for your team and detention dependent on how grievous the injury. To attack a student with the intention of grievous harm or awareness that your attack could result in grievous injury will have much worse consequences. The students all nodded in understanding of the rules placed before them, though the teacher duo noticed the slight hesitance the explosive boy displayed with his agreement. All Might, clearly unaware of the slight tension that appeared in the forms of the duo, reached into the boxes labeled hero and villain and promptly pulled out the balls representing the teams taking part in the first bout. All right. The first two teams of today's combat trial are Team A's Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako as the heroes and Team D's Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya as the villains. Are you fucking with me? Nagant muttered as she stared in shock at the spheres in the hero's hands. Izuku couldn't help the anxiety itching inside of his skull as he stood outside the building Lady Nagant had directed them all to. Kakin and Ida had entered 30 seconds ago. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he was certain that, much like the entrance exam, the 5 minutes of preparation they were given had already silently started. Which mean that they had already lost 30 seconds of much-needed preparation because they were going up against Kakin, and he was so amazing and skilled and intelligent and his quirk was so strong, and then there was Ida to worry about in addition to that, who Izuku strongly suspected was related to Ingenium, so he must have been receiving training his whole life to get better with his incredible quirk and probably knew all sorts of ways to take Izuku down easily and, Midoriya-kun? I can't understand you when you talk that fast. And now he was muttering right in front of Uraraka, so she probably thought he was a weirdo and his first prospective friend in years thought he was creepy, so he's probably not gonna have friends at you either, even despite Grand Sensei trying to change that because Grand Sensei can't stop people from thinking he's weird or creepy or stalkerish. Midoriya-san. Grand Sensei's voice filtered through the earpiece each of the students had been given before they left for the testing area. Keep it in mind that this is an exercise, not a test. Everyone is here to learn. Which teams are victorious in these matches is not what is important here, but the experience gained. As for your anxiety regarding potential friends, there was a soft shuffling over the line. Karo, Azui croaked, Midoriya, I told you earlier today that I wouldn't mind being friends with you. Your muttering is a little weird, but I don't have a problem with it. Izuku blinked at the words that came out of the frog girl's mouth. A second time. That combination of words didn't make sense though. People thought his muttering was off-putting, and that he was off-putting, it was just a fact of life? Their teacher's deep chuckle reverberated in his ear. How about this, Midoriya-san? You focus on doing your best in this exercise, and afterwards, you and the other students of Class 1A can have a discussion on friendship. Compartmentalize. That's something he can do. Take all the thoughts about friendship and stuff and put it to the side, then take all the thoughts that can help in this exercise, and put it in front of him. Analyze. That's the one thing everyone complimented him on in message boards online. Figure out quirks and how to use them. He knew Kaken's. There wasn't much he was confident about, but one of those things was that he understood explosion just as well as Kaken did. He had studied extensively. He knew how much force went into each reaction, how much of the boy's sweat various sized blasts consumed, his rate of acceleration. He knew the blonde bomber. What the teen would be thinking for this exercise, what plan he would likely use, how he would prioritize. So Ida. Quirk. Engine. His were found in his legs. There were a couple mentions of gears in the apprehension test, so Izuku figured the boy's engines worked akin to real engines. The bespectacled boy's costume was metal, most likely lightweight. He displayed no visible difficulty with walking around in it, so it is not going to affect his response time. In the endurance run, as much of that event was spent in a daze, he still was able to notice that Ida slowed down before each turn around the track. He was like a race car. Turns became difficult at higher speeds, indicating that the boy would have to choose between fine control and high speed. In contrast to Kaken, Ida seemed to be more adherent to the rules. He would prioritize the stated goal of the exercise, being protecting the bomb. Taking into account how Kaken was likely to know, going to take on the exercise, something began coming together in his mind. All right, Uraraka-san. He nodded. I think I might have a plan. All right. All Might's voice shouted through the microphone. Izuku noticed Uraraka wince at the sound. Both teams, your 5 minutes of preparation are up. Your 15 minutes to complete the exercise begins now. Be aware that we'll be spectating the match using various cameras placed throughout the grounds. Grand Sensei noted. If we catch any over-aggressive behavior, we will warn you to take it back a notch. The line remained open, but silence rang for a moment. The reason I repeat myself, Bakugo, is to ensure you do not forget it. A necessary action, considering you appear to have forgotten what occurred yesterday. The line was cut at that. Izuku drew in a breath that was at least intended to be calming. Let's go. He muttered more to himself than his partner. The brunette still pumped her fists determinedly. Right? They entered the building promptly, searching for the stairs to the next floor, as Izuku had already figured that Kaken and Ida would most likely have the bomb on the highest floor. Thankfully, the building wasn't all that large, 5 floors with not that much in terms of floor space. It still was too much for them to cover before Izuku heard rapid footsteps coming their way. Too slow to be Ida, which means dash. Izuku lunged backwards, pushing Uraraka back and taking them both out of the way of Kaken appearing from around a corner, halfway through the motion of a right hook with an explosion bursting from his palm. He, of course, was still too slow compared to the blonde, though. The left side of his mask was burned away, but thankfully nothing had caught fire. Midoriya-kun, are you okay? Uraraka gasped. It's just a graze, I'm fine. Are you? She nodded. I didn't even see him coming, thanks. That was a nice dodge, Deku. Kaken's voice was quiet. The boy himself hunched over with a glare directed straight at the verdict. I knew you would come straight for me. The freckled teen answered. The crimson-eyed boy's brow twitched, before his palms sparked. Yeah, I guess you would, you weird-ass creep. Kaken breathed. I figure you also know, then, that I plan to make sure to beat you up just enough to not get disqualified. His statement was capped off by a roar as he lunged, his right arm coming around. Izuku's mind blanked with fear for a moment, and his body acted on automatic, with a motion he had practiced in secret for years. His right foot stepped into the swing, his arms wrapping around his opponent's, and he curled himself inward. When his mind cleared, his childhood friend was on his back on the ground. Panting with adrenaline, Izuku stepped back, words beginning to tumble from his mouth once more, though this time intentionally. You almost always lead with a right hook. I've seen it enough times to figure it out. Just like I have with every other hero I've analyzed. Everyone that I've thought was amazing, I've recorded my analysis of them in my notebooks. At this, his eyes burned, though not with tears. Notebooks like the one you blew up and chucked out the window. Crimson eyes snapped to him, a layer of clarity within them. I'm not going to remain the worthless punching bag Deku forever. His breathing picked up as his emotions throbbed inside his body, bringing an energy to him that he couldn't keep up with. I'm going to be the Deku that does his best. The bomber snarled, similar to the noise he made during the 50-meter dash, but not quite at that level of seething rage. You're sprouting so much crap, while still shaking in your pathetic little boots. It pisses me off. After he finished speaking, the bomber's head twitched, glaring at Izuku while pressing his finger against the receiver in his ear. Just shut up and watch the damn bomb. I'm bout to tear this fucking Deku a new one. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned off his earpiece, then aimed his palms behind him and fired himself straight at the verdict. Izuku had a split second to meet eyes meaningfully with Uraraka before Kaken proved to be just as intelligent as the freckled teen knew he was, switching things up with a left kick. But the green-haired boy was determined to follow through on his word, and had already prepared by keeping a roll of capture tape in his hand. He managed to wind the roll around the back of the blonde's leg, but before he could complete the loop, a right hook came at his face, smoke and fire rumbling from the palm. Izuku had to abandon his attempt and duck down, feeling the heat pass over the top of his head. The boy tucked into a roll and came up. Running, turning down a corner. Uraraka got the message and is on her way to find the bomb. I need to regain my focus. I'm too freaked out right now to use one for all while maintaining control. Running away, you damn nerd? Kaken howled after him. Just like at Aldraha. Must have been fun for ya, lying to my goddamn face. About your flashy fucking quirk. Despite knowing that his childhood friend was under a severe misconception, the freckled teen couldn't help but wince at the words. Come at me with everything you've got. I'll crush you and that quirk of yours. Man, I'm jealous of you, senseis. We can't hear anything. Ashido pouted. It looks like they're really into this too. Well, it's not like you're wrong about that. Nagant muttered, a frown on her face. Huh. You all heard Bakugo's words yesterday. There's no point in pretending Bakugo and Midoriya-san don't have bad blood between them. Grand Sensei explained. They're sorting some of that out in a manner of speaking. Hey, you shouldn't talk about people behind their backs, Grand Sensei? All Might admonished. And isn't it unprofessional to discuss students' past with other students? It is. The brunette agreed, completely unfazed by the number one hero's words. But it is also insulting to those very students to act as though they cannot understand what sits in front of them. As I just stated, all of the other students have already made the connection that Bakugo and Midoriya-san have a past, and that it is certainly not a kind one. I'm not giving them any information they are not already aware of, but I'm not going to insult their collective intelligence by claiming nothing is wrong. It's one thing to acknowledge so-called bad blood, but it's another thing entirely to bring attention to it. The students are watching the same cameras we are. They all bore witness to Bakugo allowing Uraraka-san to go past him to reach the stairs. There is no confusing that he is viewing his own interests as above the goal of the exercise. That doesn't automatically mean they are trying to sort out their history. Tsu-chan, what do you think is going on in this exercise? I don't think you're asking about Ida-chan or Uraraka-chan, so it looks like Midoriya-chan is trying to stand up to his bully. I said it during homeroom, Karo, that it seems like Midoriya-chan is all nervous because he was viewed as quirkless and treated bad for that. Bakugo-chan seems to be really arrogant, and said himself that when he thought Midoriya-chan was quirkless, he felt he had no use. It seems to me that they grew up together, and that Bakugo-chan bullied Midoriya-chan a lot. I think Midoriya-chan is taking this opportunity to prove to Bakugo-chan that he's not useless. Karo, do the rest of you share that belief? Almost everyone nodded. I'd like to add that I feel Bakugo-san has ignored Uraraka-san due to recognizing Midoriya-san is attempting to prove his worth and desires to push him down further. Yaoyorozu announced with a raised hand. And did I do anything to cause any of you to reach those conclusions? The only thing you told us was that Midoriya-san first used his quirk during the entrance exam, and that was only because you were going to help him figure out his quirk during the apprehension test. Kirishima supported. Thank you. Do you still believe I am unnecessarily bringing attention to their history, All Might Sensei? Grand Sensei questioned, his gaze having never wavered from the screens. The muscular blonde struggled to form a response, before he frowned. It would seem that you are not. A dense silence hung over the room before Grand Sensei all of a sudden narrowed his eyes. Bakugo better not attempt to use his bracers. You think he's thinking clearly enough to stop himself? Nagant was similarly as tense as the man she was assisting. I'm currently giving him the benefit of the doubt. I pray he does not waste that faith. Why are you two so concerned over his bracers? This genuinely curious statement was what finally brought the brunette to slowly crane his head in All Might's direction. Are you implying you did not read over the designs of the students' costumes and support gear? The blonde nervously cast his gaze over the students, before shifting his feet. He felt reading the files on their quirks was enough. We are watching to ensure they do not accidentally maim each other, and you don't know what means they possess to harm each other with? The quiet disappointment in the man's tone was akin to a blade driving itself through the blonde's back. The Herculean man started to sweat nervously as the connotations seemingly just reached him. What do Bakugo Shounin's bracers even do? Surely they can't be that dangerous. The support companies would not have given him them otherwise. Nagant-sensei joined Grand-sensei in glaring at the costumed man. His bracers fill with his sweat over time. When they're at max capacity, they can take out small buildings. Surely he wouldn't use those against another person. He's in a confined space with someone he's spent his entire life perceiving as a lesser species, who is currently attempting to tell him his perception is wrong. Grand-sensei warned. Surely he wouldn't. Finally found ya, damned nerd. Kaken's growl caused Izuku to snap his head around, finding the blonde at the end of the hall he was in. The other end of the hall was much too far away for him to continue to run. Too busy running to use that quirk of yours, huh? There was a mad look in his crimson orbs. Just like that fucking race yesterday. Think you're too good to use your quirk against me? His eyes widened. I could never dream to take you on without using a quirk, Kaken. A violent twitch came from the teen as a vein pulsed in his neck. Is that right? The blonde raised one of his arms, aiming his hand straight at the verdict. You're such a stalker you probably already know this, but my quirk lets me secrete something similar to nitroglycerin. That's how I set off my explosions. Assuming those dweebs followed my design request, these gauntlets have been storing that. The blonde pulled back on the silver bar on his gauntlet, a small pin flipping out from the opening. True dread formed in Izuku's gut as his childhood friend tucked a finger into the hole of the pin, the slightest movement enough to pull it. Bakugo! The venomous noose of Grand Sensei's voice seemingly filled the entire building. Pull that pin and you will be suspended. The duration of which will be dependent on how grievous Midoriya-san's injuries would be. He'll be fine if he dodges. The bomber's voice was crazed, but his actions betrayed him, the eager tension in his body being ripped away in favor of a still fear. Ignoring that you have clearly already forgotten that it is against the rules to perform any attack that could result in grievous injury, do you think Midoriya-san is in a position to dodge the attack you have in mind? Both teens felt a cold sweat trail down their faces. Forgive me, I phrased that as a question. Midoriya-san does not have the capability of dodging a large-scale explosive blast like what your gauntlets are intended to release. If you were to pull that pin, he would be hit, and based on the durability of himself and his suit, he would suffer at best third-degree burns. You have two options. Either you pull that pin and I suspend you a day for every 1,000 yen Midoriya-san's projected medical bills would be, or you let it go right now, close your bracers and make no further attempts to fire those gauntlets. The following silence was like a knife to their necks. Izuku watched Kaken intently. The blonde was so still, the verdict almost wondered if he was under the same mysterious spell their teacher had placed him under during the test the previous day. Then, meticulously slowly, the crimson-eyed boy slipped his finger free from the pin and folded it back into its compartment, sliding the bar forward to keep it from accidentally popping out again. Good choice. Be aware that we did not pause the exercise. 1 minute and 17 seconds have passed. You've 12 minutes, 8 seconds left of the exercise. There was a hiss from Kakin, but it was bereft of any heat. The boy stood at the end of the hallway, a deep-set glare on his face, before B began to slowly stomp his way towards Izuku. The quirk inheritor focused on his breathing, repeating what he had practiced at home to get better with One for All. He turned the valve in his mind to 3%, reasoning that 4% probably would require too much focus to maintain constantly. Feeling the wires of thrumming power flow through his body, the freckled boy got himself into a boxing stance he had learned from videos online. Kakin was faster than him, smarter in a fight, and definitely could react faster. Being the aggressor would just leave him a smoking heap on the ground. He was used to the fire and force of the bomber's explosions, and knew the boy's fight patterns and tendencies. Being defensive would play to his strengths. He wasn't confident in his ability to win, even though he very much wanted to try, but he didn't need to win. The plan rested on Uraraka, and that brought him faith. It wasn't on his shoulders. There was no fear of him fumbling. With a sharp crack, Kakin aimed his palms behind him and rocketed himself forward. The blonde was smart. Izuku had already made him aware of his tendency to start off encounters with a right hook. Just as the verdant tried to outthink his opponent and get ready to guard his own right side, the explosive boy's right leg flung out. The freckled teen quickly switched, the sliver of One for All's power inside of him pushing him to be just fast enough to have the leg crash against his forearms rather than his ribs. He barely had enough time to cheer in his mind before a palm was coming for his face, taking advantage of his arms being busy blocking Kakin's leg. With a squeak, he fell into a crouch, the explosion ruffling his hair. A twist of his arms, and Izuku grabbed a hold of the bomber's leg, then threw him down the hall. Thanks to the quirk inside of him, the crimson-eyed boy soared almost a dozen feet before he regained control with a few controlled explosions. The two met eyes, and Izuku saw that Kakin realized he was using his quirk. A hungry satisfaction appeared in the spheres of red, before his childhood friend lunged forward with a howl. Wow, Midoriya-san is really good at dodging. It's like he already knows half of what Bakugo-san is going to do before he does it. Ashido praised. They grew up together, didn't they? Midoriya-san probably watched him practice and stuff like that, Kaminari pointed out. That, and Midoriya-san seems to possess a talent for analysis. Grand Sensei joined. I had to broaden his view a little, but he figured out how to use his quirk nearly by himself. All Might perked up at that. Did he now? Quite. Most of what I had to do was simply correct what a previous teacher of his told him. None of the students noticed the Herculean hero flinch the slightest amount. They had not disagreed with his perception that his quirk was a self-destructive bomb. They seemingly attempted to instill into him that his quirk's harmful tendencies were simply going to happen, and he had to focus more on minimizing how much damage it dealt. Perhaps his teacher didn't understand what caused the problem, and tried to make the best of a bad situation? I understood the issue was that the boy needed a way to manage how much power he used and helped him figure out a method after less than a minute of questioning. What his previous teacher seems to not understand is how to teach. The attention of the students was dragged to Nagant desperately trying to rein in the fit of laughter that stuck her while she was sipping at her drink. Due to this, they missed the symbol of peace, wincing as if in physical pain and turning away shamefully from the blood-red-eyed teacher. Oh no, Uraraka-san got to Ida-san, but she can't get to the bomb because he's too fast. Ojiro took note. A significant portion of the class switched from watching the brawl between bully and victim to the other aforementioned clash. Looks like he cleared out the room so she has nothing to use with her quirk. Smart. Nagant praised. With Bakugo keeping Midoriya-san busy, all he needs to do is keep the bomb out of her reach and they're set to win. A task which may prove more difficult than the villain team might think. Grand Sensei announced, to everyone's confusion. But they've got Midoriya-san and Uraraka-san right where they want them, what can they do about it? Kaminari questioned. Can anyone tell me how the participants in this exercise are positioned? The teacher instead cryptically asked. The students became even further confused as they watched the two concurrent battles where the fighters were constantly moving. Then Yaoyorozu's eyes widened. Midoriya-san's fight has moved so that they are underneath the room the bomb is in. There are 3 floors in between, but they are still directly vertical from each other. The ponytailed girl narrowed her eyes in contemplation, before her head turned to the homeroom teacher. They are aware of this, yes? This was indeed coordinated by the hero team. The brunette affirmed. But there's so much in between them, what do they plan to do? The girl's eyes widened as her mind worked. Midoriya-san's uncontrolled quirk destroyed his limbs during the entrance exam, but what did it do to what he struck with that quirk? A wide grin curled onto the face of their teacher, sharp and proud. You could say it veritably blew a hole through a building. The other 2 teachers straightened their backs in realization. Grand-sensei, are you going to just let Midoriya-shounen break his limbs during this exercise when he can avoid it? There was a degree of rage in the blonde's voice. I practice what I preach, all might. I've taken into account the circumstances of the situation, just as I am certain Midoriya-san has. Pools of blood red swiveled to lock onto shining blue. We are not exercising the students' endurance today, the only thing they've to focus on are the battles in front of them. He successfully analyzed and predicted the behavior of his opponents, then formed a plan to take advantage of that behavior. I, of course, would have liked the boy to not deem it necessary to harm himself, but I have already made it clear that I will not prevent their recklessness, only encourage that they restrain it to during practice and training. We're training them to be heroes. Hence, make their mistakes in an environment where there will be no consequences. There was a deep rumble outside and a shocked gasp from the students, though the number 1 hero was too focused on his conversation to shift his attention. Nagant and I caught you watching yesterday. You were present to hear me announce that this is the place to attempt and learn. Midoriya's providing a perfect example of what I meant by that phrase. He is not senselessly throwing around his power, he is mindfully working around his weaknesses. This plan is not going to be something he repeats in the field, but this way of thinking will be to be needlessly self-sacrificing, to be unorthodox and through thinking. All Might watched through narrow eyes as his fellow teacher lifted his hand towards his earpiece. Case in point, the brunette pressed the button to activate the microphone. Hero team wins. Sapphire spheres widened. Impressive performance from all of you. Please return to the viewing room so that we may perform a post-exercise questionnaire. The costumed hero turned towards the cameras, seeing that there was a hole through the center of the building, and Uraraka was hugging the bomb with a relieved look on her face. Students, while those that just finished the exercise journey back here, please select one person whose performance you will analyze. On the notepads we handed you before this began, please write down one thing they did right and one thing they did wrong. I will not accept answers such as, they went right when they should have went left, or similar responses. You will not be presenting these to the class. Don't worry about how sophisticated your answers are. Grand-sensei? Kirishima raised his hand. Go ahead, Kirishima-san. The man turned to the redhead. If we're not presenting these, why are we writing it down? It helps your answers stick in your head. This is to help you get better at analyzing, which will be important for figuring out how to defeat villains or solve cases in the field. He gestured to the notepad in the hardening user's hands. In addition, while you won't be presenting these to the class, I'm certainly not going to stop any of you from comparing answers. The eyes of the boy widened, before he exchanged excited looks with Ishido, Kaminari, and Siro. The 4 of them promptly huddled together, whispering between each other. At this, several of the other students followed the example, joining into small groups. Only Todoroki remained by himself. That offer further includes at least Lady Nagant and myself. I'll leave All Might to speak for himself. The blood-red-eyed man smiled. Without hesitation, Azui stepped up to the ex-heroine, her group of Tokoyami, Shoji, Mineta, Jiro, and Yaoyorozu following. While the pink and blue-haired woman seemed uncomfortable, she did turn to face them and began discussing the exercise with them. Seeing that the first group didn't get turned away, the party of Aoyama, Hagakure, Ojiro, Koda, and Sato stepped up to their homeroom teacher. Bonjour, Grand-sensei, I chose Ida-san, as I felt many of my classmates would choose to analyze Midoriya-san. Aoyama spoke first. The brunette happily gestured for the boy to continue. I praised that he remained steadfast and dutiful, protecting the bomb as the mission called. However, I noticed that he was too dutiful, as Uraraka-san's entry into the room escaped him until she appeared to laugh at something. Good analysis. Let's take that information through 2 points of views, see what we can do with it. The teens readied their pens, eager to hear what he would say. We'll start with the easier point of view. Pretend it had been you instead of Uraraka-san that was against Ida-san. What would you have done in her shoes? I would have used my glamorous cape to hide away my spectacular sparkle, so that I may sneak behind Ida-san and reach the bomb before he caught sight of my shine. Smart plan, however. Consider you yourself noticed that what drew Ida-san's attention to Uraraka-san was her laughing at something. You aren't aware of what she laughed at? What if you would have had a similar reaction? What would you have done then? The sparkling boy blinked, before turning his eyes downward in contemplation. I am not restrained like Uraraka-san with not having objects to use my quirk on. From what I have seen, Ida-san is not fast enough to easily dodge my naval laser. The French teen lifted his eyes, a proud gleam to them. I would have used my laser to push Ida-san away from the bomb whilst I came closer to it. And how would you have accomplished that? Aim between Ida-san and the bomb, then swing my laser out so that he would be forced to retreat from the bomb. Very good. The boy in shining armor pumped his fist in success. Now for the other point of view. Pretend you are instead struggling with Ida-san's issue of focusing too much and miss otherwise obvious details. How would you go about adjusting your focus? Once more, Aoyama lowered his gaze as he pondered the answer. If one of you has an answer, feel free to speak up. We're all practicing analysis and problem-solving right now. Maybe patrol the bomb? Sato spoke up after a moment. Don't stand in one place, facing one direction like Ida-san did. Walk around, turn in different directions. Change your point of view and catch things that way. Great job pointing that out. The muscular boy smiled at the praise. Though, a problem can usually be solved multiple ways. Any other ideas? My martial arts instructors taught me several forms of meditation, and it has helped me with focus and noticing changes in my environment. Ojiro explained. Outside of combat, perhaps one could perform meditation? Overcome the issue so that you don't need to work around it. Fantastic. At the compliment, everyone noticed the blonde boy's tail wag a little. Can anyone think of any other solutions? The students all appeared to think deeply on the matter, before they helplessly looked up at Grand Sensei, who smiled. That's just fine. You're only human, and furthermore, this is the second day of class. Aoyama-san, you did a great job with your analysis. Sato-san, Ojiro-san, you both came up with great answers to my question. Top marks from all 3 of you. Hagakure-san, you're up next. Who did you pick? The invisible girl lifted her notepad up, the only indication for any of the students that she had moved. Okay, so, I picked Midoriya-san. He figured out Bakugo-san so well, it was almost like he was psychic. But also, while Bakugo-san let Uraraka-san pass, like I think he knew he would, they could have used that as an opportunity for Uraraka-san to surprise Bakugo-san from behind. Pinpoint analysis, Hagakure-san. The girl squealed in joy. I think you can already figure out what my next questions will be, Right? If I were in Bakugo-san's position, and Midoriya-san tried to have me focus on him while Uraraka-san left, I would have tried to capture Uraraka-san. They can't see me, so it will be a lot harder for them to know where I'm coming from or who I'm coming for, so I can just keep shifting between the 2 of them. Very good utilization of your quirk, and a good plan for stalling. And if you were in Midoriya-san's shoes? I already said it. Bakugo-san just let Uraraka-san go past him. They definitely could have planned it so that Uraraka-san nabbed him with the capture tape right then and there. Yes, you did. So let's take it a step further. Let's say it worked out the way you want it to. If you were Midoriya-san, and Uraraka-san successfully captured Bakugo-san in that first interaction, what would you do then? Take on Ida-san with the 2 of us. He'd find it a lot harder to keep the bomb away from us both. Indeed, that would certainly help matters. But what about if Uraraka-san failed to capture Bakugo-san with that plan? Oh, then I'd just have Uraraka-san stay and help me fight. Especially if he's going all splody inside the building, that would break things up a lot and give her a lot of ammo to throw stuff at him. Indeed it would. I could tell you were surprised by that last question, but you came up with a solution quickly, with supporting evidence for your decision. Fantastic job. The man reached out, his hand open palm down, before he seemed to gently rub the air. The invisible girl let out a happy hum at the action, her gloves wiggling. Only Jiro and Grand Sensei appeared to notice that Hakigure's hum stopped halfway, in time with her gloves freezing midair. The door to the room opened, the participants of the exercise entering. Bakugo's face was painfully blank, and he didn't say a word as he went straight for a far corner. Midoriya was a little disheveled, his costume covered in burns and smoke, his right sleeve missing to reveal his purpling arm. Uraraka and Ida were at either side of him, both clearly mid-sentence as they entered the room. "But your arm's broken? You should really go to the nurse." "I'm sure Grand Sensei would understand, he's been really nice so far." The rosy-cheeked girl protested. "I concur." The engine user chopped the air. "The health and safety of the students always takes first priority." He displayed such when he warned Bakugo-san to not use his bracers against you during the exercise. While I normally support the words of Uraraka-san and Ida-san, Midoriya-san was correct in this instance of going here first. "I would have specified otherwise," Grand Sensei announced while walking towards the trio. "Nagant, first aid kit, please." The assistant took a step back, grabbed a box that had been sitting on the console and flung it at him. With lackadaisical ease, the man caught it without looking, brought it in front of him, and opened it, all with only one hand. All Might shifted his feet at the action. Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu all widened their eyes. The teacher kneeled down in front of the verdict. "If you could hold still while I work on your arm?" the man asked. The freckled boy went to lift his arm, only for Grand Sensei's hand to immediately dart to the boy's shoulder. "None of that, moving it on your own will aggravate the injuries." The burned teen silently did as requested, and the blood-red-eyed man quickly took out scissors from the box before cleanly shearing off the rest of the sleeve. As he worked on the broken arm, the man began talking. "The reason why I had you all come here is for the sake of completing the exercise, as I stated. Your classmates have all been tasked with selecting one of the four of you to analyze. They were to describe 1 mark of praise and 1 point of failing. However, they all benefited from possessing an omniscient point of view while also being observers rather than participants. It would be easy to point things out with that in mind. For the 4 of you, I task something similar, though notably different. State 1 thing you felt you did right during the exercise, and 1 thing you felt you did wrong. We'll begin with Midoriya-san, both because he has displayed to have the most practice with analysis, and so that he may sooner be on his way to the nurse's office. Start whenever you feel ready to. Right? Well, I can definitely say that I messed up by not having my quirk active from the start. I knew Kaken was going to head for me as quickly as he could, so it wouldn't have been wasting energy. It would have allowed me to respond better to him, rather than having to run away and risk him potentially shifting focus to take Uraraka-san out of the exercise. It's understandable that it's not second nature for you to use your quirk. While that is a correct analysis, you're not learning by simply lamenting your faults without considering why they are there. I will take that as answer, but only for this first exercise, as I feel I am not incorrect that you already plan to work on how quickly and easily you call upon your quirk. The boy nodded. Now, 1 mark of praise for yourself, and I'll have Lady Nagant take you to the nurse's office. Nearly everyone noticed how Midoriya seemed to struggle with this. Despite him having proven his analytic skill, everything went how I hoped it would go, so I guess I did an okay job of predicting how Kaken and Ida-san would behave. Inhuman slits stared into nervous spheres. Again, I will take that for now, but I expect future analyses to be more confident and objective. The teen shakily nodded. Grand Sensei nodded in turn and stood whilst patting the student's left shoulder. Alright, off you go. Nagant, make sure to get a note from Recovery Girl detailing any and all restrictions for Midoriya-san to follow before returning so that you may deliver it to me. Got it? The duo promptly left, the assistant shutting the door behind them. While there is the matter of client confidentiality that I will not disturb, the brunette announced as soon as the door shut, I will let you all know when Recovery Girl permits Midoriya-san to have visitors. Several of the students nodded gratefully, most especially Ida and Uraraka. Moving on, Uraraka-san. since you were part of his team, you can be up next for your self-analysis? Oh yeah. The girl's face turned relaxedly guilty as she reached up to rub at the back of her head. I definitely messed up by not taking the exercise seriously enough and letting Ida-san's behavior get to me. But I also followed the plan and trusted that Midoriya-kun would get his part done. That's important for being a pro, right? Indeed, being able to both focus on doing your part and trust that your partner would get their part done is important. That is the right way to perform this exercise, and a good mentality to maintain for any real teamwork. You also recognized your mistake, understand why you made it, and know how to avoid making it again in the future. Phenomenal. The gravity girl beamed, giggling softly at the words. Ida-san, your turn? Yes, Grand Sensei. The glasses-wearing boy chopped once more. I failed to maintain spatial awareness, and did not notice Uraraka-san entering the room until she announced her presence. In the future, I will endeavor to focus more on the test itself and less on adopting the behavior befitting the test in question. As for what I feel I did correctly, I believe I adapted to Bakugo-san's behavior satisfactorily by focusing on protecting the bomb as well as I could by myself. By the books, Ida-san, high marks for you. While it is important to trust your teammates, it is equally important to not be overly dependent on them. If something unexpected occurs that disturbs the mission, you have to be ready to adapt. Bakugo, care to finish us off? The blonde bomber glared at the teacher, silent for a long moment. When the man refused to back down, the teen growled. I didn't give the dash. Use his name. Grand Sensei's voice was firm. Midoriya a chance to regroup with Ro dash. Bakugo. The tone screamed that the warning was final. With Uraraka, the boy seemed to be less aggressive after that. With them separated, they couldn't try to double-team me. And what mistake would you say you made? Crimson snapped to blood red, burning with rage only to find an icy wall that would not melt. The teen still tried to find a way through, to get the man to realize that he didn't make mistakes, only to have the events of yesterday to flash in his mind. I didn't win the fight, he snarled. That's not something you could have done differently. What did you do that you feel you should not have done? I let Ida deal with Uraraka rather than just blasting her when she tried to get past me. Today, that will be acceptable. In the future, you will critique your own abilities better. You can only grow if you acknowledge where you have to grow. With each of the participants having self-analyzed, that marks the completion of the first group's exercise. All Might, if you could arrange the next round? Oh, yes. The number 1 hero was startled for a moment, before he went over to the box and drew 2 more balls. The second 2 teams of today's combat trial are Team B's Todoroki Shoto and Shoji Mizo as the heroes and Team I's Ojiro Mashireo and Hagakure Toru as the villains. In light of what occurred in the previous match, the next will be taking place in the adjacent building. The homeroom teacher explained. Could someone please pass out notepads and pens to Uraraka-san, Ida-san, and Bakugo? Yaoyorozu volunteered, going the extra step of explaining to them why they were being handed said items. After all the matches were complete, and All Might made a highly dramatic exit, the students all found themselves in their respective locker rooms, changing out of their costumes and into their uniforms. Man, that class was so much fun. I never thought I'd actually enjoy learning, but Grand Sensei is really turning my mind around. Ashido cheered. Yes, he's proving to be an incredibly good teacher. Even despite my love of learning, some of my own tutors struggle to make certain subjects appealing. A struggle our homeroom teacher appears to not share. Yaoyorozu agreed. He's not a pro hero, yet he seems to have such a deep understanding of what goes into the duty. He's also really easy to talk to, Karo? Ashui brought up. I'm pretty blunt myself, but it just seems so easy to ask him questions. I also appreciate that he's not afraid to stand up for his teachings. Right? All Might practically got in his face sometimes and he didn't bat an eye. Uraraka seemed in awe. I think I understand why Lady Nagant respects him so much. What about you, Tuha? What do you think about Grand Sensei? The girl directed her question at the girls that had not spoken. Jiro visibly tensed up a little. Hagakure's reaction was obviously more difficult to place, but everyone could see her clothes spontaneously stop shifting. Is something wrong? No. No, not at all. The invisible girl immediately corrected. The opposite, actually. Her voice turned almost wistful. The way he acts around me, how he looks at me and stuff, it's almost like... Her clothes shifted a bit more, and the other girls felt as though she was looking their way. I feel seen. Everyone else in the room couldn't help but stare at such a powerful level of emotion. What about you, Jiro? What's got you so tense about Grand-sensei? Uraraka switched, feeling she didn't know the invisible girl well enough to be able to respond to that. Sorry to say, you had me right on the money. The rocker's voice was soft. Everything you all have said is right. He's easy to talk to, great at making me interested in learning, really respectable. But I just can't get over how quiet he is. Quiet? What do you mean? The ponytailed girl furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. My quirk, you all know from this morning that it enhances my hearing a lot. The purple-haired girl started. It kinda doesn't turn off, mutant-type quirk and all that. I hear a lot of stuff, like breathing and heartbeats and footsteps. Like the invisible girl, she turned towards the rest of them to punctuate her next words. But I don't hear a thing from Grand-sensei. If I'm not looking at him and he's not speaking, I'd have no idea he's even there. Maybe he's just good at hiding that stuff? What if it's some sort of skill some people pick up? Ashido asked, nervousness having crept into her voice. Lady Negan-sensei has quiet footsteps. Like, super quiet. I have to focus to hear them, but I still hear her walk around. Same with her breathing. Her heartbeat is as loud as anyone else's, but I don't think people can control that. But Grand-sensei's dead silent. Outside of his voice, the only thing I ever heard from him was when he caught the first aid kit Lady Negan-sensei threw at him for Midoriya-san. Maybe it has to do with his quirk? Azui prompted. It doesn't feel right, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Jiro frowned. I'm probably just making a big deal out of it anyway. It just really caught me off guard. Never happened before. Yeah, okay. Ashido voiced for them all, before her eyes shined. Are any of you as excited as I am to talk with Best Jeanist? Seriously? Uraraka agreed. They had to have arranged it before the day started. There's no way Grand-sensei could, call up the number 4 Pro Hero and get him to agree to talk with some Hero Course students during his lunch. I want to agree, as Pro Heroes must have incredibly busy schedules, but Grand-sensei doesn't seem like the sort to prepare a false reward. Yayorozu reasoned. How was he able to talk with Best Jeanist, anyway? He said it himself, he's not a pro hero. He's just a teacher. Hagakure questioned. Does it matter how it's happening? We're being taught by freaking All Might, and we're gonna have a video call with Best Jeanist. Ashido bounced on the bench with barely contained excitement. Are you a student in the Hero Course? Did you know All Might was going to be part of the staff? Is All Might one of your teachers? What is it like to be taught by All Might? Do you think you could bring All Might over for an interview? Would you say All Might becoming a teacher is a sign that he's going to retire? These and dozens of other questions battered at Izuku's ears, threatening to overwhelm him even despite how accustomed he was to loud noise. Reporters formed a crowd around the gate to the school, being prevented from entering due to lacking the proper passes. In light of this, they instead hunted for the answers to their questions by assaulting the students with their thoughts. The horde was so densely packed, he couldn't get past them. An issue shared by many of his classmates. He could see Ida coming dangerously close to chopping one of the reporters as he did his best to answer their questions. Whether intentionally or not, Koda was making reporters frustrated with his meek sign language. One definitely tested Shoji's patience as they moved their microphone around between his 3 mouths, never staying still. Kaken's face was set in a hard glare, but his hands remained in his pockets as he snarled for the reporters to back off, to no avail. Izuku worried they would be late for class with this crowd. Hey! To the freckled teen's relief, Lady Negan's irritated call was clearly heard above the constant questions. Buzz off, you want an interview with All Might? Ask him yourselves. Who is that? Is that a staff member? Wait, I recognize that hair color, that's Lady Nagant. Wasn't she imprisoned in Tartarus? Like sharks smelling blood, the crowd visibly shifted to consume the assistant teacher. When were you released from Tartarus? Why did you kill that pro hero? Why did you decide to become a teacher? Did you make a deal with Principal Nizu? Are you going to kill any more pro-heroes? Are there any stipulations for your release? A waving hand caught Izuku's attention, causing him to turn and find Grand Sensei standing inside the gate, a path becoming clear now that the reporters were focused on the ex-heroine. Taking the opportunity, he, along with the other previously stuck students, rushed through the gate. Several, including himself, breathed a sigh of relief once they were through the doorway. I am sorry you had to deal with that. The teacher apologized. Please, hurry to the classroom. We'll ensure everyone makes it inside. Did you sacrifice your aid to distract those wolves for us? Tokoemi asked. Yes. The man did not bother with hiding it. She did demand compensation for it, of course. Izuku glanced nervously back at the assistant, learning that, rather than answering any of their questions, the woman was simply barking insults and complaints at the horde. She's handling the matter beautifully. Get to the classroom before they realize you're all still within shouting distance. At the stark reminder, they all immediately headed to class. Thankfully, it didn't take that long before everyone was in the room, the teacher duo being the last to enter. Nagant was as visibly irritated as was expected, and she plopped herself down onto what was quickly becoming her designated stool. As even further expected, a can of grape soda was in her right hand, though a change was that she lifted a small bowl of grapes from the desk in front of her and sat it in her lap. The quirk inheritor didn't seem to be the only one to notice. Wait, Grand Sensei, Kaminari raised his hand, you said we could have snacks from your drawer, right? The brunette laughed, a loud, pleasant rumble. Yes, that offer from yesterday was not exclusive. You all have free access, but no more than one item from each of you a day, please. It would be unfortunate if the drawer was empty when someone needs the extra boost. The electrification and tape wielders immediately left their seats, going around the desk to peer into the open drawer. The dark-haired teen gasped. You have machi? Did you say machi? Uraraka immediately exclaimed, halfway out of her seat. The blood-red-eyed teacher's laughter was ignored as nearly everyone in the class went up to the desk to grab a snack. By the time the bell rang for the official start to the day, everyone save for Bakugo, Ida, Todoroki, and Grand Sensei himself was snacking on something. All right, before we get on to the more important matters of the day, I will apologize for what you all had to deal with this morning in getting to class. The teacher stated. Someone didn't take into account the potential repercussions of shouting their iconic catchphrase in the halls for everyone to hear. Lessons in dealing with the media, in particular reporters, are not scheduled for quite some time, and they can be quite overwhelming to even those experienced with them. So, as an apology for exposing you to their ravenous desperation for a potentially incriminating response, today's hero course lesson will be instead substituted for a relaxing afternoon playing games in the teacher's lounge. There was a near-universal cheer from the class, now excited for the end of the day rather than drained from the exhausting start. With that out of the way, let us begin the school day proper with some standard start-of-the-year routines. Class presidency. The teens quieted down as they recognized he was still talking. One way we could do this is through me selecting those I feel would be best suited to the roles of president and vice, but I feel it would be more agreeable if we all discussed the matter with each other. The tall man walked around so that he was in front of the desk and leaned back upon it, bracing his hands behind him. What do you all think? Several hands raised, with Ida being selected as the first to speak. The bespectacled boy stood promptly. I feel that the method that would result in the best and most agreed upon class president and class vice president would be to put it to democratic vote. It's only the third day of the school year. Most of you don't have that solid of an understanding of each other's characters. The teacher reasoned. What makes you so certain such a method would work out the way you believe it would? While we do indeed have much to learn about each other and grow as classmates, I feel that yesterday's combat trial in particular helped us understand how we each think and act under pressure. With the aforementioned duties in mind, such knowledge is vital for who is best suited for the roles, leading me to believe that a democratic vote would result in the most efficient means of assigning roles. At the blue-haired boy's words, Grand Sensei hummed thoughtfully. Do any of you disagree with his logic? No one spoke up. Fair enough. Do any of you have any other ideas in mind? Most of the students shook their heads. Then a democratic vote it is. Ida-san, you were the one to suggest the idea. How do you propose us conducting this vote? We can each write the name of the student we feel is best suited for presidency, excluding ourselves. Whoever is voted the most would be assigned the role of class president, with second most being assigned class vice president. Do all of you further agree with that? The class all nodded, which brought a smile to the teacher's face. It's so great to see all of you in clear agreement. If you all could please pull out a slip of paper and conduct the vote as Ida-san suggested, Nagant will collect the votes and count them out. After around 30 seconds, everyone had finished writing down their selections, and the ex-heroine lifted herself from her seat to acquire the slips. The only sounds in the classroom were the muted crunches from snacks being eaten as the votes were counted, and the students were treated to the sight of Lady Nagant smirking once she finished. 7 votes Midoriya-san, 6 votes Yaoyorozu-san. She announced. Then, please, Midoriya-san and Yaoyorozu-san, if you could step up before the class? Grand Sensei requested. The 2 students stood, one shaking, the other collected, and stood on either side of the teacher before the class. Now, all things considered, I won't have Midoriya-san nor Yaoyorozu-san perform the standard acceptance speech for the position. I'm certain there's no need to verbalize why. Instead, I will reiterate to those that need it, this was done via vote. A third of the class felt that, only having known him 2 days, Midoriya-san was deserving of the position of class president. If anyone disagrees, do not argue your point to me, but your classmates. The man explained. However, while we are skipping the obligatory speech, we will not be denying your new roles. Class president and vice, before we move forward with today's lessons, is there anything you believe we should take care of first? Yaoyorozu-san and IC can discuss our roles during our B-breaks. Midoriya reasoned. Indeed. I don't believe there is anything that cannot be done at a later time. The heiress corresponded. Then, please return to your seats so that we may begin with class. Starting Monday, I will have you 2 mark attendance, so please take the time to get yourselves more familiar with your classmates. In the same manner, I will also allow you 2 to assign a schedule for classroom duties, which will take into effect Monday. Ah, the freckled teen quietly screamed as he sat down, I feel like I'm gonna combust. It is quite all right to feel nervous, Midoriya-san. The ponytailed girl soothed as she sat across from him, her tray stacked high enough to feed an entire family. He squeaked at her presence. I've dealt with the responsibilities of class president before. They are not as demanding as you would be led to believe. Indeed. Ida boomed from the verdict's right as he, too, sat down. The quirk inheritor once more squeaked. Apply simple organizational skills and you will find it is no more difficult than math. But everyone will be relying on me? Izuku trembled. Don't worry about that. Uraraka smiled as she took his left side. There was yet another squeak from the boy. I already know most of the class is gonna do everything we can to make sure you don't get overwhelmed. You don't deserve that. Karo. Izuku was slowly turning into a squeaky toy. Ashui sat down to the right of Yaoyorozu. You really need to have more confidence in yourself, Midoriya-chan. I get why, but the past 2 days should be example enough that things are gonna be a lot different here than your previous schools. Yeah. Kirishima beamed as he dropped into the open space on Ida's right. Izuku's squeal was slowly increasing in volume. I mean, I really have no idea what your middle school was like, but hearing that you were ready to take on the entrance exam without a quirk? That's manly as hell. It really does speak volumes about your character, and how driven you are to be a hero. Yaoyorozu agreed, dabbing at her face with a napkin. Just when the freckled teen thought he could catch a break, Jiro slipped into the seat to the heiress left. I saw you at the entrance exam, now that I look back on it. You looked like you were barely keeping yourself from passing out, but you still went and did it. It honestly kinda inspired me, since I was also really nervous. While something warm did manifest in his chest at those words, he couldn't help but automatically retort. Beep, there's no way I inspired you, I'm just a useless Deku, and why you're so cool. Most everyone at the table turned concerned at those words. I had hoped I misheard during the quirk apprehension test, Yaoyorozu hummed, but you are not a Deku, Midoriya-san. Bakugo-san was being incredibly hurtful and derogatory for coining you that name. That's because he couldn't pronounce my name as kids. I let him call me that. I thought that he had called you Dikairu before Grand-sensei got mad at him. Uraraka frowned. Midoriya-kun, Grand-sensei's told him off like 4 times in the past 2 days for how aggressive he is to you. That's how a bully behaves. You guys just don't have the full story. He pleaded. Everyone at school constantly praised him, and that got to his head. I'm sure that being here will help him a lot, because he won't be in that environment. Midoriya-san, it is a choice to be rude to another, that one makes themselves. Ida declared. Please do not attempt to justify such offensive behavior. He really didn't know better. I'm telling you the Verdet's words were cut off by a blaring alarm. Jiro flinched and covered her ears, as everyone else immediately jumped out of their seats. What's that? Before anyone could answer, the rest of the students in the building began screaming in panic and running, instantly causing a flood that made it impossible for anyone to go anywhere. Uraraka yelped in pain as she was crushed, being pushed around and elbowed from multiple directions. Yaoyorozu immediately went to hug Jiro, the loud noise visibly making it difficult for the smaller girl to focus on not getting swallowed by the crowd. Kirishima was able to harden his skin, making it more uncomfortable for those that crashed against him than himself. Izuku ended up being slammed against the glass, his vision swimming the slightest for a moment from his head bouncing against the unforgiving surface. Ida's voice wavered as he attempted to call the crowd to order, his body being pushed around as he was ignored. A green eye forced itself open while he was stuck against the glass, and he was able to catch a group coming in from the front gate. Just a moment later, his eyes narrowed in recognition. It's the press, he exclaimed to himself. They're that desperate for an interview? He grunted from another body slamming into his back. Karo. A voice groaned into his ear. Are you okay, Midoriya-chan? I'll be fine. The alarm went off because the reporters trespassed. We need to tell everyone so they calm down. That's going to be a bit difficult with everyone being so loud. It will be hard to be heard. Yeah, we have to think about volume. I told you to call me Tsuchan. You can extend your tongue, yes? Do you think you can reach Yaoyorozu-san? She's only a few feet away. It would be easy, Karo. What do you have in mind? We need to get her to create a megaphone. Then we can announce it to the alarm cut off as sharply as it first sounded. Everything is fine. Grand-sensei's voice killed the cacophony of screaming. The alarm is set to go off at any unauthorized entry. It was simply some reporters being overeager. While it was startling, there is no threat. Please, slow down, and return to class while we deal with people that really should know better. At the teacher's words, people began to spread out from each other, mindful that others were being squished. Several even stepped forward, guiltily helping some climb to their feet. Izuku quickly went over to where Uraraka and Ida stood together. Hey, are you two all right? He asked immediately. I'll be fine, just really looking forward to Grand-sensei's promise later. The gravity girl moaned. I am also unharmed. The engine wielder chopped. The students of this establishment really should have acted better. We are students of such a renowned school, and therefore should act accordingly. I will be taking Jiro-san to the nurse's office to check on her ears. Yaoyorozu announced as they walked up, the earphone jack wielder cradling her ears. Otherwise, we are only mildly shaken. I feel ya, Kirishima panted lightly as he joined the group. My heart is going all crazy, but I'll be good in a little bit. How manly it was Grand-sensei, though, to calm everyone down so easily. The rosy-cheeked brunette nodded her head while humming in agreement. He even joked about the reporters a little to lighten the mood. Did you guys catch that? Speaking of the reporters, I can't believe they would trespass like that just for an interview. Azui croaked. Grand-sensei's been telling us about how crazy they are, but I really didn't think they were that bad. Reporters' jobs are dependent on their ability to provide content. The teacher in question explained, standing in between Izuku and Ida. It's a perpetual race between news groups over who can get to the most attention-grabbing content the quickest. With their focus on producing results over anything else, that leads to cut corners, misleading articles, and the smudging of ethical lines. That is highly unprofessional. All of those reporters should be ashamed of themselves. The legacy chopped wildly. Surprisingly, you'll find that many of them are. The hero students stared in shock. There is an unfortunate amount of professions that have been plagued by greed, not from the basic worker, but those in the highest positions. Certain environments prioritize results over anything else, turning sincerity into a restrictive trait rather than a sought-out one. Many seek out said professions out of passion, only to sadly learn that the company they join has lost sight of its purpose. In order to continue pursuing their passion, they are left no other choice but to muddy their hands. Blood-red eyes glinted with something none of the teens could place. For the vast majority of those in such situations, they desperately wish they could return things to their roots, though believe they lack the ability to incite such change by themselves. Off to class now. You want to get to your hero class today sooner rather than later, don't you? Uraraka and Kirishima immediately perked up. Yeah, see you later, Grand-sensei. Uraraka grabbed Izuku's hand, pulling him along after her while the rest of the group followed towards their class. As soon as their homeroom teacher and his assistant entered the room, they could immediately feel the excitement in the air. "My, eager for your hero class today, aren't you?" the man teased. "Of course we are. The news has been giving us a hard time all day." Kaminari couldn't rein himself in from commenting. The brunette chuckled. "Yes, you're quite right about that, Kaminari-san. A rather hard time indeed." The purple-eyed woman sent a glance towards the man she was assisting, which he did not respond to. "Especially with the mess that had been your lunch, you are more than deserving of a refresh of sorts. Be aware that this is not going to be a running theme, particularly once you start receiving media lessons. I'll still be here anytime you need to relax and take a break, but I won't shift the lesson schedule around to facilitate it." The students all nodded understandingly. "All right, we'll be in the teacher's lounge until the school day is over, so I will leave it up to you if you wish to bring your bags with you or leave them here." Around half the students brought their bags with them as they stood. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement. "I will leave the classroom unlocked for the rest of you. Come on, I know Nagant has had an itch to play pool since it was first brought up." "No, I haven't," the woman defended, a small pout on her face. "Are you going to say that you haven't gently suggested that our apartment needs more entertainment, then?" He smirked back at her. "It does," she huffed. "And what do you propose for said entertainment?" "Shut up." They reached the door to the teacher's lounge very quickly and were released into the room. Immediately, Ashido, Uraraka, Kirishima and Kaminari all beamed as they sprinted towards their goal. "Beanbag chairs." The four of them screamed as they all jumped onto the seats. "There's a dartboard here?" Shiro grinned, sharing a glance with Ojiro. Jiro's gaze floated over to the guitar sitting next to an amp in the corner, and remained upon it. "The black fridge on the right is my addition. It's filled with treats and drinks," the homeroom teacher prompted. Nagant sauntered over to the far right corner, where the billiards table sat, cue sticks hanging off the nearby wall and pool chalk sitting upon a shelf next to those. Bakugo was the first to join the sniper, Yaoyorozu right after. While the explosive boy aggressively swiped a stick from its rack, he was far more careful and meticulous with rubbing chalk over the tip. An action the ex-heroine seemed approving of. "Is anyone interested in playing Smash Brothers with me?" Azui asked, holding up a Switch controller. "I call Peku," Kaminari declared as he scrambled off the beanbag. "You shall all grow dim before my shine," Aoyama sang as he pranced over. "Is the All Might DLC on it?" Midoriya questioned. There was a gentle crash, those unfamiliar with the sound turning to see it was nothing more than Bakugo breaking in pool. Lady Nagant was leaning on her cue confidently, Yaoyorozu was patiently waiting with her hands behind her back, and Tokoyami had his arms crossed over his chest as he leaned against the wall next to the sticks. The teacher of the class sat himself at his desk and began working at his computer, a cup of apple juice next to him. Ida, Shoji, and Todoroki all sat in chairs around those using the Switch, content to simply watch the others play. The group felt most comfortable playing 4-player, with Uraraka, Sato, and Hagakure waiting for their turns. Ashido and Kirishima bounced around, stating that they were simply waiting for whatever game would be available first. Mineta was by Shiro and Ojiro, the three of them playing darts. Koda quietly went up to his teacher, signing if it was all right for him to do some of his homework. The man smiled and signed back that there was more than enough room at the desk for the boy to sit next to him and ask for help if he desired. The rocky-headed boy smiled and pulled up a chair. The evening continued like so, Jiro ending up finding her way to the guitar and playing to herself at a low volume. The group at the switch gradually turned more excited, Ida and Shoji agreeing to be officiators that kept the peace. Todoroki kept silent, only the teacher able to tell how lost the boy was behind his stoic visage. The trio at darts fell into a quiet conversation, the tailed boy growing red-faced on occasion, but making no move to leave. Nagant, as she had claimed, was cleanly sweeping through every game she played, achieving victory her first turn with very few exception. Yaoyorozu and Bakugo challenged her the most, the former with an eager awe at Nagant's skill and the latter with an unflinching drive to beat the assistant. Grand-sensei, you mentioned this morning that yourself and Lady Nagant-sensei agreed upon a contract wherein she willingly sacrificed herself to those wolves known as reporters. What did you sacrifice in turn? The bird-headed boy of the class wondered. The pink and blue-haired woman immediately grew a wolfish grin as she prowled towards where the cues hung on the wall and took another. Thank you, Tokoyami-san, you just reminded me of that. Come on, bastard, time to show that you're not as flawless as you make yourself out to be, she announced while tossing the cue the brunette's way. He caught the stick and stood with an accepting look on his face. As she has indirectly stated, I promised Lady Nagant that I would play her in a game of pool should she willingly distract the press. Would you like to break or should I? He asked, as Yaoyorozu set up the game, an excited glint in her eyes. You know, the sniper drawled, I'm kind of getting tired of breaking so much, I think I'll let you have a head start. You'll need it after all. If that's what you'd like, I shall oblige. Blood red passed over the table, phantom images going through his eyes. Would you prefer solids or stripes? At the question, the undefeated champion of the game raised an eyebrow. I'd feel real concerned if you need me to explain that's not how this game works. Humor me, he requested as he palmed the cue ball, tossing it in the air casually. She shrugged, uncaring. All right, fine. I'll say stripes then. Don't know what you plan to do with that. With a pleased smile, the man gently placed the white ball down on the table, off to the side, before getting into position. 8-ball, right far corner pocket, he announced without warning. What? The assistant startled. Unlike Nagant, or any of the other experienced players throughout the evening, Grand-sensei did not test his aim first. As soon as he pulled the stick back the first time, he snapped it forward, sending the cue ball into the triangle. With the conversation having captured the attention of everyone else in the room, the ex-heroine and heroes in training all watched as the balls bounced around the table, a high enough velocity that they threatened to bounce off the felt entirely. Just as with Nagant's and Yaoyorozu's breaks, those balls started to bounce into the holes. However, what those previously mentioned began to notice was that there was a pattern. The ponytailed girl's eyes widened in shock while the ex-convict started to slowly step up to the table in growing horror and bafflement. The homeroom teacher, in turn, stepped away, calmly picking up his cup and sipping at it with a knowing look directed towards the purple-eyed woman. As the spheres bounced around, the skilled players were able to take stock, putting together that the only balls that were potted were solid in color. The heiress and sniper further were appalled that they were potted in order. The two of them joined each other in watching as the 5, 6, and 7 balls all rolled into the various holes. By the time the stripes all lost their momentum, the 8 gently swooped into the right side, far corner pocket. The previously undefeated queen stared in disbelief at the table, her gaze darting at all 7 of the striped balls that remained sitting atop the table, and the 8 solidly colored balls that sat inside of the nets below the holes. What the fuck? The woman screamed. The engine of the bus was ever so faintly heard past the casual conversation inside. The students were all comfortably seated, Grand-sensei quietly watching the automatically turning wheel and self-adjusting pedals like he was mentally dismantling the mechanisms. Lady Nagant was staring emptily towards the roof of the vehicle, still lost in shock from the teacher's display the previous afternoon. There was a passive excitement in the air, the teens all refreshed from the games and eager for the rescue training they were about to take part in. Midoriya-chan, I think you've picked it up by now, but just to make it clear, I like to speak my mind. Azui clarified. The boy looked over to the frog girl in curiosity. Your quirk is a lot like All Might's. The pink and blue-haired woman twitched in her seat. Grand Sensei did not react in the slightest. Why you, that's, how do dash the freckled class president visibly mentally crashed. Hold on, 13. Kirishima tilted his head. All Might can use the full power of his quirk without hurting himself. Midobro can only use a little bit of it. Yeah, and the level of power is completely different. Siro brought up. Midoriya-sans used his full power during the combat trial, and it blew a hole through 4 floors. You think All Might's full power is that low? I wasn't trying to imply that they had the same power, Karo. The Verdette defended. 2 people having the same quirk is impossible. None of the students noticed the freckled boy flinch. I was thinking that maybe he could use that as inspiration for how he fights. It's greatly appreciated that you want to help your fellow classmates, Su-chan. The homeroom teacher started. However, you'll actually find that taking inspiration from All Might's fighting style would be a detriment. Bakugo immediately scoffed. The fuck were you talking about, Snake Eyes? I was just starting to think you're actually smart, and then you sprout stupid shit like that. All Might has won every fight that the public is aware of, yes. The teacher explained. However, this is not due to combative skill, but controlled application of power. He hits harder than anyone he encounters, and moves faster than anyone he encounters. Each and every fight begins and ends with a single decisive blow which instantly renders his opponent incapable of continuing. He's never needed to be an intelligent combatant, as his power is so ridiculously overwhelming. Are you saying that, in a situation where All Might were to hypothetically fight someone his physical match, he would likely lose? Yaoyorozu questioned. What I've personally put together of his fighting style is that all of his attacks are some variation of punch, with the occasional grapple. His ranged attacks are nothing more than the wind produced from his punches, that upon meeting him in person, I am certain he discovered more on accident than intentionally. Everything revolves around his strength, with very minor nuanced application of it beyond ensuring that he doesn't kill with his strikes. In a situation he could not win with might alone, he would struggle greatly. That's all hypothetical, though. Bakugo rolled his eyes. No one's strong enough to win a fight against All Might, and no one ever will be. Precise control and polished skill dramatically empowers any level of strength. Grand Sensei elaborated. High stamina is further heightened by learning how to expend less energy. Great durability is made greater by mastering the art of dodging. Immense power is more potent if applied to an enemy's weak spot. There is no excuse to be lacking in skill. But we are beginning to stray from the original subject. The reason I say All Might is not good as inspiration in quirk utilization is due to him not being creative with his use. Replicating his fighting style will yield the same results. It will lead to you being predictable and easily countered. Grand Sensei, you seem like you have a problem with All Might. Uraraka voiced. I believe he could very much be smarter. I also fundamentally take issue with being over-reliant on any one thing, most especially power. Forgive me if I've painted the image of disliking him. Blood-red eyes swiveled towards the gravity girl. I have critiqued the man in front of you all too much, while complimenting him too little. There is no need to explain why he is the #1 hero of Japan, but I will still say that I highly approve of his sincerity with saving and inspiring others. He is a guardian above all else, as befitting his role. Nearly any civilian is instantly comforted by his presence, just as nearly any villain instantly loses confidence in their success. Regardless of how lacking he is as a teacher, and how deeply I disapprove of his modus operandi, it cannot be argued that his values and reputation are exactly as they should be. The vehicle stopped moving. And, with some perfect timing, if I say so myself, we are now at where we will be conducting your rescue training. If you'll please leave the bus, so that we may meet up with one of your other instructors for today's exercises. With anticipatory curiosity, Yaoyorozu and Midoriya kept the other students from exiting in too much of a rush, the group standing outside the bus and looking to the large domed building they were to spend the rest of the class day inside. At the front doors of said building, a figure stood, their visage familiar to a few of the students. "Is that 13? Uraraka squealed, Midoriya just shy of being as sparkly-eyed as she was next to her. Grand Sensei smiled softly at the sight of the two of them trading information about the heroine in question. Nagant turned away, only the homeroom teacher catching her mutter of how pure the two students looked while gushing. "It's nice to see I have fans." The space hero cheered. "I'd be happy to chat with you when there's free time, but it's gotta take a back seat for now, okay?" The duo nodded while smiling brightly. "Time for introductions, then. I guess I don't need to tell you about myself with those two having done the job for me, so I'll lead with my prize training studio, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short." The space-suited heroine led the group inside, the other two teachers coming up to stand next to her. "I do believe we were supposed to have a little more company, weren't we?" The brunette hummed, so that only the other adults could hear him. The white-clad woman waved it off, blood red and purple, catching that the hand used only had 3 fingers out. "A surprise for later, let's say?" At the response, a sigh escaped the tall man. "You'd think someone so experienced would be better with their time management. You'd think, yeah?" The owner of the building returned the sigh. She then shifted around, the other two following so that the staff members were facing the students. 13 stepped forward and spread her arms out flauntingly. "Welcome to my USJ, students. This is one of my accomplishments I am most proud of, a training center that can simulate nearly any rescue environment you could potentially be involved in. Nothing can really prepare you for the real thing, but I dare say this comes impressively close. We've got dedicated zones to help you get practice in situations you're most likely to be involved in, from collapsing buildings in the ruin zone to sinking ships in the flood zone. Cityscapes, forested areas, blazing fires and pouring rain, I've tried to cover as many corners as I could with this place." Her bubbly pride was evident in her tone. With the major introduction out of the way, she let her arms flop to her sides. "Before we get on with the training, though, I've got one thing to tell you all. Or maybe 2, actually 3. Wait, there's 4, possibly 5. We'll be talking about a lot of things today. But we have to start this lesson off with my quirk." The woman started as she lifted a hand, gesturing to the silver caps on the fingertips of her suit. "My quirk is called Black Hole. Like the spatial anomaly in question, I suck things into my body, and like Uraraka-san and Midoriya-san mentioned, I used that during rescues to suck up debris that are blocking access to civilians in need of saving. But if I'm not careful, that same quirk can just as easily suck up the civilians I'm trying to save." The students all tensed from the grave statement. With your quirk apprehension test, you all discovered the limits of what you can do with your quirks. During your combat trial, you learned how those quirks can be used to harm others. Today, you'll instead be discovering how to use your quirks to directly save lives. Quirks are our tools, they just might be our most important tools in the field, and understanding every way to use them, especially heroically, is what will be driving into you while you're enrolled at this school. And looking at you all now, I can see you all will be incredible heroes once you graduate. The teens were nearly universally beaming, eager energy drumming within them. "I love this school." Kaminari couldn't contain, bringing Grand Sensei and 13 to laugh lightly while the corners of Nagant's lips turned up. "Well then, let's see." The space hero was cut off by all attention shifting to the well-dressed teacher, whose head had snapped around towards the pavilion at the bottom of the stairs. "Grand Sensei?" the heroine asked with trepidation. The man remained silent for a moment, pools of blood red locked firmly on something no one else could see. Then he silently took a step forward, in the direction he was facing, his eyes narrowing slightly. "John." Nagant's voice was tense, the woman tilting her body so that her right side was in the direction the man was facing. Wordlessly, he brought up his right hand, extending his pointer finger upwards as a sign for them to wait. Kirishima's own voice wavered, nervousness reverberating within him. "Is this part of the training?" "No." Each of the students and ex-heroine all froze at the return of that voice from the first day. Hammering their fear even deeper into the students' forms, Something dark swirled into existence exactly where their teacher was focused. Almost like a fog, it encroached outwards, a near black-violet wall that grew and grew. It reached a size large enough to fit a fully grown man, before expanding even more, the wall taking up half the pavilion. As everyone stared, something came through the fog, a metal rectangle the size of a wrist, colored a dirty and tarnished gold. It moved forward, revealing it was connected to a horrifically pale and gaunt hand, covering the face of the one that was stepping through. A man, thin, lanky, pale and slightly swaying with a barely leashed madness. His hair a soft blue, ragged and disregarded, stretching to his shoulders. A black long-sleeve shirt and pants covered his skin, crimson shoes atop his feet, but it was even more severed hands that truly adorned his form. All over his arms, some upon his chest wherever they would stay. Psychotic maroon peered through the gaps between the fingers upon his face. I warned that damn principal to at least reschedule this trip, Grand Sensei growled, but of course, he was the one with the hyperintelligence quirk, and therefore knew better. While the man covered in hands stood, hunched over with his arms hanging limply, more bodies left the fog. Nearly all of them were in casual clothes, flaunting quirks of all types, menacing looks upon their faces. But what caught the attention of both the students and staff was the hulking mass of black muscle, taller than the homeroom teacher and possibly even All Might, that stomped up to the side of the hand-covered man. It wore only a pair of beige shorts with white skull-shaped knee pads. Furious red tears were upon its arms, like its skin was not suited to containing what was inside. Its face was the most frightening aspect, the beak of a bird slightly slacked open to hint at sharp, pointed teeth. Above the beak was only brain matter, without hair, flesh, muscle, or bone. Its eyes, unfocused and seemingly unseeing, were penetrating out from the pink mass in a desecration of the human form. 13. Guard the students. Nagant, backline support? Were the orders given by the blood-red-eyed man as he slunk forward another step. Wait. The space hero called after a moment, having instinctively moved as per the man's instructions before thinking. You're a civilian too. Shut up and listen to him. The sniper snapped as she extended her rifle, peering through the scope. Grand Sensei, you explained you don't possess a hero license? Ida yelled. It would only prove restricting. The man commented as he began rolling up his left sleeve. But dash. Goddammit, all of you shut up. The pink and blue-haired woman cut off. If John's stepping up, don't tell him to pull away. You're all being so noisy. The hand-wearing villain's voice was scratchy, almost whining. Annoyance as most prominent in his tone. But you're not giving me the quest dialogue I want. I thought All Might was supposed to be here? As he spoke, the fog coalesced into a much smaller shape, yellow eyes revealing themselves while also showcasing a silver brace just below. The schedule we procured yesterday stated as such. The fog being's voice was much deeper, a sophisticated tone to his speech. Blood-red and purple eyes narrowed dangerously at the comment. In annoyance, the hand villain reached up to scratch at his neck. Useless fucking NPCs, bosses aren't supposed to be chance-based. The man tilted his head as he continued to scratch. I wonder if he'll come if we kill a few of these kids? At the clear intention to follow through on his threat, the students expected to feel that same thorough cold they experienced on the first day from their teacher. Instead, it was heat they felt, itching upon their skin, drying their mouths and burning at their eyes. The almost painful pricking sensation that pressed upon them ramped up their heart rates and shortened their breathing. Only, they found, that turned it more difficult to breathe. Trading glances, they realized it was not a phantom sensation born out of fear from the danger, but an actual oppressive heat that bit at the very oxygen in the air. Midoriya was the first to truly understand, catching Nagant tilt her head towards the still-walking civilian. Is this Grand Sensei's quirk? He muttered. Please tell me you're done with the whole genteel teacher act. There was a light pant to the sniper's voice. I'm still a teacher. The man corrected as he began working at his right sleeve, having reached the stairs and beginning to stalk down them. Now is simply not the time to be gentle. Seeing the man quietly approach, over a dozen villains smirked viciously and took aim with their various quirks, firing without hesitation. Just as 13 and the students were about to shout in terror, everyone in the building witnessed the projectiles fired at the man simply disappear once they were within a few meters of him. There was no sound to the act, nor visual indication of what occurred. The items seemed to cease to exist. It took several seconds before the villains were able to collect themselves enough to stop firing, confusion rippling through the horde of thugs. The teacher was halfway down the stairs, had finished with his sleeves, and now was continuing to move forward with his arms at his sides. Pools of spilled blood bore down on all that was below him. Flinching, one villain howled as he dug his fingers into the ground, pulling up a massive chunk of concrete as large as a small car before hurling it at the brunette. In the same manner as the needles, strands of hair, bullets, and other projectiles, all witnessed, as if in slow motion, the boulder being erased as soon as it was within the suited man's vicinity. Grand Sensei's face was unshifting as he reached the final step, the crowd of villains all recoiling back as he continued to walk up to them. Screaming madly, a man made of metal charged at the teacher. To their collective relief, the man did not disintegrate like everything else had been. That relief was short-lived, as the teacher gracefully leaned out of the way of the heavy left hook, swept the man's feet out from under him with his right leg, and brought that foot around to stomp the metal man's neck into the ground. The concrete cratered, but what was focused on more was the sound of metal denting. The thug's body turned limp as his skin melted back to flesh. Wordlessly, the brunette lifted his foot from the villain's throat and continued in his path. The rest of the villains further flinched back, much more uncomfortable with the prospect of fighting this previously thought to be normal man. He's only one guy, overwhelm him. The scratchy voice of the hand villain grated the ears of those that heard it. But the underlings listened to the orders nonetheless. A group of 5 all rushed at the man. The sound of a gunshot pounded through the air, and the second from the right was sent flying back, crashing upon the ground unconsciously. The one in the center received the teacher's right shoe in his face, Grand Sensei having leaned back to perform the action, allowing him to easily slip out of the path of the attack from the woman's second from the left. With a shift of the hips, John's foot left the villain's face, and crashed into the woman's head with enough force to send her into the thug at the furthest left. Leaning slightly to place his foot firmly on the ground, the minor action once more was just enough that the remaining villain missed their attack by a hair, the brunette's left elbow rising backwards to slam into the last villain's chin. As the villain tumbled back from the blow, the teacher brought his left foot up and around in a roundhouse kick that dropped the surprised 6th villain that thought John's back was a blind spot. The end result of which left the man once more facing the crowd of villains. Grand Sensei? The man's head snapped around, dodging another attack at the voice of Hagakure. Near black fog had enveloped the top of the stairs, devouring the group whole. Nagant, in a panicked move, grunted heavily as she threw the limp body of 13 John's way. Blood-red eyes widened, and the knuckles of his right hand crashed against the side of a villain's face before he moved towards the falling heroine. As she came at him, he spotted that the back of her costume had been torn away, bringing the man to adjust his form so as to catch her front rather than her back. Projectiles that had attempted to take advantage of distraction disintegrated, as other thugs came close only for further minimal movements to leave them as groaning bodies on the ground. 13, are you conscious? He demanded. And in pain? She breathed. Does your suit have any functions that would help the injury? No, it just looks cool. Then it doesn't disturb your quirk use? The caps on my fingers were originally just to help with accidental quirk use. She answered. Hold still. Before she could even wonder what he was going to do, the man gripped the back of her suit where her helmet connected to the rest of the material, and ripped it off completely. The helmet was flung at another thug, bouncing off the head of 2 before losing the necessary momentum to take out any more. From there, John brought a hand around to her collarbone, the other to the collar of her suit, and pulled the 2 away from each other. The woman was relieved of her suit, leaving her in a short-sleeved black recreation of an astronaut's undersuit. Without the costume in the way, the teacher was able to see that the woman's back was pulled apart, though not grievously enough to indicate permanent injury. I don't have the means for first aid. You're going to have to fight through the pain until we can get you to Yayorozu-san. Mindful of her injury, The brunette picked the woman up and held her at his side while continuing to fight. To the red-eyed man's concern, while he heard gunshots, he did not see any more bodies in the pavilion drop in time with the sounds. I figure that the fog villain with the portal quirk redirected your black hole through his portal into your back. While distracted, he then teleported the students and Nagant. You're good at figuring stuff out, you know that? 13 wheezed as she shakily brought a hand up and called forth a small black hole, eating away at a bat in the hands of a villain she felt was coming too close. The teacher's eyes darted around the facility, searching, as his ears craned. They're still in the building. Most everyone has at least one other with them. I'm able to account for everyone but blood-red orbs hardened. I'll deal with him later. Nagant is in the forested area between the downpour and flood zones. How well can you walk? What are you hoping for? Get to Nagant and tell her to get over here. As long as I don't need to worry about getting attacked, I can make it. Then don't waste any time. He ordered as he put her down, prowling forward and choke-slamming a villain with a rhinoceros quirk. With mild tremors coursing through her body, the space hero began to carefully limp in the direction of the downpour zone. Boo! The hell, Ryu? You're not in a costume, so you can't be one of those heroes. The hand villain spoke up, having calmly stepped through the crowd until he was at the front of the pack. And you're dealing with my mobs pretty well, so you've got a few levels on you. Would you listen if I introduced myself? The teacher drawled. The villain grunted. Probably not. You've got a good amount of stats in INT, though, to realize. What's your gimmick, huh? You the mid-boss to get me warmed up for the real thing? I take it you're referencing All Might, considering your earlier comment? Who else would I be talking about? You think the Mickey Mouse knockoff that runs this place counts as a boss? He's not a mouse, but I get your point. A bit narrow-minded of a view, but expected if you treat the world like an RPG. Boss, can you help us out instead of just chatting this guy up? We can't even figure out his quirk. One of the thugs complained. It's obviously an anti-projectile shield, you dumbass mobs. The lanky villain rolled his eyes. The only shit that disappears is crap that's thrown at him. Are you fucking blind? The teacher hummed. I see you've been watching me closely, analyzing how I fight. Blood-red eyes passed over the black-clad villain appreciatively. Your words are half right, I'll give you that. You think you can get into my head like that? The villain snorted. Your CHA stat must be low, your persuasion check failed. Get him, you morons. Momo bit the inside of her lip as her staff swung against the head of another villain. She couldn't afford to show her panic. It would both inspire the villains and lower the morale of Jiro and Kaminari. The fog villain had teleported them to the mountain zone, surrounded by dozens of villains, all eager to kill them, or she refrained from looking in the direction of a notable few that had not stopped looking her way. Worse. Kaminari had been gifted a metal baton she had created, allowing him to control his electricity to an extent and functionally tase villains that he hit. Jiro had also been given a metal bat, but she required it less as she was blasting pulses of her heartbeat as ranged attacks. The problem was, there was too many villains, and she couldn't think of a way of not exhausting the three of them long before they defeated them all. She was already panting and sweating, with the other two only in worse states than herself. Kaminari at least deterred villains a notable amount due to his body sparking with electricity, threatening to shock anyone that dared touch him. Jiro, unfortunately, did not share that same trait, and Momo, even less so. It did not help that her mind refused to leave the thought of Grand Sensei taking on the horde of villains, a group at least triple in size what they were struggling against. He clearly displayed that he possessed no concern for projectiles, and his skill was as impressive in combat as it was upon the billiards table, but one could only do so much against over 100 enemies. Nagant was able to snipe 4 or 5 before her attention had been redirected towards the fog villain, but that number was small in comparison to what still laid before their teacher. It didn't help that the capabilities of the hand villain, and even worse, that beaked monster, were completely unknown. The two put off the air of being the true threats out of everyone there, which left the girl deeply concerned. Kaminari having already confirmed that they couldn't contact the outside, there was no help coming to save them. As though her thoughts predicted the future, someone came up from behind the blonde boy. Jiro and Momo both immediately widened their eyes in horror. The boy's body immediately sparked and crackled, the electricity doing nothing other than flowing between the two bodies. The villain chuckled darkly as he held a pistol up to the side of the teen's head. Sorry, you're not the only one here with an electricity quirk. Drop your weapons, girls, or this one gets a bullet through the skull. Kirishima screamed as he continued to barrel through villains, trying to keep the adrenaline rush as long as he could so that his terror wouldn't make him freeze again. It helped a lot that Bakugo kept exploding things behind him. As soon as they opened their eyes in the ruined zone, the blonde had barked at him to stop staring like a moron and beat villain ass, which made him recall what Midobro mentioned about how the bomber had just grown up in a bad environment. Though, it also helped seeing Bakugo play against Lady Nagant in pool. Sure, the boy got frustrated, but he seemed to be understanding of why he lost and just became determined to beat an expert sniper at her own game. He still would have really liked Bakugo to not use his explosions in the zone all about buildings that were on the verge of collapse. That would be really nice. The building they were inside of shook again as the crimson-eyed boy set off another particularly large explosion, and it made the hardening user have another micro-panic attack. Hey, I get the circumstances, but could you turn it down a little? We don't want the building collapsing with us inside. Fuck off, I know what I'm doing. The building keeps shaking when you use your bigger explosions. And that's all it's gonna do, shitty hair. I'm not fucking stupid, I've been watching the support beams. If either of us is gonna bring this building down, it's gonna be you, since you've nearly taken out one of the main support beams 3 fucking times. Wait, you can tell which are the main support beams? Of course I can tell, you dumbass piece of shit. Any hero should know basic information like that. Out of nowhere, someone tackled Kirishima from the side, sending both him and his attacker out the window. Thankfully, it was only a 3-story drop, so he knew he would be just fine. Shitty hair. Bakugo screamed as he boomed out the window, angling his hands upwards and firing himself at Kirishima and his attacker. The bomber shot into the duo, turning the 3 of them into a spinning, dizzying mess. The hardening user felt the first pair of arms get ripped off from him, before a pair of legs crossed around his abdomen. Even more deafening explosions, a jolt that made his neck ache a little, and he felt ground greet his feet a little roughly, but nowhere close to enough that he'd be concerned. Once his vision stopped swimming, he saw Bakugo standing in front of him, steaming mad. Are you saying you have no spatial awareness, huh, you dipshit? You knew he was there? The motherfucker couldn't even keep his eyes closed. Of course I knew he wasn't unconscious. Oh damn, thanks bro. That was super manly of you, but a 3-story drop is nothing for my quirk. Oh of course I fucking knew that, shitty hair. You think I was trying to save you? I wanted to make sure you were close by so I could use you as a meat shield, you got that. You really are a mini-boss, huh? The hand villain exclaimed as more and more thugs were forced in the teacher's direction, only to each fail to even touch the man. It's not like I have to worry about stamina, so I guess I'll sick my Nomu on you as a warm-up for All Might. That beaked mutant that's been unmoving since you came here, I take it? The very same. You appear to be here under the serious intention to defeat him, then? He's specifically made to kill All Might. He's a match in every way, with some extra skills that give him the advantage. Blood-red pools swirled with something unknown as they drifted to the hulking monster. Is that right? The man almost whispered. I got help from my sensei, he knows for sure that it can kill him. And this collection of men you have, they all are aware of this Nomu's capabilities? Came the question. How do you think I got so many to join in for this? We got a lot of people that know what they're talking about to advertise that we got a 100% certain all-might killing weapon. I see. The brunette almost sounded distracted, clearly deep in thought. What a perfect opportunity, then. The blue-haired villain raised an eyebrow. A perfect opportunity for what? Establishment. Oh, you're trying to make a name for yourself, huh? Trying to rise above your status as an NPC? Sorry, once an NPC, always an NPC. The blue-haired villain smirked. No, kill him. The monster turned to a blur with a ferocious howl, moving so fast, the teacher had only managed to turn his head halfway towards the beast by the time it was upon him. Nagant panted as she shot herself across the ground, only dropping her feet to keep her path straight. Thankfully, John had taken care of 13, the sniper, certain that neither she nor any of the students could keep the wounded hero safe while also protecting themselves. She hadn't expected him to send the space hero after her as a form of summons, but the heroine had informed Nagant that she was going to try sneaking around towards the control room of the building. That would help a lot. She made it out of the brush, and she finally was able to have a clear view of the building again. Of course, being at ground level, it wasn't that clear of a view, but it was a lot better than being surrounded by forest. The pink and blue-haired woman locked onto the central plaza and fired a few more shots to reach the location. She managed to get close enough to have an idea what had happened in her absence, just in time to see a black blur streak straight for John. Stiff concern closed up her throat, only to watch as the teacher waved his hand dismissively. His hand barely connected with the blur, and it disappeared with a powerful boom. The hand villain stiffened just as Nagant fired one last shot and landed next to the brunette. "There's been a change of plans," the man announced. Her eyes snapped to him. "We're now going to have a flawless victory." Purple orbs widened. "The students are scattered throughout the facility. I'm going to give you a vantage point, and you will ensure the students are unharmed from this point on while the main force is dealt with. Reinforcements aren't coming, we can't get a signal out. We don't need them." One of his hands came up to her back, fisting the fabric of her dress. "Hold still." The sniper barely had enough time to suck in a breath before she was hurtling through the air. Her surroundings were moving so quickly before her eyes, she couldn't keep track at first, just able to recognize blurs of brown, gray, blue, and green. As her brain began to process, she realized she was high in the air, soaring across the facility towards the ruin zone. Panic jumped through her, but she bit her lip to keep herself from moving. Her momentum began to slow, the wind no longer bashing at her ears, and she felt her hair float a little as gravity struggled to acquire a hold on her. With careful turns of her head, she saw she was aimed at the tallest building inside the facility, an 8-floor tower with a flat roof. As she came closer to the building, and her momentum slowed even further, fear began to creep in, not quite certain she would be able to make it. As the wind had less and less impact until it was practically non-existent, she struggled even harder to not flail around in a desperate attempt to grab at the ledge. The concern that she would smack into the face of the building and fall to her death grew as gravity began to drag her down more and more. She slammed her eyes shut and prayed, keeping her body as still as she could. Then her boots gently touched upon the roof. The sniper blinked, looking down to see she was just a few centimeters away from the edge. She was reminded of John's display at pool and his ridiculously insane geometrical ability. Nagant shook her head and once more extended the barrel of her rifle as she traveled around the roof, her head swiveling around as she looked over angles and blind spots, marking the quality of the vantage point she had literally been thrown at. "How is it?" John's voice asked into her ear. Her eyes widened and she snapped around, her fear and confusion building as she kept looking around, seeing that no one was upon the roof outside of her. "I'll explain how I'm communicating after. Is that spot good enough?" She tested her jaw, casting her gaze around once more. "Sight lines are good. Not perfect, but I've got the practice that it's a non-issue. Only problem is the downpour zone. I can't see inside the dome." "Understood. Time to put on a show." What are you dashed?" Her own words were cut off by noise. It shook her to her core, feeling her bones vibrate and her nerves shudder as her muscles trembled. Her heart rate spiked, nearly inciting a panic attack as her knees buckled from the sound. It was quick and sharp, lasting less than an instant but reverberating around the space to drape its presence and inform all that heard it that they could not merely imagine something so devastating. Her throat locked up as her lungs clenched. The sound had been deep and powerful, having filled the entire space of the facility in the half-second it had sounded to such an extent it was impossible to tell where it had come from. It was a rumble like an earthquake powerful enough to end the world. A deep and violent strike as though something had been utterly eradicated into non-existence. A domineering pound like the wrath of a deity. Along with the sound, there was a flash. It was not a flare like a flame coming into existence, nor a burst like an eruption, but an all-encompassing eclipse where everything within her vision turned white. Like the hammering pound of noise, It lasted for only a brief quarter instant, but the afterimage of white-hot everything was burned into the back of her eyes, searing still despite closed eyes and sinking into her vision like a warning to not forget its sheer scale. Some part of her knew that the flash did not restrain itself to merely her range of vision, but had momentarily consumed the entire facility with its power just like the rumble had. When she was finally returned her ability to see, that was when she most desired to simply fall to her knees. Her mouth dropped, dread, fear, and shock curling into her stomach as what sat inside threatened to escape her body from sheer overwhelming terror. The dome to the downpour zone no longer existed. It was not blown apart. It was not split away from the rest of the building. Its remains were nowhere to be found. One could easily be mistaken that there never had been a dome atop the building, had they not looked at the edges of the walls. They were charred, a black so dark they could be likened to an empty void, removed of anything and everything. As though seared away by a god. Lady Nagant's eyes slowly slipped down, pulling away from the aftermath of such thorough annihilation and towards the source. In the center plaza, the hand villain looked exactly like the ex-heroine felt, absolutely terrified and only incapable of denying what sat before him because he couldn't look away. John stood across from him, staring blankly at the villain with his right arm pointed directly at the downpour zone, his fingers pointed outward. Menacing, white-hot, hissing and dancing arcs of lightning flashed out from the arm. Subdue as many villains as you can? The woman could do nothing but stare, watching his lips move perfectly in time with the words that whispered in her ears. Non-lethal shots only. If you need assistance, simply speak it. Her body moved, possessed by her terror as it screamed what he had done to that building would be replicated upon her if she failed to act, even though he had long ago made it clear he plans to keep her at his side. What the fuck was that? The hand villain muttered. I told you your earlier words were half right. I did not specify which half. Bottomless pits of murder remained inhumanly unmoving from the still circles of Burgundy. I did indeed cause any projectile that was thrown at me to disappear, though a more accurate word would be incinerate. But, my Nomu, oh, it's just fine. His words did not in any way soothe the blue-haired man. I can see it from here. How curious, it regenerated from the damage I dealt to it, yet it seems content to simply sit in its crater. At the information, the villain twitched, turning around to see the beast staring blankly as it laid in the shattered mess that had once been the fountain in the middle of the plaza. I ordered it to dash, wine-red eyes widened. You knocked it out? Ah, the teacher hummed, that explains it. It has no independence, a mindless machine. Without any orders, it cannot act. Furious Crimson snapped back around to meet unflinching Blood Red. Go ahead then. Order it again to kill me. Infuriated by the comment, the villain's jaw nearly unhinged as he screamed. And you, kill that fucking teacher? Another bestial bellow, and it lunged at the brunette. A blast of wind sent the hand villain soaring back, the man regaining control while in the air to land in a crouch, several dozen feet away. Crimson eyes refocused, searching for the paste the man must have been. The man's expression remained flawlessly calm, his head tilted upwards, but his gaze clearly describing that both the creature and its master were beneath him. Not in arrogance, as though he was above them, but as though they should never be compared to him. As though they lived on different planes of existence, and that he could see them completely while they could never fully comprehend him. Not like it was insulting for them to try to reach his level, but instead an event that just was never going to occur. He carried this expression, while his right hand was in front of him, his palm up in the universal sign for stop. Against his palm, the Nomu's fist was splintered against it, muscles torn and bone shattered, skin ripped and blood dripping from the multiple wounds. The beast's arm trembled, not in pain, as the creature possessed no pain receptors, but from the sheer amount of force it was trying to push in the teacher's direction. In such violent opposition that it disturbed the hand villain's brain, the well-dressed man's arm was relaxed and as still as stone, as if the pressure the mutant applied was so insignificant, it might as well not exist to the man. I'll try to refrain from knocking it out this time. The man spoke, before the Nomu disappeared with a powerful boom once more. The ruby-eyed villain heard several distant splashes, each further away than the previous, before there was the deep crash of the Nomu undoubtedly colliding into a wall. The teacher's head tilted the slightest amount, before angling itself to look at something to the hand villain's right. Understood. Once more, the burning, hissing snakes of destruction flickered out from John's left arm. Momo was grateful that whatever that had been had affected the villains around them just as much. That deafening crack with the accompanying blinding burst had stopped her heart for what felt like a full minute, though that could have been her entire body growing numb from the terror. Though she now could see the tremors that plagued the villain that had taken Kaminari hostage, which helped the slightest amount. Surprisingly, gratefully, Jiro did not appear to have been worse off from the bone-rattlingly loud noise, only affected as much as everyone else. So she did not have to both figure out how to resolve the hostage situation and care for a potentially unconscious Jiro. Then there was another eruption of noise that nearly made her vomit from how powerfully it pulsated through her body. There was another blare of light that left something white-hot and unnatural enveloping her vision. Then there was a comparatively much softer thud. Blinking away the vision of otherworldliness, Momo's eyes widened when she saw Kaminari, petrified, with the man that took him hostage halfway across the plateau on the ground. The villain's body was smoking, his mask charred a nauseating obsidian that almost seemed to devour her vision as she looked into it. Before anyone could react, there was a series of much more familiar gunshots, and one of the villains fell to the ground from non-lethal strikes with each consecutive bang. She and Jiro immediately shared a glance, before the two of them screamed with newfound confidence and turned to attack the closest villains to them. A few steps away, the electrification user did the same. The hand villain could do nothing but stare in horrified shock as John dealt with the Nomu as though it was a particularly small child throwing a tantrum over something incredibly stupid. It swiped at the man with one of its enormous arms, only for him to calmly grab its wrist, twist the limb, and place his other palm at its shoulder before pulling it straight from its socket. The bioweapon wasn't given enough time for its instant regeneration to even start before it was smacked hundreds of meters away by its own removed limb. The creature returned, crashing into the ground the man stood, only for it to be revealed an instant later that he was at its side while he was in the middle of kicking its chest with such force that its ribs pierced outward through its skin. The blue-haired man couldn't help but snarl hatefully as his hands scratched at his neck, feeling blood begin to drip and ignoring it completely. His awareness twitched, and he caught a trio of students lift their heads from the edge of the nearby lake. Behind the hand upon his face, the villain's cracked lips pulled into a wild smile, and he darted forward at his fastest, hands splayed out with the intention to murder all three. With a gleeful shriek, his hands snapped forward, grasping onto cloth and holding on tightly. Only to realize the cloth he was grabbing was white and silken. Burgundy eyes blinked, trailing up the form in front of him to see it was the teacher, having maneuvered around the Nomu and instantly gotten in front of the hand villain. His mad grin widened even further, and he pressed his fingertips even more firmly into the fabric, maintaining eye contact to watch the pain fill the blood-red orbs. He felt the shirt decay away under his touch, and his hands come upon vulnerable, unprotected flesh. A psychotic giggle began to slip out from his throat eagerly, as he remained locked onto the teacher's face. Unflinching, unwavering, uncaring. Maroon pools widened before dragging down, gazing upon his two hands, all 10 of his fingertips solidly against the teacher's stomach, with the white shirt having been consumed by his quirk entirely, and light-colored flesh unaffected by the devouring power of his decay. Madly, the villain slid his hands around the teacher's torso, slapping the man's skin at all different angles. To his growing terror, the brunette let him, not bothering to move, remaining inhumanly still. With a raspy cry of frustration, the villain attempted to weave around for the children, only for a hand to enclose around his neck and throw him into the sky. Black enveloped his vision for a moment, and he stumbled onto his hands and knees as he was warped back onto the ground. "Why won't you die?" he screeched. "Why did my quirk not work on you?" Wine hunted around before reconnecting with blood. Frothing madness peered into something understanding that could not be understood. A peasant with a stick demanding to know why he could not harm an omnipotent deity. The slightest shift, and psychotic rage had to scramble away from an all-encompassing death. John's head inched once more. Midoriya-san, Tsuchan, Mineta-san, please go to the front doors of the building. You will make it there safely? The teacher made that announcement while raising an arm, golden erasure crackling upon his now bare skin. Once more, there was the noise of something being removed, the light that could only be described as unholy. A spear of burning light struck a building that was about to fall onto a boy with red hair and another with blonde, hundreds of meters away. The spear reminded the building that it was never there. Nagant and I will have the rest of the class evacuate to the same location. Wait for us there. The trio left immediately. There was another bestial roar, and the Nomu came up from behind the hand villains straight for the brunette. The crimson-eyed man witnessed a hand erupt from the creature's spine, before John swiped his arm, throwing the bioengineered mutant into and through one of the mountains inside the facility. Desperate triumph filled the villain's voice. Even if you have higher stats, my Nomu has instant regeneration and infinite stamina. He'll outlast you. Blood Red remained, unmoving, unblinking. No, it won't. It was not a declaration, but announcement of fact. There was hysterical laughter from the decay wielder. You say that, but I've been watching you rip him apart, with him getting back up every time. You can't kill my Eng. Another inhuman tilt, from impossible muscular control, individual fibers pushing and pulling his head to the side. Did you think I've been trying to kill it this entire time? The villain's breath hitched. No, we checked long before we came over here. It won't die to anything. Crush its heart, split it in two, snap its neck. Nothing can kill it. This time, there was no roar. The Nomu appeared over John's right shoulder, and was on the ground under his foot far too quickly for the villain to understand how. Cold, unending chasms of blood remained upon maroon discs as the brunette reached down and grasped the top of the beaked monster's head, before lifting up. Appearing to not struggle whatsoever, the man pulled the head of the bioweapon off, instantly bringing its movement to a halt. The man continued to watch the villain, as the villain glared at the head in his hands. One itched to be proven right, fingers flexing with furious need to destroy something. The other waited patiently, aware the outcome had already been determined. Seconds passed, far too many for any party to ignore. The body underneath the teacher's heel remained unmoving. The head in his hands too limp to be mistaken as waiting instruction. The blue-haired villain shook with rage he could not properly vent. I will allow you one opportunity to leave, John announced. You came here through a portal created by that fog villain at your side. Leave through that same means. Both villains straightened. What? The hand villain seethed. Do not claim any of the others. Just the two of you. Tamura, we should dash. Shut up, Kurogyri. Interest danced in blood-filled eyes. Why, do you want us to leave? The villain tested his jaw. I'm underleveled, I get that now. Why is this not game over? Multiple reasons. The teacher elaborated. First and foremost, you are confused. You aren't underleveled. I am not your opponent. I am a mentor, a guide. Those you are to fight are my students. I interfered today because you introduced yourself too early. It is they who are too underleveled for you. You want me to kill your students? I want you to be their goal. The final boss, so to speak. Become the threat they grow stronger to combat. I can see it in your eyes. You desire destruction, nothing more and nothing less. A perfect antithesis for any hero. You want me to be their demon king? If that's the title you wish to give yourself, what else? As I said earlier, establishment. This, the man lifted the head still clasped in his grip a slight amount, has been praised as being capable of killing All Might. Spread the word how well our fight turned out. Have them whisper in between the cracks of society of what my lightning can do. Those I am raising now understand what I can do, to an extent. Those I will oppose should understand the same. Building a rep, I get it. Fine. I'll tell them what you did to my Nomu. As long as you make sure to not interfere anymore. I will interfere when necessary. You are not in a position to make demands of me. Tamura spat angrily. Kurogyri, warp us back? Of course, Tamura Shigaraki. The named Kurogyri formed a portal, Shigaraki stomping through. The yellow eyes of the gaseous being peered towards the teacher. Tellurch-sensei's blood-red eyes narrowed as his hand slowly turned upward for the villain to watch his movements. I will be having another talk with him. Gently, he tossed the head towards the portal. It remained open, swallowing the item. The gaseous being nodded its head silently, before it collapsed into itself, leaving the area. The front doors to the facility opened, the entire class, 13, and Lady Nagant turning to it to see it was Grand Sensei. Has someone called to have the villains arrested? He asked. Yeah, I told them everything is already over, so they're making sure they have everything they need. The space hero nodded as Yaoyorozu kneeled behind her, tending to her back. That's good. The hand villain and the fog villain escaped me while I was distracted by their Nomu. Before they left, I caught that their names were Tamura Shigaraki and Kurojiri respectively. So they're still out there? Midoriya's gaze fell. I'm certain they won't be an issue anytime soon. They have more wounds to lick than we. The man glanced around, before his gaze fell upon the heiress. Yaoyorozu, do you mind creating a quilt? The girl blinked in confusion, before actually taking notice that the teacher was shirtless. Of course. She nodded, the item appearing from her back. Jiro, who had been next to Yaoyorozu, handed it to the brunette. To the class's surprise, however, he instead held it in his hands while he moved through the group. They all watched as he took several steps, stopping seemingly randomly, then brought the ends forward. Everyone stared in surprise as the action revealed where Hagakure had been standing, the girl missing her gloves and leaving only her shoes as an indicator for her presence. They were all further surprised when the man took the wrapped-up girl, picked her up, walked over to the outer wall where several of the teens were already sitting, and took his own seat, placing the girl between his raised knees. He leaned her back against his chest, and wrapped his arms loosely around her bundled form. No one moved, silence ringing through the air as they all stared at the sight. Grand Sensei? There was a hopeful tone to the invisible girl's voice, though they could all see she was stiff underneath the quilt. Ask it? He looked straight ahead, allowing her to verbalize the question for the rest of the class. You can see me, can't you? Yes. The other students and 13 all watched, open-mouthed. That's why you looked so mad when you saw my costume, and how you always look me in the eyes, huh? It is already scheduled in the lesson plan to go over each of your costumes for improvements. For you in particular, I have learned through a third year there exists a fabric that can be made from your hair which is compatible with one's quirk. The girl snuggled into the teacher's form. Thank you. Wait, why did you give her a quilt? Mineta asked. Several of the students glared at the boy. She was warped to the landslide zone with Todoroki, and I believe you can imagine how little protection her gloves and shoes provided her for the cold. The split-hair boy straightened in shock, guilt flashing over his face. How did you know where she ended up? Uraraka wondered. Grand Sensei's gaze floated casually over to a particular blonde. I know where each of you ended up. The boy stiffened under the knowing gaze. Grand Sensei, you never told us your quirk? Midoriya raised his head, his eyes firm. I don't think anyone even noticed, but during introductions, neither of you mentioned what your quirks are. We already were shown what Lady Nagant-sensei's quirk was from the apprehension test, but you don't have that excuse. I'm not going to avoid the question, but I will say that the reason I didn't mention what my quirk was is because I feel everyone in this world overvalues quirks. I was quietly trying to show you all that quirks are not fundamental to your character. Appreciated. The verdict nodded. What is your quirk? The brunette leaned his head back, his gaze casting straight. I assure I am not being insulting when I say my power is difficult to grasp in its entirety, he announced. I call it the storm, as that is quite an accurate description of it. Annihilative, supernatural, it has been likened as the wrath of God. The easiest ways to see how it manifests is through my strength, speed, and as you all saw today, my lightning. Before you go assuming, I repeat that I practice what I preach. Any skillful feats you witness me perform is through practice, not power. What about you being able to see me? The invisible girl questioned. As I said, it is difficult to grasp in its entirety. You wouldn't be able to understand how, but part of my power is that I see through anything that would mean to trick my eyes. Invisibility, illusions, certain forms of shape-shifting. During the apprehension test, you reasoned to Lady Nagant it would be unfair if you participated. We simply assumed incorrectly in what way that meant, didn't we? Yaoyorozu looked crestfallen. Don't lament such things. I phrase my words intentionally to incite such ways of thought. I can't hear you, Jiro announced. With my quirk. The girls already know, but I don't hear you breathe, walk, or your heartbeat. Soundless walking is practice? He hummed. I neither breathe nor have a heartbeat. All except Lady Nagant stared in disbelief. I further don't need to eat, drink, or sleep, and do so recreationally. Finally, I cannot become neither intoxicated, nor any form of high. Are you immortal? Kaminari blurted. I don't know. The man answered. How did you paralyze me on the first day? Bakugo's voice was quiet. The stormy allows me to manipulate electricity at my leisure. I've practiced it to take control of the human nervous system, a technique I called puppeteer. When the villains shot at you, Midoriya frowned in thought. Their projectiles disappeared when they got close. That was you manipulating the heat of your lightning to incinerate them, wasn't it? Quite right. Those? Yaoyorozu wet her lips nervously. Those were you? I applied more power than necessary, but yes. Why so strong? 13 demanded. This way, the villains know that, if they desire to attack my students, I will be waiting. The teens all smiled at the answer. Lady Nagant knocked on the door, a mildly irritated look on her face that was closer to boredom. She cocked her hips to one side and rested her fist upon it as she waited a response, which she thankfully did not have to wait long for. Please come in. The cheerful voice of the rat called through the door. The sniper turned the knob and stepped inside, shutting the door behind her. Greetings, Lady Nagant. I wasn't expecting a visit from you today. To what do I owe the pleasure? The pink and blue-haired woman lifted the papers in her hand. A few things from John for you, she explained before handing the rat the items in question. The mammal began parsing through the documents as he continued conversation. That's rather odd. While you are his assistant, and as such expected to perform tasks such as this, he usually delivers things himself to me. He's one of the fascinating few who is not to some degree uncomfortable in my presence. He's otherwise occupied. There was a wince in the woman's tone. He wanted me to tell you that what's included is a full report detailing what happened inside the USJ, a certificate of ownership of some project you were working on, a formal request for a change to the school he's willing to fund himself, and a letter that's basically both his I told you so and his preemptive complaints about your future decisions. Yes, I am mature enough to take responsibility for the USJ blunder. The principal sighed. I am grateful that Grand Kuin stepped in. The losses would have been horrific. Beady eyes blinked owlishly. He bought the rights to that. How did he even know I was preparing to build it? I gave up on trying to figure out how he knows the things he does within 12 hours of meeting him. The ex-heroine shrugged. Pause flipped a few more pages. At least his formal request lines up with what we just discussed. He frowned. I don't know how he'll accomplish that, but he mysteriously keeps proving his word, so I'll accept the request. Once more, Niza blinked. This letter critiques my decisions through the joint training between classes 1A and 1B late into this year. Yeah. I only came to the decision to include that while reading Tsukachi-kun's report on the USJ incident. John's freaky like that? She nodded. You are certain he does not possess precognitive abilities, akin to Sir Night-Eye? Whatever made you think I've been certain he can't see the future? The mammal hummed at the response. Fair, it's more of a natural assumption based on his quirk that precognition is not within his capabilities. There is more credence to the possibility than there realistically should be, considering how his quirk seems more supernatural in nature than not. But that is a matter I can easily investigate myself. You mentioned Grand Kuin is preoccupied with something. I am curious to what it could be. He didn't tell me I could let you know. Nagant shuffled on her feet a little. The albino animal tilted his head, his eyes glinting in the light. While you are Grand Kuin's assistant, you both are employed under me, you are aware. To the principal's surprise, the mild uncertainty in the sniper's violet gaze instantly evaporated. Her visage turned firm. Trust me, rat, you don't want to toss that glove. I am under no misconception that I could in any way defend myself against him should he attack me, but the man you are assisting has thus far displayed he is not foolish enough to assault someone as high up the proverbial totem pole as I. Her expression only turned slightly knowing. You're right, he's not so low as to physically attack. A smirk curled up at the corners of her lips. But you might want to double-check where on that totem pole he is. All for One's fingers gently rubbed at his chin as he reclined in his throne in his lair. Someone else would have felt the terms gaudy, but he had an image he had painstakingly worked for in his younger years, and he was not going to let that go to waste. A monitor sat in front of him, connected to the small screen inside Kurogiri's bar. The connection was not currently active, and so the television was not on. Tamura had described almost as soon as he returned from his mission about the mysterious teacher that had all but insulted the Nomu in every way. The poor, immature, and short-sighted young man went on and on about how he'd played the teacher by lying to the man about his willingness to tell the greater underground of his feats. He did not realize the teacher had already accomplished his goal by virtue of the hundreds of street thugs they had recruited for the invasion. Evidenced by the fact that, after Tamura went to his room to vent through his games, Kurogiri relayed the message the teacher had given him. Another talking? The symbol of evil hummed to himself. There's so few I have talked with in recent years, it rather leaves me less certain on who this teacher could be. Tamura had mentioned that Lady Nagant was one of the teachers, but it couldn't be him. No, All for One couldn't understand how it made sense if it were. That man made it clear he had no interest in heroism. He would not have done nearly anything he had if he were. A hand was around his throat. Instinctively, a collage of quirks swarmed down his right arm and a multicolored pillar of plasma, fire, lightning, magma and crystal erupted from his palm straight into the perpetrator's stomach. The oldest villain in the world felt his throat hitch for a reason entirely separate from the fingers enclosed around his neck as he stared into furious blood red. The beam of elements that would have torn a hole through anyone else was cancelled immediately, having done nothing but ruin the shirt Jonathan Grand had been wearing. The most selective of muscle twitches permitted the criminal to breathe. It was you. All for One muttered. There was no point in questioning how he entered the room or got so close. He would not receive an answer. I do believe I specifically told you to not do what you just did. The man growled. Forgive me, I was not aware the class on that field trip was yours. The quirk tyrant attempted to be diplomatic. Are you saying you enacted an invasion of the most prestigious hero school in the country without conducting the appropriate research, or that you blindly assumed your so-called successor did? Blood-red pools narrowed. I had thought someone who had formed an empire such as yours would be smarter. I had been under the clearly incorrect belief that you wanted nothing to do with heroism. I had seen that the homeroom teacher for Class 1A was a civilian without even a quirk license. Without the knowledge that was you, there was no need to investigate further. The hand finally pulled away from his throat as the brunette stood straight. You're not making your case better. Someone with the connections you do should know to never assume. All for One rubbed at his throat, the teacher's grip having been precise enough to not harm, but the phantom sensation remained. I will relent that this could have been prevented. But give me the benefit of the doubt. You must be aware of what our goal was for that invasion. Of course I am, Shigaraki all but screamed it from the rooftops. Pits of murder narrowed. And by every margin, it was sloppy, uncoordinated, and disgraceful. He's been your charge for, 16 years? The kingpin gripped the armrest of his throne to hide his shock. No one knew that. He's impulsive, undisciplined, unfocused, and possesses a mindset that's guaranteed to result in his failure. Someone who has cultivated something as great as what you have, a monument of incomparable power and ruthless competency that brings all other villainous factions to heel, and he is what you've spent so long dedicating your future to? I have a plan for him. He defended. Yes, I'm well aware of that, parasite. The armrest was gripped harder. You're a teacher for a hero school, why do what you've done? He couldn't refute any of the points the man made, so he decided to switch subjects. Why allow Tamura and Kurogiri go? Why give Tamura advice? Critique my decisions? All for One took in a preparative breath. Why do what you've done for me? I've left enough hints, you should know by now. If you really are deserving of your position as king of the underworld, that is. The villain hummed as his mind worked. Sir, someone would like to see you. The kingpin remained unmoving for a long moment, pondering the words he just heard. Upon failing to figure out who could be the mysterious visitor through independent knowledge alone, he turned slightly towards the doctor. Just enough for the other man to be aware of his acknowledgement, as his body easily grew stiff while he remained in his throne by medical machines. Who? A man, he calls himself Grand Jonathan. He has Lady Nagant as his aide. Well, now he had managed to hear from his connection in Tartarus that the ex-heroine had been released into someone's care. How fascinating that they wished to meet with him. He used a quirk to turn the throne he sat on around, simultaneously wheeling the medical equipment around so that the tubes were as difficult to spot as possible before tucking away the machines behind his seat. You may bring them here. The doctor nodded before leaving, his shoes sounding sharply across the floor. The aged villain adjusted himself slightly upon his throne so that his height shone a slight more. Everything went into ensuring first meetings went well in his profession. Footsteps came down the hallway, coming up to the door to his lair. The sharp dress shoes of the doctor, and barely perceptible thumps, he felt confident associating with the sniper of the Hero Commission. But no third set. He switched to a different quirk. He saw the ancient heartbeat of the doctor, far older than his appearance would suggest. The strong, weary, cautious heartbeat that, again, surely attributed to the rifle user. But no third heartbeat. The door opened, them walking inside. They stopped in front of him, the doctor bowing before leaving the room, as All for One had told him to always do when he had guests. His steadily growing confusion was unseen, years of practice and a couple quirks making it impossible for his emotions to be seen in his body language. He had been told it gives him an uncanny valley feel that disturbs those he interacts with. A quirk that granted him echolocation was activated, giving him information from the various sources of noise in the room. He only saw one body that told him with absolute certainty it had been Lady Nagant he had been sensing. Greetings, All for One. That voice was positively not the ex-heroine's. Grand Jonathan, I presume? He projected the tone that the two before him were toys for him to play around with and discard at his leisure. A heat sense quirk was activated. Lady Nagant's right arm was cooler than the rest of her body, which was an interesting piece of information, but he could see no one next to her. A pleasure to be of acquaintance. I have heard many things about you, Boogeymanson. A quirk that allowed him to perceive the air, and therefore perceive any displacements. Lady Nagant. Quite impressive you were able to get the lovely Lady Nagant out from Tartarus. I'd have thought the Commission would do everything in their power to prevent that. A medium-range blood manipulation quirk. Lady Nagant. They did. The voice confirmed. I have friends in high places myself, you see. Telekinetic quirk. Lady Nagant. Yes, impressively high, to request an audience with me. A great many people believe me dead, you know. Quirk. Lady Nagant smelled of a luxurious wine. I always ensure to have direct confirmation and not rely upon reports stating the body was never found. Emotion sensing quirk. Lady Nagant was anxious to leave, but also content to watch in morbid fascination. Smart. So, to what do I owe the pleasure? Nerve manipulation quirk. Lady Nagant. It's nothing too extreme, I assure you. I'm going around, meeting with the other important figures in Japan's underground, with a simple, understandable request. A spatial dominance quirk that allowed him complete control and awareness over an area he perceived as his. Lady Nagant. I'm trying to stake my own claim and politely, respectfully, ask that those I associate with myself are not killed while they get their feet under them. Now, I am not so foolish as to functionally make demands of the leaders of criminal empires. I do have individual offerings to make proper agreements. He was able to laugh at that, despite his hidden tension. And what do you, whose group is clearly in the earliest and most vulnerable stages of forming, have to offer me and my immense conglomerate? All for One was finally called upon. There was nothing in the room beyond rifle. I mean, you know, insult, All for One, when I say you are an aging king. Even with your immense power from your countless bounties in the form of stolen quirks, anyone can see you could not fully recover from the damage All Might dealt you in your last encounter. And that really does speak to how incredible your capabilities are, that you survived and are so functional despite damage that surely would have instantly killed anyone else. You need not be so coddling with your words, grandson. I am an intelligent, confident, and self-aware man. I won't be offended by someone saying I am not invincible. I am grateful for that. As I was saying, looking upon you now, I can tell you are still capable enough that any hero or villain short of All Might or Star and Stripe would be someone you would prove victorious against. But what if I said I possessed the means of restoring you to your prime? That's quite the bold claim. Knowing my reputation, you would know the result of lying to me, wouldn't you? Jonathan Grand laughed. With absolute certainty, I can restore all the damage your body sustained in your fight against All Might. I appreciate the offer, but I can't help but be suspicious. This seems too lopsided of a deal. You're offering to rid me of all my injuries sustained against the symbol of peace, all for the guarantee that I don't kill your subordinates? It feels as though you are trying to have me in your debt. I can understand your concern. This really does feel like something too good to be true, doesn't it? Allow me to clarify matters for you. As I said, I have friends in high places. I will be forthcoming with this information. I have my own goal I will see accomplished, and I have the means to guarantee everything goes the way I want it to outside of one thing. That one thing being, of course, the will of the criminal underground. As far-fetched as this will sound, part of my goal is to see villains become something truly feared, and in order for that to occur, I must have the guarantee that my allies will live through my plan. That does clear things up a bit for me. All for one accepted. But how will you be certain I won't still slaughter your allies as soon as I am restored? You appear to be someone too reliant on faith in others to succeed in whatever goal you have. Oh no. The voice was in his ear. As though the man speaking them was leaning in from behind, through the back of his throne. Not in the slightest. Don't be confused, symbol of evil. The last sentence was spoken from the far right corner of the room. I am being respectable and polite, for that breeds greater willingness than a threat. Centimeters from his face. I am offering gifts and exchanges, for that is more encouraging than offering blood and corpses. A hand wrapped loosely around his throat, but he could see with his various quirks that nothing distorted his neck. You've been trying to perceive me since before I walked through that door. You will not. You're wondering where I am, why you feel my fingers around your neck. Your questions will go unanswered. I have a rather busy schedule ahead of me, so I will ask only one time proper. Will you accept my offer? He looked back at the brunette before him, who had entered his lair through unknown means. Your deal. An agreement that your allies would not be killed in exchange for near impossible to reject gifts. Your position as a teacher at a hero school. The quirk thief's mouth turned up into an approving smirk. You had the means to guarantee everything went your way, except the certainty that your heroes in training would not be prematurely murdered before they graduated. What do you know? You are as intelligent as advertised. The man drawled as he began circling the throne. All for one knew he was trapped in. You're the other side of Tamura's coin. The kingpin suggested. He took the lack of response as confirmation. Aware of how sordid our society is, but rather than hunger to tear it down to its foundation, you seek to remodel, in a manner of speaking. In a manner of speaking. The man's voice rung from behind the throne. Now that you have a greater understanding, allow me to make something indisputably clear. A hand fisted itself into his hair, and pulled his head back with enough force to shatter the top of his throne. He was left, his neck stretched wide and vulnerable for whatever the brunette chose to do, and his hair pulled tight enough it threatened to be removed from his head. The teacher's free hand entered his vision, and he could see the air distort with heat around the limb. Traumatize, disfigure, dismember. The man's voice was low, quiet, and threatening. Do whatever you like to my students, I will turn it into something they can grow from. You, and anyone you associate with, have my permission to harm my students in any way you please, but you are not allowed to end their lives. This will be your clearest and last warning. Anytime you consider going against this rule, as I am certain someone like you will, remember that I am the one that performed your restorative surgery, and can just as easily bring you back to a state just as decrepit and reliant on fallible technology. I will ensure Tamura will follow that rule. It went unspoken that he would do the same. Ensure you discipline him in that better than. You have anything else? With that as his final statement, the teacher disappeared. A knock at the door brought the two members of the Midoriya family to jump in their seats, the two having been sitting on the couch watching something together. I'll get it, Izuku declared as he put down his gripper and went over to the door. Good after Grand-sensei? Good afternoon, Midoriya-kun. Is your mother home? Yes, she is. Would you like to talk to her? I'd like to talk to the both of you, if possible. Oh, then please come in. The boy stepped to the side, allowing the teacher to lean down and step into the household. He took off his dress shoes and accepted the offered pair of slippers from the verdict. The brunette then followed the teen into the living room. Mom, this is my homeroom teacher, Grand-sensei. Grand-sensei, this is my mom. Pleasure to be of acquaintance, Midoriya-san. The man bowed. Oh, no need for that. After what you did during that field trip for my boy, especially when he said you advocated for the field trip to be rescheduled after the incident with the reporters. You're my favorite teacher of his, no question about it, the woman declared, inciting a chuckle from the man. I'm grateful to be in your good graces, and I think your opinion of me is only going to grow better from here on out. Oh, please sit down. She gestured to the recliner next to the couch, which he accepted. What makes you so confident in that, Grand-san? In light of my suspicions being proven correct about the USJ incident, Principal Niza granted me permission to go through with a few projects, which includes on-campus dorms for the students. For the Class 1A dorms, not only will they be surrounded at all times by pro-heroes and the highest security available, but Lady Nagant and myself will also be living in the dorms with them. I, unfortunately, cannot guarantee that villains will not launch further attacks on your son and his classmates, but I can assure that there will always be someone nearby to keep them safe. I appreciate your honesty, Grand-san. The matriarch smiled. Had you not already done so many things for my son already, I admit I would have been ready to pull my boy from the school after a campus invasion such as what just occurred. But every day he's come home from school, he's had the brightest smile on his face, gushing about all of his new friends, how much he's enjoying his classes, and of course, his incredible homeroom teacher. The freckled boy tried to curl himself into a tighter and tighter ball with every word the parent said. Even if I don't see him every day, the knowledge that he's happy and safe with you around is all I need. Where do I sign? When Izuku stepped through the front doors of the building he was going to be living in for the next 3 years, his eyes and ears were immediately bombarded. There were bodies moving around, carrying cardboard boxes, holding bags, and holding conversations in nearly every direction. From what he could glimpse, there were 11 gaming consoles in front of the living room TV, the kitchen cabinets were all open with spices, mixes, and all sorts of non-perishables placed every which way. Several of his classmates were in the lobby, stacking their boxes of personal belongings and waiting as others moved up and down the stairs to move their things. And the verdict knew there was so much more still inside the large trucks that were outside. A singular clap stopped everyone in the room, all the students turning to see Grand-sensei in the doorway to the building. Okay, I see that we're on the right track, but we're not quite organized yet. I see you're already lining yourselves up so that you don't clog the hallways while moving your boxes. How about we focus on necessities first? Clothes and toiletries, he announced. Nearly instantly, the students moved around until everyone was standing in front of a stack of boxes. You already had a system of who goes first, I'll let you keep to that. Let everyone get those in first, then we'll move on to the next boxes of importance. Any non-refrigerated food can wait until everyone's things are in their rooms. Does anyone have anything that needs to stay cool? Everyone shook their heads. Good. Then when we get to organizing the kitchen, we can all meet up and discuss how to organize everything in a way that everyone can agree with. But let's get necessities done first. Does anyone need help with personal furniture? Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Jiro all raised their hands. I'll help you with those. Off to it. The students all nodded and began moving around, a much more streamlined process than it was before. As Izuku waited his turn to bring in his clothes, he witnessed their homeroom teacher re-enter the building behind Todoroki, carrying a massive bed that the verdict wasn't sure would fit inside the bicolored teen's room. Several of the students also gaped when the blood-red-eyed teacher came through after Yororozu, holding another bed of equal proportion. Uraraka, in particular, stared open-mouthed as her box floated out of her hold and to the ceiling. Once everyone's necessities were over with, they were given freedom to select on their own what were the next items they felt were important to move into their rooms. Izuku, naturally, began moving his hero merchandise into his room, careful to not bump into anything and potentially damage any of the mint-condition posters and figurines inside. He heard a shout and immediately snapped his head around, seeing Kirishima lift a punching bag and it stand out of one of the trucks. The redhead, upon lifting it, began wildly backstepping, clearly losing his balance and trying his best not to fall, only for Grand Sensei to appear behind him and hold a hand up to catch the top of the bag. You may have the strength to carry this on your own, but it's still large and difficult to balance single-handedly. I'll hold one side and you take the lead. The shark-toothed boy grinned at the teacher's words, and the two of them adjusted until they had a solid grip on the piece of gym equipment before they began trudging inside. The inheritor of One for All smiled at the display before continuing with his moving. The freckled boy was on his last box when he casually glanced around, and jumped in surprise at seeing Lady Nagant in the kitchen. She was leaning her elbows against the counter, gazing out at nothing while sipping from a black coffee mug. She was wearing a black tank top, the cloth having small paint splatters with her fingers and hands also messy with violet marks. Enigan-sensei. The woman's eyes slid over to him at his exclamation. When did you get here? John and I have been here since last night. I've been painting our dorm all morning, just taking a small break right now. She hummed. Wait, Ashido popped her head up from her position lounging on the couch. What did I just hear? The pink-skinned girl hopped over the piece of furniture before bouncing over to the kitchen. You said our dorm. Do you and Grand Sensei live together? The sniper adopted a bland look. Different bedrooms. For now, the golden-eyed girl wagged her eyebrows. We're not gonna be an item. But you two would look too cute together. The girl began faux swooning. The teacher and his assistant, the ex-convict and the man that gave her a chance, the jaded pro-heroine and the gentle soul that manages to get through her rough exterior. The blue and pink-haired woman audibly sipped at her drink. Did you just call John gentle? He is. The girl immediately defended. Did the fog villain happen to teleport you outside of the USJ the entire time John was tearing into the villains? The acid user physically stuttered for a moment. Okay, he's selectively gentle. Where it matters. Black-ringed eyes widened in realization. You're the beauty to his beast. And it fits even better because the roles are swapped. You're the ex-con pro hero that's jaded and rough and you're, like, the one everyone would think is the one to watch out for, and you are, but then there's Grand Sensei, who is the super chill civilian teacher that's secretly, like, almost as strong as All Might. It fits so well, like, imagine you had a nemesis that kidnapped Grand Sensei because they see him as your weakness, so they call you to tell you that they have your boyfriend thinking that you would get all scared, but then you get that smile and you tell them that they messed up and then they turn around and see Grand Sensei just, like, standing behind them, having escaped all the restraints they had him tied up in, and he just says loud enough for you to hear over the phone that everything is fine, darling, and then you hear him beating up everyone over the phone. Then he picks up the phone after he's done and he apologizes for taking so long even though it was like 30 seconds, and then you pretend to be mad at him because that's, like, your thing even though you're not actually mad at him and think it's really hot that he does stuff like that and dash Ashido and Hagakure, who hopped up next to the pink-skinned girl about halfway through, squealed in glee together at the image. Nagant was left staring in bafflement at what she had just heard, her jaw having fallen open. In her shock, her hand loosened enough for the mug to slip through her fingers, but before it could crash against the counter, a hand snapped around and caught it. Everyone followed the arm to see it was owned by the recently discussed teacher, standing behind and just to the left of the assistant with his left arm having woven around to catch the fallen cup. The four present all stared at the brunette in shock, not having noticed when he joined them, before the teenage girls squealed once again at the sight before them. The purple-eyed woman glared at the man. Don't you dare enable their gossip? She warned. I have no idea what you mean, darling. The man smirked as he gently lifted the cup into her grip. Did you finish painting our dorm? The woman grit her teeth, her eyebrow twitching in suppressed rage. I'm not, and the only reason I'm even painting in the first place is because the walls were beige. Beige is a perfectly acceptable color. The man hummed as he stepped to the side and began emptying the cupboards, placing the items on the counter. It's boring and not cute at all. They're already so domestic. Hagakure cheered, Ashido nodding her head with her eyes shining and a vibrant smile on her face. Shut up, no we're not. The woman barked. What have you finished so far? Grand Sensei prompted. The assistant froze and paled before she continued speaking. I finished our bedrooms. Resignation dripped off her words. The present girls grabbed onto each other and squealed. She did his bedroom first. They cried in unison before darting off, snagging an unsuspecting Jiro on their way upstairs. The sniper groaned. It's going to be impossible to convince them we're not dating now. Rumbling chuckle reverberated through the room. Let them have their fun. He hummed. I'll make sure they don't take it too far. Midoriya-kun, that's the last box you have, correct? Surprised that he was actually included in the conversation, Izuku jumped, before nodding. Wonderful to hear. Once you're finished, if you could tell everyone to meet in the living room once they're all settled in. Will do, Grand Sensei. It had been an hour since Izuku informed his classmates of their teacher's message when everyone was down. All 3 couches had been claimed by the students, with a few on the beanbag chairs and Tsuyu and Uraraka sharing a recliner. Lady Nagant was sitting on the spare recliner, having revealed to have been wearing blue overalls tied at the waist in addition to her tank top. Sorry for being the last to arrive, Grand Sensei apologized as he came through the doors once more. I was discussing matters with the principal. He explained, walking over so that he stood in front of the TV, everyone's eyes upon him. As for why I called for all of you to meet here, we'll be discussing how these dorms will operate and be handled. It's best to figure these things out sooner rather than later, after all. The students all nodded their heads in agreement. I will mostly leave dorm duties for you all to arrange amongst yourselves, such as trash, dishes, and general upkeep of the building. If something comes up, refer first to Midoriya-kun and Yamamo, and if they cannot resolve the situation, then please come to myself and Lady Nagant. This is entirely to facilitate their roles as class president and vice, and no other reason. If you feel uncomfortable with going to them with an issue, absolutely do not hesitate to go directly to Lady Nagant or myself. I rather enjoy cooking, so I'll take the brunt of meals here, but I will leave an open invitation that if any of you wish to either join me or take over, you may. I will make this quick, but I will extend my offer that if any of you need assistance with schoolwork, I am now much easier to get a hold of. But I am well aware that all work, no play, can lead to serious burnout, so I'd like to propose that we have regular weekend field trips. The students all sat up straighter in interest. I was thinking that, once a month, we could all go out as group for a small vacation of sorts. If we were to go along with this idea, you all would discuss each month where and when we would go, present it to me for confirmation, and I would provide the funding for each trip. Wouldn't that be real expensive on you? What if we wanted to go to Universal Studios Japan? Kaminari worried. Assume money is a non-issue for me. The teacher assuaged. As I've stated before, I want you all to become successful pro-heroes, and in many ways, moderation is an important aspect of that. Form good habits now, so that they are instilled into you by the time you graduate. The teens all glanced amongst each other before turning to Midoriya and Yamamo, who then looked to the teacher. I think that's a yes from us, Grand Sensei, the freckled boy announced. A great thing to hear. The man smiled. Continuing on, in terms of general matters, curfew is 8 p.m. Before you all complain, I am in agreement that is rather early, but unfortunately Nizu was unwilling to negotiate with me on the matter. You all have the freedom to leave the campus as you please, but past 8, your passes will deactivate until 6 a.m. In addition, if you are caught outside of the dorms after 8 p.m., you will receive detention for a day. His smile turned a slight more conniving. However, there is no lights-out regulation. I certainly don't encourage you to stay up all night, but so long as you remain in the dorms, neither am I going to force any of you to bed. The group of Kaminari, Ashido, Hagakure, Siro, and Kirishima all cheered. Beyond that, in regards to our new policy of monthly vacations, I would like to additionally add weekly group nights. I imagine they would be similar to our excursion to the teacher's lounge a few days ago. Simply an agreed-upon instance every week where we all would meet up in the living room and watch a movie together, or play games. The students all enthusiastically nodded their heads at the idea. Then we will employ a similar policy to our monthly vacations where you all will agree amongst yourselves what we will be doing and have Midoriya-kun and Yamamo forward your decision to me. With that all decided, we have gone through everything I had in mind, the man announced. If any of you have anything else you'd like to bring up, feel free to do so. This won't be the only opportunity to have group discussions, so don't feel pressured to come up with something on the spot. The teens all remained silent, some looking amongst each other to see if anyone had something to say. Kaminari raised his hand. I don't, but what if one of us has an allergy to something you're going to cook? At the mundane question, the brunette couldn't help but chuckle lightly. I'll have a whiteboard next to the kitchen displaying everything I'm going to cook each week. If you have a comment or concern, you can come to me about it. If that's it, then you're all free to do whatever you like for the rest of the day. Continue to organize your rooms, socialize with your friends, go out for the next few hours. There's no class today, so I'll leave you to yourselves. Toru gasped as she woke up, uncomfortably sweaty and trembling slightly. Her breath came out unevenly, her heart hammering in her chest. Tears pricked at her eyes. The girl did nothing but lay on her bed, unmoving, for several long moments. The only sound in the room was her shaking pants. The only movement was the blanket shifting with her heaving chest. A whimper bounced between the walls as she curled in on herself. The sheets crinkled as she fisted them, holding onto the cloth tightly. After a minute of this, of remaining tightly packed into a ball, she loosened her grip on the sheets and slowly pulled her blanket off of her. The cool air was uncomfortable on her damp skin, but it was a better sensation than her sheets sticking to her. Once more after that small action, the girl simply laid upon her bed, her breathing having calmed and her heartbeat having slowed, but her eyes were still hot with unshed tears. Another whimper, and she pushed herself into a seating position. From there, she had to push herself less to stand up off the bed. Not bothering to turn on the light, the girl was completely silent, unseen save for her short shorts and t-shirt, as she exited to the hallway. Her door was pulled shut behind her, and she soundlessly stepped down the stairs. Going all the way down to the first floor, she stopped at the entrance of the kitchen. For years now, this was where she would make herself a small cup of tea, return to her room, and sip at it in the dark until she realized she finished it before trying to fall back asleep. For years now, this was where she would remind herself that the only advice her parents had given her was to try her best to accept her life. For years now, this was where she would close her eyes and try to imagine a world where either everyone was as invisible as her, or where she could control her quirk. Her feet carried her away from the kitchen, down the hall, and towards the door to the only dorm on the first floor. She stood in front of the polished wood, the dark making it so easy to not know what color it was. Her dark-adjusted eyes currently only saw the world in various shades of gray, only the slightest indications that there were any other colors. So many different anxieties filled her body, now that she was in front of her destination. The lamentation that she was asking for help when she was as old as she was, of the nature of the question she wanted to ask, of the nature of the comfort she was seeking. The concern that she was disturbing someone else, whether waking them up, or interrupting something they were in the middle of doing. She felt so much like a child, weighing her decisions in front of this door, like someone who could not solve their own problems, who needed to be assisted for simple tasks, who could not do anything by their lonesome. She felt so much not like a hero, afraid and anxious, unable to help even herself. Her thoughts were interrupted by the door in front of her opening, warm light causing the wood to glow a soothing brown like fireplace wood. In the opening doorway, Grand Sensei stood, the invisible girl for the first time seeing him in anything other than dress shirt and slacks. A worn golden shirt that emanated a feel of having been a staple of the man's dress for many years. Black wool sweatpants that were frizzy, ankles loose and legs ever so slightly uneven. Blood-red eyes that seemed fresh as though the heat still remained floated onto her, stopping seamlessly once they were upon her own orbs of unknown color. Lips turned upwards, just enough that they spoke of sighting inside with a loved one watching a storm. His face was coming closer to hers. She didn't know what was going on until she felt his right arm come around and scoop her into his hold. She was lifted off the ground, her body acting on automatic. Her knees came up at either side of his ribs. Her back slouched, no longer needed for support. Her arms came around his neck, her hands hanging relaxedly. Her face tucked into the side of his neck, her entire body embracing his unique warmth. There was a pleasant static to it, a soft and gentle buzz along her skin. An aura of devastating power, whispering upon her that she would not be exposed to its wrath. He smelled like a storm through wooden wall. Muted rain and electric bite that was faint enough to be welcomed. Burned pine soaked through. Toru's body went limp as she was carried into the abode, her eyes lazily falling halfway shut as she heard the door close. There were no jolts, just gentle swoop, as Grand Sensei journeyed through what already felt like a home with her secured in his hold. She recognized they were in a small kitchen, seeing dishwasher and sink, as she heard liquid pouring into a cup. Chocolate filled her nose, and a silver cup floated through the air until it was in front of her, soft steam wafting from within. Her hands lifted and grasped onto the cup, the girl discovering it was filled with hot chocolate, a metal straw also floating through the air and gently sinking itself into the liquid. She was floated around once more, until she was lowered onto a large and comfortable couch. Her gaze almost lazily drifted around, seeing Lady Nagant was curled on a sharp black recliner, cute pink blanket over her while she was fast asleep. The couch the invisible girl was sitting on was a black of the same shade, and across the black and gold coffee table from her was a large television. It was on, the volume low, and the girl's attention was dragged down when she felt something drop into her lap. The remote. A weight fell to her right, and Toru refocused once more to see it was her teacher, who gently curled his arm around her waist and pulled her into his lap. Her hot chocolate wasn't even disturbed with how softly he moved her. Taking the silent cue, the invisible girl surfed the channels until she found a movie she enjoyed, then quietly placed the remote on the coffee table. She vaguely noticed the teacher's arm remained around her waist, but thought nothing of it. Until she felt something come through her hair. Her eyes widened in a flurry of emotions as she recognized the sensation. One she never thought she'd be able to experience by another's hand. The teacher wasn't able to keep it as seamlessly soundless as nearly everything else had been, and so the rough grate of the bristles through her hair became the dominant noise in the room. Tears burned at her eyes, and this time she couldn't rein them in as the man peacefully brought his hand back up to brush her hair a second time. Her right hand came up to cover her mouth, the girl unable to do anything but quietly sob as she felt the brush complete its stroke and return back to the top of her head without difficulty. Brushing her hair had always been a guessing game. Washing had always been an endeavor. Cuts had always been infuriatingly simple, just grab and snip all in one go. Anytime her mother had brushed her hair, it had always involved her parent to wear gloves and grope around her head. It had never been as simple as she had seen her classmates do. Never as innocent as what she had seen on TV. It was impossible for such things when you couldn't see what you were doing, when you couldn't see your progress, if you were making any or where you were making it. But Grand Sensei, the only person who had ever been able to see her, had grabbed a brush unprompted, and was working at the knots in her hair as simply and innocently as she had always longed for. The girl who was finally seen relaxed, for the first time in her life, completely. Finally content that she didn't need to use every ounce of her energy projecting her presence and telegraphing her every action. In utter bliss through the knowledge that all he would have to do to understand her was look. Tura Hagakure didn't know when she fell asleep. But Jonathan Grand did. When Izuku returned to the dorms from his early morning run, he opened the door and found the first thing to greet him were the smells. Freshly brewed coffee, melting butter, just out of the oven bread, seasoned eggs, pancakes, waffles, French toast, orange juice, even sizzling bacon. Unable to stop himself, he quickly journeyed over to the kitchen. He found Grand Sensei calmly meandering around, somehow managing at least 8 different dishes at once and making it look like the simplest task in the world. There was no rush to any of his movements, Yet he would somehow be in front of the toaster the exact second it would pop up with perfectly browned toast, lift a pan and slide some eggs onto a waiting plate the instant it finished, open the waffle maker to remove flawlessly formed waffles. Oh, and Nagant was sitting on the other side of the bar, nursing a small mug as she appeared equally as enraptured by the display as the freckled teen. "Pleasure to have you join us, Midoriya-kun," the teacher greeted, as far as the verdict could tell without once looking in his direction. "The rest of the class is starting to come down now. If you could help me set the table?" It was too early in the morning for the boy to filter himself. "How do you know that?" his mouth asked. "I can hear them," the brunette explained, as nonchalantly as one would say the sky was blue. Well, now he was invested. Izuku began taking the plates that were pushed his way, to move them to the table as he started gushing. "You have enhanced hearing." "To what extent? Are you capable of picking up sounds outside of the range normal humans can hear at, like dog whistles? Are you capable of filtering noise, shut things out?" He was going to keep going, but Grand Sensei lifted a hand for him to stop. It worked both because he was being instructed to as well as because the act led to the display of the egg pan being lifted into the air and tilted to have the egg slide onto a plate without the teacher actually touching it. One question at a time. I can keep up with such rapid-fire curiosities, but it's not a universal skill. Ask, wait for an answer, continue. If you grow concerned that you cannot keep all the questions in your mind, keep something with you to write down your thoughts, the blood-red-eyed man announced. Practice when you don't need to, so that it becomes habit. With that in mind, I have exceedingly sharp hearing, I can hear out of the human auditory spectrum, and I have taught myself to focus my hearing so that I do not hear everything at once. Continue. You didn't actually answer how sharp your hearing is? The teacher grinned. Quite right. I'm proud that you've begun looking for my evasive answers. At a later time, mayhap we will discuss a reward system for the class when they pick it up. In any case, the farthest sound I've ever picked up has been from a different continent. The class president froze in place, in the middle of placing a pair of plates down. Laying them down completely, he straightened and turned to the teacher, who had not paused in cooking every American breakfast simultaneously. "Why aren't you a pro hero, Grand Sensei?" "Not interested." The man flipped a pancake. Izuku remained watching the instructor for several seconds, before nodding numbly. "Of course. That makes sense. Someone with one of the most powerful, versatile, and difficult-to-counter quirks ever recorded who also happens to be almost supernaturally skilled, precise, and universally intelligent is just not interested in a career where professionals are lucky to have one of those traits. Just because someone possesses a skill set uniquely suited for a particular profession doesn't innately mean they want to pursue such a career. This society pushes the concept that professional heroism is such an objectively ideal career path that it nearly becomes a crime in itself if someone doesn't in some way desire to become a hero. You'll find that only 19% of all non-heroes are happy with their careers, and out of the super successful, that number only rises to 37%. Grand Sensei stepped to the side, towards the doorway leading out of the kitchen, and held out a plate. The passing Todoroki stared at the plate held in front of him for a long moment, then wordlessly grasped it and walked to the table, taking a spot not occupied by a plate. The quirk inheritor's eyebrows furrowed. Why so low? There must be a large portion of people who aren't willing to risk their lives on the daily like pro-heroes, or those who find other ways to do similar things heroes do, or even are simply passionate about other things like cooking. The reason for that, what you don't even realize was displayed by your very counter-argument, was that so many people are unendingly exposed to heroes that it's nearly impossible to have them not pervade your ways of thought. After depositing one more waffle onto a large serving plate, the waffle maker was delivered to the sink, the teacher calmly taking a sponge and starting the process of washing it. Izuku did not fail to notice that the brunette was calmly holding the waffle maker by the parts that positively had to still be searingly hot with his bare hands. But he was much more focused on the conversation at hand. Your argument was that most people, reasonably, are not interested in actively putting their own lives in danger, but that very much implies the idea that they are only not considering heroism due to that danger rather than because their interests would lie elsewhere. Your second reason is not far away from being the first. That is, implicating that the idea of wanting to do hero-like things is ingrained into society, and most are left no other choice but to make up for their inability to be licensed by substituting it. If anything, the very fact that the idea someone may have a different passion was the last argument you came up with only further supports the idea that individuals cannot separate heroism from themselves. Is it a bad thing that everyone in some way wants to be a hero? He offered. The concept of such a thing is not, but the execution, unfortunately, is. There are several reasons for this, one of the major being that many desire to be a hero because so many are talking about it. Why this phenomenon occurs is a discussion for a different time, but to boil it down, when the only thing you are ever told is heroism, that becomes all that you know. They don't want to be a hero, they don't know they can be anything else. Additionally, that also creates an environment where anything that isn't directly relative to heroism is left as the secondary option, the backup plan. People don't advance other properties because they have no enthusiasm to do so, as all of their enthusiasm was left behind when they realized they could not pursue something hero-related. Which means large portions of society are vastly underdeveloped in comparison to the hero economy, forming and broadening a divide that becomes toxic and spiteful. While this conversation went on, the students began to trickle in, all following the same pattern of becoming instantly absorbed and listening along while they ate. That can't be universal though. In my previous schools, I was told repeatedly that I couldn't become a hero due to my quirklessness, yet I knew with every fiber of my being that I just couldn't be anything else. Surely, others would experience that same surety of self to innately have a sense for what they want to be, and the likelihood that all of them would have their calling be a hero is impossible. As hard as you might find this to initially believe, you're on the wrong side of the argument for this. That is not to say your point was wrong, it is absolutely correct. However, your innate calling was to the very thing everyone pursues. You were told off for it, yes, but not because your choice was socially unacceptable, rather that you were deemed physically incompatible for the choice in question. To simplify it, you were a fish amongst birds, saying you wanted to fly. The issue is when the situation is the reverse, someone physically compatible desiring something outside the norm. The peer pressure isn't you can't do it, it's do what we want you to do instead. To hammer into someone that something is impossible leaves many avenues that would incite them to only try that much harder to succeed at the aforementioned impossible. However, like with my earlier statement of they don't want to be a hero, they don't know they can be anything else. If you were to instead tell them they only possess one option, they're eventually going to believe you. The boy frowned as he processed that information. Do you know the percentage of heroes that are happy with their careers? 42%. Granted, a fair amount of those that are unhappy are those that incorrectly believed they would be super successful. If we were instead to change the statistic to those that would have chosen a different career, I'd presume the number to be around the mark of 63% being happy. The class president's frown deepened. Technically speaking, even the adjusted number would be only slightly over half. He muttered, "Is our society really so heroically oversaturated? You'd have the most accurate experience of anyone here. By your own admission, you were constantly told you couldn't be a hero. Did anyone ever give an alternative for what you could be?" Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the answer. Grand Sensei and Lady Nagant stepped into the classroom, the duo already having fallen into a habit. The sniper leaned down to bring out a purple can from the snack drawer while on her way to her stool, as the brunette stood in front of the desk and leaned back against it while smiling at the students. "Hello again, class. For our hero course today, we will remain in the classroom, as we will be discussing and potentially improving your costumes. This is a lesson I wanted to have as soon as possible, as, to be frank, I take great issue with most of the costumes I've seen. Worry not, for I am not referring to your costumes exclusively, I am including pro-heroes in that statement." Mid-sip, Nagant paused to blink. Swallowing what was in her mouth, she lowered her can and sent a suspicious look the blood-red-eyed man's way. "That include mine? You wear a long skirt and your outfit is sleeveless, of course it does?" He answered without even looking in her direction. The woman's head rocked back in shock, as she self-consciously flattened her skirt. "Before we begin to stray, the reason I take issue with most of the costumes I've seen is due to the emphasis on flash over form. Very rarely do I see a costume that prioritizes usability over a marketable image, and considering the profession, that is a literally grave issue. At the bare minimum, you will regularly encounter those willing to attack you with their quirks, if not outright seek to kill. Possessing a costume that can effectively protect you should be one of the highest priorities. Delving deeper, most all support items something that supports your quirk, to either strengthen it or permit creative ways to utilize your quirk. Almost never does a support item serve the purpose of protecting you, unless it, again, is amplifying a defensive quirk. Ida's right hand snapped into the air. Yes, Ida-kun? Grand Sensei, for the sake of helping us understand more clearly, you've stated that most of the costumes you've seen do not provide adequate protection, implying that some do. What meets your standards? I was just getting to that. Good job on catching my phrasing. To be quite frank, the Ida family is the premier example of designing costumes in my opinion. They not only provide protection for the wearers, but maintain a clear and understandable vehicular aesthetic fitting for the Ida family's genealogy of passing down engine. Even greater, each costume not only maintains the aesthetic, but manages to keep an easily distinguishable uniqueness that allows others to tell at a glance which ingenium they are looking upon. Past that, Yoroimusha is also a good example, flawlessly taking advantage of his samurai motif to have him well protected. I've seen the occasional design here and there that I can support, but they're few and far in between. Aoyama's knight in shining armor inspiration isn't perfect, but it's on the right track, in my mind. The twinkling blonde flashed a smile, before his lips fell into a hard line. What we're going to be doing for today's lesson is not only going over the costume designs of each of you, but also touching just the slightest on support items and their mechanics. Another hand lifted into the air. Yes, Yayorozu-chan? I can understand why we're going to be analyzing and delving into our costume designs, but why would we be learning the mechanics of support items? Should that not be something best left to support companies? A valid question, especially considering it will indeed be best that you leave the designing and manufacturing of your support items to the engineers themselves. As I stated, we'll merely be touching upon your support items and their mechanics. What you'll be taught is a very basic understanding of the engineering required for support items, nowhere near the level necessary to build your own. Working with various companies is a team effort in the same way. You will work with other heroes during missions. Focus on your specific part, and trust that they will successfully achieve their part. However, having a basic understanding will help you understand what they might be able to accomplish, as well as give them direction for how to accomplish it. Not only that, but it will enhance the effectiveness of everyone involved. If you're capable of maintaining your own equipment, fixing minor issues and the like, that means you separate yourself less with it by sending it to the manufacturers. Which also means they've more time to work on other, greater projects. It additionally can potentially assist with combat, in various ways. Not only could you potentially use your equipment in ways not directly intended if you know it well enough, but you could apply the knowledge gained by having an understanding of their mechanics to form unique plans on the fly based on your environment. The man smiled, as the students grew more visibly interested with every word. So, who would like to be the first volunteer? As much as they were all interested to be more effective heroes, nothing could really be done about the anxiety of having your costume design be critiqued, especially in front of an audience. Nervousness filled the room, concern filling the minds of each of the teens as they all overanalyzed their costumes to themselves. All except one, that is. Hagakure-chan, thank you for stepping up. The teens all turned to the invisible girl's seat, catching that the right sleeve of her shirt, the jacket left in her dorm, was aimed upwards. The man stepped around his desk, the smartboard turning on and displaying a generic ocean background with various icons for programs. Before he even reached the device, one of the folders opened, displaying a long list of files kept inside, each labeled with the name of one of the students. Oddly, there were 2 files per each student, save for Hagakure. Grand Sensei grabbed a stylus that was kept at the bottom of the board by magnets, and tapped the file with the invisible girl's name on it. Confusingly, when it opened, it displayed a blank page. He locked eyes with the girl. I hope you don't mind, I simply scrapped your design. He explained. That's fine. She seemed overjoyed by the prospect, if anything. The teacher tapped on a row of icons on the right side of the page, an image appearing instantly atop the white background. The eyes of the students all widened at what they saw. What was displayed for them was a form-fitting jumpsuit, colored white and sky blue. At the center of the chest, there was the letter I, stylized so that it appeared to be fading from sight. The suit itself appeared to be white in base, with sections mimicking musculature-colored sky blue all across. The forearms were bereft of the sections, the palms of the suit being shown to be sky blue and textured in some way. The knuckles were prominent, clear armoring of some sort. The boots of the costume were much the same way, the bottom of the feet replicating the palms of the hands. A mask covered the face, smooth panel covering the features held in place by a white frame, with a hood covering the back of the head. "That's so cool looking." The girl gushed immediately. The blood-red-eyed man chuckled. "And I haven't even begun describing the features yet?" His smile was not large, but deeply pleased. "Thankfully, you submitted your costume design with your prospective hero name on the paper, so I was able to put together a placeholder symbol for you. The white and blue are intended to be indicative of clarity and translucency, an obvious nod to your invisibility. The blue portions, save for the palms and bottom of the feet, are lightweight armor. There would be denser metal for the chest plate and along the spine, while most everything else would be carbon fiber. The plate that you see for the mask is transparent, made of bulletproof smart glass and with a switch behind the jaw to eject the plate if damaged. The palms and bottoms of the feet, I believe you can see, is textured. Normally, it would be so to assist with grip, but there would be settings allowing you to stick to objects. You've told me you had planned to play to your strengths, be a stealth hero, and so I've designed with it in mind to assist with that. Outside of the obvious ability to turn invisible along with you, the stick functions would allow you to move vertically as well as horizontally, increasing the ways you might tail someone, for example. The panels on your thighs also simultaneously function as pockets, so you can hide small things underneath the armor without disturbing your flexibility with a backpack. The panel for your mask would, as I said, be of smart glass. You'd have facial recognition, be able to filter through different sites, have a map to orient yourself, the like. With the technology available, I unfortunately couldn't add more without disrupting your flexibility, but I would like to find a way to give you a weapon, considering your quirk doesn't affect your combat power. Your thoughts? That's so freaking cool. The girl couldn't help but scream as she jumped out of her seat from sheer excitement. How? Nagant trailed off for a moment. How would that even work? You said the only reason the costume can even be made is through her hair, and a lot of what you mentioned was not made of hair. I've talked with Togata-san, the boy from which this idea spawned. There are parts of his costume that are not entirely made of his hair, such as a visor and a chest plate. His hair is interwoven into those segments during the creation process, which allows the entire thing to function with his quirk. With his permission, I experimented with the process, and we were able to forge something that could allow an electrical current to pass through it while his quirk was active. Hagekyur's quirk is far less physically complicated, which would mean that whatever works for him must absolutely work for her. The teacher explained. Hagekyur-chan, I presume there are no modifications you'd like to make to this design? It's perfect. I don't even know how to upgrade something like this. The man chuckled once more. Well, I'm quite grateful that you feel that way, but do understand that if we move forward with this design, I'll additionally be teaching you computer science. Wait, like just me? You and anyone else whose costume ends up having a computer installed? Why would I have a problem with that? Several of the students laughed along with the brunette. I didn't think you would, just making sure you were aware. I will admit, now that we're seemingly done with Hagekyur-chan's costume, that it had far less room to discuss good and bad aspects, considering it was a complete overhaul done by myself. That didn't really open the rest of you up to the idea of having your costume critiqued, unfortunately, so we're going to have to change things up for just this one instance. I plan to have the rest of you volunteer, just like Hagekyur-chan did, but I want you all to be comfortable enough to do so. Thus, I apologize, I will decide whose costume we're going over next. Mashireo-kun, I hope you can forgive me, as I believe you would be a good example of exactly how I'd like these costume discussions to go. Do you mind? Not at all, Grand Sensei. If you think mine would be the best example, That must mean that I at least did some things right. The tailed boy joked. Thank you for your cooperation. The man tapped on the board a couple more times, exiting from Hagicure's file to enter Mashareo's. Unlike hers, his costume appeared completely unchanged from the original. Some of you may have noticed immediately, this is Mashareo-kun's costume as it is now. He's a martial artist, and he's choosing that as the primary inspiration for its design. This was a great decision on his part, to understand that he and his quirk are not overly flamboyant, therefore it was in his best interest to not attempt to make something of nothing. Like Hagakure-chan, he's playing to his strengths, being his combative skill. As the teacher talked, some of the students noticed the blonde's tail wagging slightly. Now, I could continue to break down his costume all on my own, but I want to teach you all how to have a discerning eye so that you may be capable of working on your costumes independently. Let us first begin with his costume's combative usefulness. What are you all able to catch on your own? A couple hands raised instantly. All right, Midoriya-kun, I'll let you go first. But state only one thing. This is a class activity, after all. Got it? The verdant nodded as he stood. The nature of Mashareo-kun's costume being fabric means it's lightweight and highly flexible, meaning that his agility is completely unhindered and he's able to fight at his best. He sat back down immediately. Very good. Who wants to go next? Once more, hands were raised, though far more felt comfortable volunteering. Kaminari-kun. The blonde stood. That belt thing that he's got is good protection for his waist, especially the base of his tail. Nice job pointing that out. Next. Only 2 hands were raised this time. Ida-kun. His shoes are steel-toed, greatly empowering his kicks, something he would utilize often due to his fighting style. Good catch. Next. To the blonde's concern, no one else raised their hands. The teacher nodded. No one else has seen anything. Don't be concerned, that isn't due to your being unable to see them. This is due to the fact that, while the aesthetic was chosen perfectly, the design was not built upon. The design has nothing really going for it beyond that it doesn't get in the way. So, let us see what we can add to it. Does anyone have any ideas for what we can add to Mashareo-kun's costume? Except for Midoriya-kun, as I'm sure he has every idea. Light-hearted laughter filled the room. The freckled boy instinctively flinched, before realizing that there was no malice to be found by anyone. Kirishima-kun, start us off. Brass knuckles. Wait, gloves with brass knuckles, so that he can't lose them easily. The boy grinned. Strong start. The brunette tapped on the icons to the right of the image again, this time causing the image to gray out slightly. While I sketch something out really quick, why don't you explain why it would be good for Mashareo-kun to have knuckled gloves? He suggested while he began drawing upon the design, the lines left in his wake black rather than the gray of the rest of the image. It works double as protecting his hands and making his punches stronger. And because it fits his image. We don't want to give him stuff like a bat because martial artists don't use those things, it'll look out of place. They're all about hand-to-hand, or nunchucks. By the time the redhead finished speaking, Grand Sensei had drawn a pair of fingerless gloves onto Mashareo's costume. Excellent explanation. Any other suggestions? Draconian slits passed over the room before locking onto someone. Todoroki-kun, what did you have in mind? Armor on his chest, underneath his GI. The split-hair boy stated monotonously. Being a martial artist, he's going to be very mobile, so his limbs will require less protection, as they'll be much harder to hit. But the torso is much easier to strike, so it would be best to have armor there. And if it's underneath his GI, then it will be harder to see, and villains won't attempt to pierce through armor they aren't aware of. Fantastic idea. I'm very proud of you, Todoroki-kun. Heterochromatic eyes widened, then blinked slowly at the praise. Not responding to the compliment, the boy silently cast his gaze down to the wood of his desk. A few seconds later, a paneled vest was drawn onto the costume. Any other ideas? Shoji-kun. Braces on his forearms and legs would both strengthen his guarding abilities and empower any moves using the forearms or shins. To my knowledge, the specific art Mashareo-kun practices possesses many moves of that nature. Taking into account how Mashareo-kun fights, great job. The instructor continued to draw. Suchun, what have you got? Nagant was the one to call upon the next student, while Grand Sensei was still sketching. Kara, what about armor for his tail? It would serve the same purpose as bracers or knuckled gloves. Keeping up with the other ideas that have been coming up, the blue and purple-haired assistant hummed. Smart. She finished quickly. The woman pointedly looked away from the proud grin the teacher sent her way. Blood Red caught another hand, half-raised. Bakugo. Happy that you're getting involved. The brunette maintained his proud grin. Give him a bow staff and a crown. The crimson-eyed boy grunted, crossing his arms. He's halfway to being Sun Wukong already, might as well go all the way. Grand Sensei's grin grew, especially upon witnessing Mashireo's eyes widen and his jaw drop slightly. The additions were added promptly. With a single tap, the additions and the original design merged to showcase the complete image. The crown was drawn in the image of the fictional character, and the armored vest was just barely seen in the opening of the GI. Gold and blue bracers were upon the arms and legs, with gloves of the same color scheme adorning the hands. Segmented metal plates were strapped to the tail, blue highlighted in gold at Mashireo's request. A staff that could shrink and extend with buttons on the handle was strapped to the back of his belt. The tailed boy looked upon the design in awe, excitement clear by the way his tail swayed from side to side rapidly. Now, the instructor called, saving the changes before exiting from the file. Who wants to go next? Almost everyone raised their hands. There was a knock at the door to the staff lounge. Being the closest to it on his way from refilling his coffee, Aizawa was the one to open the door, finding Midoriya and Yaoyorozu standing politely. Do you two need something? He drawled before taking a sip from his cup. Is Grand Sensei here? The ponytailed girl asked, catching instantly that the class president had froze up at the perpetual glare from the darkly dressed staff member. Black eyes rolled before the man turned towards the desks. Oi, Grand-san. You've got someone? He called. You may bring them inside. The homeroom teacher permitted. Without any argument, or more accurately, any care, the darkly dressed man stepped to allow the students to enter. They quickly walked over to their teacher's desk, standing side by side. He paused in what he was doing on the computer, spinning in his seat to face them properly. Yes? We voted as a class, and decided that we wanted our first vacation to be a day spent at Dakoba Beach. Midoriya was able to comfortably announce. The brunette nodded in acceptance. Thank you for getting that done so promptly. I'll begin making the arrangements now. You may tell the class that we'll be going this Saturday. The president and vice took a moment to recall that it was currently Tuesday. Alright, that leaves us 3 days to prepare. See you at the dorm, Grand Sensei. The quirk inheritor smiled before the duo left. The teacher returned to submitting reports as Nagant leaned back in her seat next to him, discreetly opening a tab on her phone to look at swimsuits. What was that just now? Midnight asked, stepping away from the fridge with an excited glint in her eye. When we were moving into the dorms, the blood-red-eyed man continued to type away as he spoke. I arranged with the students of 1A that we would have 2 regular events. The first would be for us all to group up one night every week to watch movies, play games, generally relax together inside the dorms. The second would be that, every month, the class would agree upon a place for us to take a vacation of sorts at. They tell me where they would like to go, and I make the arrangements completely out of pocket. Oh, Present Mike grinned conspiratorially. I see how it is. You're getting into the kids' good graces so they'll act better in your class. No, they do that anyway. It's so I can teach them healthy habits to prevent burnout and encourage self-care. The eyes of every staff member in the room widened. The jaws of Midnight, Present Mike, and Vlad King dropped. Additionally, it provides ample opportunity for them to grow closer to me. Which means they would trust me more, hesitate less to come to me for solutions to their problems, and be more open to what I teach them. That's really smart, what the hell? 13 muttered. If any of you are interested in joining, you know when and where. I was just about to ask that. Midnight smiled widely, immediately turning to high-five Present Mike. We're going on a beach day. She and him cheered together. Eraserhead released a long-suffering sigh. You're really taking them on a beach day when the sports festival is in 2 weeks? The man droned. Constant pressure without reprieve breeds exhaustion, unnecessary stress, and cut corners that eventually lead to proving incapable of successfully juggling the many aspects that make up being a hero. John explained matter-of-factly. The sports festival is one of the biggest opportunities for the Hero Corps students to be scouted by pro heroes. And forming beneficial habits early on lead to heroes that are more effective than others by an order of magnitude. If anything, displaying having already formed habits useful for their careers will only increase their odds of being scouted, will it not? Black eyes flashed maroon for a brief second. You have an answer for everything, don't you? It certainly helps with teaching. An irritated growl came from the ragged man. Class 1A was waiting with impatient excitement in the lounge area, all already packed and ready to go. Nagant was reclining on one of the beanbag chairs, being the one to inform the students that Grand Sensei was getting the bus that would be used to transport them all to the beach. Nearly all of them were already at least partially dressed in their swimsuits. The boys all wore their swim trunks with shirts and sandals, while most of the girls wore their swimsuits underneath their clothes. Mina and Toru proudly sat with only their bikini tops covering their torsos, shorts covering their bottoms and sandals upon their feet, but no other pieces of casual clothing upon them. The acid user had sunglasses that currently were sitting atop her head, while the invisible girl had a straw hat. Kyoka sat next to Momo, with a thin white jacket and navy pants leaving very little of her skin showing. In contrast, the vice president wore a V-neck crimson shirt and beige shorts. Ochako and Tsuyu both were dressed casually, their swimsuits underneath their normal clothes. Nagant, in a mix of the two styles, wore a burgundy shirt, but her lower half was covered by her blue and violet swimsuit with a sheer purple wrap that went down to her ankles. She also wore a wide-brimmed white summer hat with a crimson ribbon, and a pair of sunglasses was currently hanging off the collar of her shirt. "All right." Grand Sensei's voice was somehow heard before the sound of the doors being flung open. Everyone snapped their heads around to look his way. He boasted a wide, joyous grin, and an open black button-up over a simple white undershirt. His swimsuit was a deep red, with a golden stripe going down the outside of each leg. As much as some of them were growing accustomed to the small uncanness of his behavior, everyone was still caught off guard to find he was completely barefoot. "Everything is ready, save for that none of you are in the bus." By the time he finished speaking, Denki, Hanta, Mina, and Toru had already picked up their bags and were passing him on their rush to the bus. "Midnight Sensei?" The shared exclamation came from the group. "Hey, I'm here too." Present Mike shouted indignantly. "Who's in that sleeping bag?" Denki wondered. "A kidnap victim?" Eraserhead growled. "Grand Sensei, you didn't tell us there would be other teachers joining us?" Momo raised her hand. "I had invited them to join, but they did not confirm whether they would make it. They joined me as I was procuring the bus." The brunette explained, holding the doors open for the students to step through. The bus they were to be using was of similar make as the one that took them to the USJ, only with there being a seat and gear shift to facilitate a human driver. Before any of the students, there were a few things already occupying some of the space inside. A medium-sized present Mike brand duffel bag laid next to Eraserhead's sleeping bag in closed form, and a black reusable bag with grilling utensils was next to the driver's seat. At the very back of the bus, there was a very large ice chest, with a bag sitting atop that contained burger accessories. Now, I don't mind, but I feel it needs reminding that the longer it takes for us to get to the beach, the less time we'll have to enjoy it. There was no hesitation after that, the students organizing themselves into a line and settling into the vehicle with utmost efficiency. The adults all took the front of the bus, with Nagant sitting shotgun while depositing her bag next to the one holding the grilling utensils. Midnight, unashamedly dressed only in her slightly undersized black bikini, sheer black cover-up, and maroon sunglasses with sandals of the same shade, sat right behind the driver's seat. Present Mike sat opposite the R-rated heroine, wearing black trunks that had an off-white stripe, almost like a scarf, going around the legs. He also wore a bright yellow shirt, the word written in bold crimson letters. The blonde sat next to the cocooned Eraserhead, stuck in a limbo of attempting to sleep, but never quite reaching the state. Grand Sensei claimed the driver's seat, the mirrors already having been adjusted for him. The students took up the rest of the bus, Ijiro and Katsuki sitting closest to the back, where the ice chest sat. Mina, Hanta, and surprisingly Fumikage all stared excitedly at the white and gold surfboard that sat behind the ice chest. Izuku and Yuga looked curiously at the folded-up canopy that laid horizontally on the floor. "Is everyone ready?" An overwhelming cheer answered the brunette immediately. The barefoot man chuckled as he shifted the vehicle into drive. "Then let us be on our way." As smoothly as the autopilot had, Grand Sensei rolled them out from in front of the dorms and onto the road leading off the campus. "Hey Grand Sensei!" Mina exclaimed, a bright smile to her voice. "Can we use our quirks on the beach?" "Within reason. You're free to build the most extravagant sandcastles you please, but nothing that can't be cleaned up before we leave." Yet another brilliant roar of excitement came from the students, most of them, at least. Shoto was unnoticed by any of his peers as he tiled his head in confusion. Blood-red eyes locked onto the golden-eyed girl through the rearview mirror. "I hope it doesn't need to be said to not do anything that will drag unwanted attention." "No worries, Grand Sensei. We'll make sure to not go too far." "You know," Midnight purred, draping herself over the back of the driver's seat, her hands lightly whispering over the other teacher's shoulders as her head came up by his right ear, "I can punish you for encouraging unlicensed quirk use. Like you aren't of the same mind." He smirked back through the rearview, completely unfazed by the tease. A pout fell upon the woman's face as she fell back into her seat. "You and that rat are the only ones I haven't figured out how to crack," she muttered to herself through grit teeth. "I'm gonna get you all hot and bothered today, damn it." The woman was brought out of her moment of brooding as her phone went off, and she quickly pulled it out from her bag. "The Three Stooges. Ingrish, you've been trying for weeks now, Nem, just accept it." "Sexy and I know it." "Shut." "Ingrish, he didn't care when you fell onto him during an exercise almost ass first." "Sexy and I know it. It was only almost, because the damn hunk caught me before I could land on him. It was supposed to be like in an anime." "Ingrish, bad Nem." "Sexy and I know it. He's hot. Can you blame me?" "Grumpy little cuddlebug." "Yes. You're a professional, control yourself." "Grumpy little cuddlebug. Also, I told you to stop giving me these nicknames." Grumpy little cuddlebug changed their name to Eraserhead. "Ingrish, but the nicknames are so cute." "Eraserhead, I'm not supposed to be cute." "Sexy and I know it. Hizashi, help me out here. If you weren't married to Shoyuta, you'd hit on John too, wouldn't you?" "Eraserhead, answer that question wisely." "Ingrish, there is no world where I'd pick anyone other than Shoyuta, but honey, you have to admit, even by pro-hero standards, John has got one hell of a bod." "Eraserhead, he is more fit than most heroes I've seen." "Sexy and I know it, only most?" "Eraserhead, fine. He somehow has the perfect balance of bulk and lean to maximize both strength and flexibility. That doesn't change the fact that you're a mature adult, and you should be able to control yourself." "Sexy and I know it. He hasn't given any indication that he has a problem with my hitting on him, and you know I can spot the signs." "Eraserhead, are you sure he knows you're hitting on him?" "Sexy and I know it. It's not like I try to drop ass first onto people's faces on a regular basis." "Ingrish, I didn't know him. I mean, I didn't know Shoyuta was gay until the end of our first date. Men can be really dense." "Eraserhead, exactly. Sexy and I know it. John's shown to be pretty damn smart so far. And in any case, even if he hypothetically didn't know I've been hitting on him, isn't today the best opportunity to make sure he knows?" "Ingrish, I mean that's true, but how far are you gonna go in front of the kids? Because I swear, if you try any sneaky stuff again, I'll make sure you're banned from all beaches." "Sexy and I know it. IT was one time. And I didn't even know there were any kids there." "Eraserhead, it was a public beach." "Sexy and I know it. We were inside a tent. We didn't even get naked." While the trio continued their text conversation, Ijiro, out of simple-minded curiosity, lifted the bag of buns, condiments, and seasonings from atop the ice chest. Placing it on the floor between his ankles, so that it didn't fall onto its side due to the vehicle's movements, the hardening user lifted the lid of the container and peered inside. "Holy shit, this is Wagyu!" The redhead marveled. The exclamation brought Momo to glance over curiously, leaning slightly to get a good look at the meat. Her body stiffened and her eyes widened as her gentle smile wobbled with disbelief. Ochako took one look at that reaction and immediately grew faint. Is that a 3H Hokkaido Wagyu? The rest of the vehicle drew dead silent, every occupant save for Grand Sensei completely freezing in their tracks at the heiress' voice. Shoto's typical stoicism completely shattered, utter disbelief crossing his visage as he stared inside the ice chest. Katsuki choked on his spit, immediately smacking his chest as he flew into a coughing fit. Nagant, Midnight, and Present Mike all snapped around, the blonde nearly throwing himself out of his seat to get an angle as they all gawked at the storage. Eraserhead shot up while still inside his sleeping bag, wide-eyed stare piercing directly into the back of the blood-red-eyed man's head. No. The man driving stated casually. 5. Ochako just about began frothing at the mouth as her body fell limp against Zeus. Ijiro was practically vibrating in his seat. Don't worry, Koda-kun, I brought some vegan patties as well. The rocky-faced boy smiled gratefully. How much did you bring? Kyoka asked. Around 22 kilograms of the A5 and 3 kilograms of the vegan patties. How far away from Dakoba Beach are we? Momo was nearly salivating. About 10 minutes. There should be another box back there with some beach equipment, if some of you could get that ready. Katsuki checked around and pulled out a brown cardboard box. Upon opening it up, he brought out an air pump and a deflated volleyball. Tossing the box into the center of the aisles, the crimson-eyed teen connected the air pump and began inflating the ball. Much appreciated. The other students began sifting through the box, Mizo pulling out a second pump and an American football, Denki laying claim to a boogie board, and Kyoka snatching up a large speaker, holding it close to her chest. This is gonna be the best beach day ever. The electrification users smiled. We're gonna be able to make super cool sandcastles, have the best barbecue, and I can learn how to surfboard. You're holding a boogie board though, Rikido pointed out. You've got to start small before you get into the big stuff. I don't think it's literal in this particular case. Fumikage sweat dropped. Grand Sensei, learning how to boogie board first is how you learn how to surf, right? A boogie or bodyboard is different than a surfboard. When bodyboarding, you either remain lying down or get into a low kneel at best, while surfing requires standing. The different boards are of completely different makes, such that attempting to surf on a bodyboard is likely to only result in damaging you, the board, or both. Told you? The bird-headed student stated. Wait, really? What's the difference between a boogie board and a surfboard? Beyond the obvious matter of shape, a bodyboard is made of lighter and more brittle material. It's fine to lie upon, but it's liable to break if you stand. The bus rolled smoothly into a parking spot, facing the beachfront. I can give you a demonstration once we're all set up. The blonde's eyes widened. Hold on, can you teach me to surf? Happy to. Hell yeah. What's that line? I'm gonna hang 10. I don't think you'd be able to get the experience necessary in one day to pull that off. Hang 5? Maybe. Hang 5. The students began to pour out onto the parking lot, carrying bags, umbrellas, towels, and the various toys that had been kept inside John's. The staff followed right after, first being the trio, then Nagant, and finally Grand Sensei, who locked the vehicle while carrying the ice chest atop one shoulder. To the teens' delight, there currently was no one else on the beach, and no other vehicles in the lot. They were, for the moment, able to have the sand and sun all to themselves. Denki and Katsuki were the first to rush onto the sand, the electrification user in eagerness to learn to surf, the explosion wielder in order to claim being the first one to get set up. The blood-red-eyed teacher chuckled while most of the students followed, not quite as rushed as the first two, but certainly not taking their time. Purple eyes passed over the environment, her sunglasses having been slid over the pair of orbs. Hey, John, how are you going to grill? I don't see a public grill anywhere. I told you, you should have paid attention when I was putting together a list of all the items we were going to be borrowing for this trip. The man shook his head fondly. The school has a grill? Midnight was the first to understand the meaning behind his words. You've been teaching here for a couple years now, Kiyama-chan, surely you visited the food stalls during school events. The man drawled as he stepped around to the back of the bus, a medium-sized industrial grill hooked up to the hitch. Hey, I've been the main announcer of most of the school events. You take breaks. There are hyper-exaggerated magazine articles of you eating pastries. I didn't think about it. The woman's face and shoulders drooped as she found herself without a counter-argument. A moment later, she straightened with a teasing glint in her eyes. Hyper-exaggerated, you say? And what, exactly, are they exaggerating about me? Having finished disconnecting the hitch while still holding the ice chest, the brunette grabbed the front of the grill and began pulling it behind him as he strolled towards the sand. Midnight, Present Mike, and Eraserhead all paused for a moment to stare at the man, particularly the ease with which he moved something that had to be over 1,000 pounds. Of course, there's the usual assuming gossip where there's questions every other sentence about whether you're letting yourself go. But, just as expectedly for you, every sentence not insulting you for presumed weight gain is a highly biased and unprofessional comment hoping that the presumed fat goes to very specific places. As if you don't already look incredible. The man scoffed. The seductress clearly was quite grateful that the other teacher was walking in front of her, as her face turned pink at the words. Oh. Her voice remained as alluring as ever, though without any hint of her being affected. You think I look incredible, do you? Anyone attracted to women would be attracted to you, something I know you've gone to great lengths to cultivate. He replied easily. From several meters away, multiple students were gaping at the image of the barefoot man lugging the polished silver grill across the sand without even the slightest inconvenience. A good 15 feet away from where the students were setting up their towels and umbrellas, Grand Sensei deposited the grill, turning it so that it faced away from the water. Once it was set in the sand, he gently lowered the ice chest down, lifted the cover of the grill, and began the process of cleaning the machine. Next to him, the ex-heroine removed her hat, wordlessly holding it out to the teacher. He took it without even looking in her direction, his other hand using a metal brush to scrape away old pieces of char. Once her hat was outside of her hands, the assistant grabbed the bottom of her shirt and pulled it up over her head, first revealing an array of finely toned muscle, flexing underneath the skin of her flat stomach and defined back. Then, in a display that captured the attention of most present, her large, bikini-clad breasts bounced free from the shirt, matching her swimsuit bottoms, with the addition of a pair of straps crossing both underneath her collarbone and between her shoulder blades in an X pattern. Once the shirt was completely pulled free from her, the woman shook out her hair, relieved the brunette who had not even glanced at the display from carrying her hat, and tucked it back onto her head as she went to find a space to set up her things. After this occurred, the trio of teachers huddled together, against their will in Shuda's case. The raven-haired heroine was almost completely red-faced, her eyes slightly unfocused. Hey, Nem, I'm pretty sure you should start considering the possibility that John is also gay. Hisashi stated, a deep seriousness in his tone. It's in the way he talks and acts. He's seemingly acknowledging feminine attractiveness without personally considering it attractive. The dark-eyed underground hero agreed. I cannot have this man be gay. The woman instantly collected herself at the comments. You both know how hard it is for me to find someone who meets my standards for taking to bed. She nearly whined. He's kind, polite, professional, humble, cares immensely for nurturing the students, is fucking powerful, and is hot as hell. It would not be fair to me if he were gay. Why don't we ask Nagant if he's gay? Show Yuta deadpanned. No. Nemuri and Hisashi whisper shouted. She's obvious competition. The voice wielder hissed. If he's not gay, then she might tell us he is gay so I stop going for him and she doesn't have to compete with anyone. Or, to get the kids to stop with their damn rumors, I'll let you know that he's self-proclaimed omnisexual and to go ahead. The sniper grumbled. The trio all looked to the source of the voice, finding the competition in question was standing a couple feet away with her arms crossed under her bust. What rumors? Hisashi wondered. What's omnisexual? Nemuri asked at the same time. Violet eyes rolled in annoyance behind tinted lens. Ashido-chan found out that John and I share a dorm and immediately began spreading it to her friends that she thinks we're dating. And I don't know what the hell it is, John just told me that one time when we were at a bar once. Someone hit on him, he turned them down, and I was curious why. He said that he's omnisexual, but he has no interest in recreational sex. So, won't sleep with me anyway? Come on. The raven-haired woman groaned. Wait, if he said that he has no interest as separate from his sexuality, then that doesn't mean he isn't interested in sex. The vocal hero reasoned. It probably means that he's just not interested in random hookups. I don't care, and I'm not going to get involved in this. I'm only here because I'm required to stay within a certain radius of him. The sniper growled lowly before returning to where she had already set up a lounge chair next to a towel. Upon dropping onto the chair, she pulled out a tablet from her bag, immediately focusing on it. All three of the pro-heroes stared at the ex-heroine's form. She's so deep in denial. Nemuri nodded sagely. It's almost impressive. Show Yuta supported. Even I can tell. Hisashi finished. But back on topic, we have a green light for Operation Grand Bagging. Oh, I like the name. The seductress grinned. So do I. It gives me a valid excuse to not be part of this. The erasure hero droned as he turned to find a nice shaded spot, only for his two friends to grab him by the elbows and brag him behind them. A half-groan, half-whimper sounded from the back of his throat. Okay, so how are we gonna officiate this? Hanta asked, an anticipatory gleam in his eyes. Can we form teams? Is there like a time limit? Can we sabotage? Achiko possessed an uncomfortably eager grin at the prospect. Well, not everyone is participating, right? Izuku asked. How many are joining? 16. Aoyama-kun, Koda-kun, Todoroki-kun, and Mineta-san have opted out. Momo listed off. Then we'll have 4 teams of 4, and considering we've been given permission to use our quirks, let's have a time limit of an hour. Sabotage. A concerned glare was sent the Gravity Girl's way, which incited her to pout and cross her arms. Since they'll be unbiased parties, what if we have the teachers judge? We'll ask them to give scores out of 10, and whichever sandcastle gets the most accumulative points wins. I can agree with that. Mina bounced in place, unreleased energy slipping out. No one's saying no, let's form teams and start. No one's even gotten the opportunity to say no yet, Ashido-san. The verdict politely pacified. They still haven't said no yet, though. Sighing in exasperation, the quirk inheritor looked around at the group in front of him. Does anyone have any objections to these rules? Everyone shook their heads. Then yes, you can form teams and begin. Mina and Eijiro grabbed onto each other simultaneously, with the redhead then snatching Katsuki's right elbow as the alien-themed girl took hold of Hanta's left arm. Without so much as a word of communication, the Horn Buddies dragged their captures behind them as they sprinted for a suitable location. Let go of me, shitty hair. The blonde screeched, while making no real attempt to remove himself from the hold. Bakugo-san, use names? The brunette's voice carried across the entire beach despite that he remained at a casual level. It's okay, Grand Sensei. I like the nickname. As long as you're comfortable with it. Achiko practically pounced on Izuku, wrapping her arms around his right and hugging it close to herself. Ida-kun, join our team, she called as the verdict rapidly turned into a steaming kettle. Your team? You didn't even question Midoriya-kun if you two could partner together. He reprimanded as he moved to stand on the freckled teen's left side. Karo, I hope you don't mind if I join you guys? Sayui croaked as she stepped forward, a plastic bucket with play shovels inside held in her right hand. We'd love to have you join us, Tsuchun. The Gravity Girl beamed, before her smile turned bloodthirsty. Now let's win this thing. You are Uraraka-san. This is just a F-friendly competition. Izuku stuttered, slightly frightened by the aura the girl was exuding as she pulled him along. A friendly competition that we're going to win, was her too eager declaration. I wonder why she's so competitive. The frog girl idly spoke. It's certainly curiosity-inducing. The legacy nodded along. The duo followed their partners, as the other 2 teams formed, the first made up of Momo, Jiro, Kaminari, and Mizo, and the second of Mashireo, Rikido, Fumikage, and Toru. Watching all of this, the homeroom teacher smiled fondly, before directing his attention to his assistant. his smile shifting to something more mischievously knowing. "So, how's redesigning your costume going?" "I'm not, shut up." Nagant immediately denied as she shifted so that her tablet screen was facing away from the other teacher. He chuckled at the snap, before returning to watch the meat as it cooked. "You know, beyond the practical purposes, there's a reason why I don't like your current costume." He hummed as he began flipping the burgers, smoke rising from the grill into his eyes that, like near everything else, seemed to not bother him in the slightest. Something warm and encouraging appeared in his visage, his smile almost inciting a feel of reminiscence in the blue and purple-haired woman. "Your original costume suited you better." The assistant's mostly bare form stiffened, violet eyes snapping onto the brunette's head, fragments of steel found in her pools. "And why do you think that?" She attempted to scoff, like the idea was ludicrous, like she was baffled he even spoke the words. Like it was something she couldn't return to. Blood Red swiveled to hold Violet within their grasp, gentle and with certainty. "You seemed more like someone who saved lives when you wore it." The words filled only the space between the two of them, meant only for their ears. "I've peered behind the curtain, as you're more than aware," he continued softly, "but it was clear, every moment you weren't the enforcer of the Queen of Hearts. You had such the brightest smile. You possessed the most endearing hope in your eyes. There was such genuine joy within you when you performed a rescue." Behind tinted lens, Kana's eyes were wide, her lips slightly parted. Her hands trembled, just the slightest amount, just enough that only serpentine slits noticed. The dual-haired woman's head twitched, infinitesimally closer to those shaking hands. Then, closing her lips and gulping inaudibly, Lady Nagant refocused on what she had been working on without comment. Blood Red remained watching her form, the man's smile having not wavered for even an instant. It remained still, content and quietly pleased, before the pools of blood blinked away. No more was necessary on that front today. "Hey, John." From where he was, waist deep in the ocean next to Denki on a surfboard, the brunette turned towards the sultry voice. Nemuri was waving from under her crimson umbrella, her cover-up having been removed and leaving her in only her barely hanging-on bikini. 15 meters away, Minoru was steadfastly reading a book, as every attempt to look upon someone in an inappropriate fashion had incited a literal shock to go through his body, albeit a minor one. After attempting to make his perversion more and more subtle to no avail, the grape-headed boy had simply deduced that his homeroom teacher was genuinely omniscient, and gave up. "Mind coming over here?" The woman called once she saw she had the teacher's attention. The teacher looked down at his student with silent askance, who nodded in permission. The brunette gave a light pat on the back to the lightning boy as he strode out of the water towards the seductress. He was currently shirtless, as befitting of having been in the ocean, though not having been the one practicing meant his torso was almost entirely dry. His trunks were completely soaked, however, and clinging to his legs. A sight the wild-haired woman clearly appreciated, by the way she grinned salaciously and pulled her sunglasses down just enough to expose her eyes clearly. It wasn't droplets of water trickling down his unreasonably defined musculature, but neither was anything blocking the woman's view of flawless skin over rippling muscle that she could see shift even despite the distance, so she'll take what she can get. It was an appreciation that the man in question easily noticed, especially so due to her making no attempt to hide it. Coming within a comfortable distance, John stopped and placed his right hand at his hip. "You needed me?" At his simple question, sapphire eyes burned with lust as she sensually bit her lip. "Oh, I most certainly do," was her practical moan. Then, like it was an afterthought, she lifted a bottle of sun lotion that was in her right hand. "I realized I needed to reapply, so I was hoping you could help me out with those hard-to-reach places." Her eyelashes fluttered invitingly. "I'd hate to be left all hot and bothered. Happy to be of assistance. The bottle, if you don't mind?" There was a moment when the woman wanted to seethe with how he seemed either oblivious or intentionally ignorant of that, but took the small victory of him accepting the task. Suppressing any negative emotions as deeply as she could, the seductress swung her legs behind her, one at a time, slowly to flaunt her own flexibility as well as the plush of her thighs. Then, with the sauciest smirk she could muster, the heroine lowered her torso down onto the towel beneath her, rolling her back smoothly to direct all attention to the display of her breasts squishing out to the sides as she came down. Once her chin rested on her arms, crossed in front of her to support her head, she sensually brought one hand back to sweep her hair to the side. Then, nothing more than her first finger and thumb went to grasp onto the tip of the string of her bikini top, and pulled intentionally until it finally unknotted itself. With two simple flicks, the strings were tossed out to the sides, so that her back was completely bare save for the knot at the back of her neck. "You don't mind if I get comfortable, do you?" She honestly wished for nothing else in that moment. Her head shook in response, which led to "oh God, yes." He straddled her thighs, his knees finding either side of her abdomen as he sat directly behind her ass. His shorts were dry. He came out of the water less than a minute ago. What's something she was grateful for, as nothing disrupted her being able to feel his powerful thighs, thick cords of muscle that she would have been grateful to feel crush her head. "If you'll excuse me, this is in the way, I'll just be taking care of it before I get started." Before she got the chance to wonder what he was talking about, she felt the fingers of his left hand gently brush against the base of her spine. Right after, those same fingertips slowly slid up, bouncing over the ridges of her spine until they reached the knot for the top of her bikini. There was no opportunity to object as she realized it was already untied and brushed away to lay upon the towel. She was about to turn her head, then she felt his palms, now clearly slick with sun lotion, rest atop the space beneath her shoulder blades, so that the tips of his fingers just barely touched the bone. They pressed, rubbed, and nurtured her body, and she felt herself fall apart. The teacher undoubtedly felt the shiver that went across her body from the pleasure she felt from his actions. Her head firmly pressed into the towel, as her moans were leaking out of her like a broken faucet, with no ability to control them. The seductress felt the man atop her lean down, so that his lips whispered against the outside of her right ear. "You know, it wouldn't hurt to be a little less obvious when 15-year-olds are present." He breathed against her. Sapphire eyes snapped open. Team Midoriya is enjoying their reward of playing some friendly games, and almost everyone else is cleaning up what their quirks did during the sandcastle competition. She hissed tightly. Not even Great Boy is looking in this direction. Right now, yes, that's quite good of you to maintain awareness. The rated R heroine could almost swear he was calling her a good girl in an abstract way, and she wasn't sure if he was just her walking wet dream or he somehow knew her kinks. "But your hitting on me has been particularly less hidden from the students all day." Oceanic pools widened even further, cold dread circling within her despite the warmth his massage was providing her. "Oh, forgive me, it must have slipped my mind that you were concerned if I was even aware of your intentions. I can assure you, I've been aware since the start." He purred against her back, his hands sliding over onto her biceps as he pressed his chest against her. "Then, why not respond?" His lips curled upwards against the flesh of her ear, Nemuri sensing his fangs bare themselves in the light. "Nagant informed you, though Yamada-san seemed to understand it the best." "Why you heard that?" "You'll find it easier to hide things from Principal Nizu than you will from me. Onto the topic at hand, allow me to clear your confusion." The man's massage had not ended, as he had been rubbing her upper arms thoroughly, and had now proceeded onto her forearms, intertwining his fingers with hers for brief moments before pulling back to rub at the muscles of her lower arms. Omnisexuality is a rather vague one, as indicated by the name, because it encompasses finding attraction in anything. At the same time, it is rather simple to understand, as it is understanding in its truest form. Sexually, at least. Upon understanding in what way something is attractive, I then share that same attraction. His left hand came up from her arm, fingertips sliding down along her limb until passing around her shoulder. His palm flattened against her side, the seductress breath hitching as she felt the side of his hand against the outside of her breast, his pinky and ring fingers curling in slightly to rest on the top of her bosom. Men, women, shapes of all sizes and colors of all kinds, there's no need to worry about whether I actually find you attractive. But a heavy gulp came from the woman panting underneath him. But I've long since grown bored with sex for my own pleasure. The hand teasing her breast slid back into place atop her wrist. Now, I bed only to please those I love, or those for which the act will give me something I want. His right hand lifted from hers, the fingers soon finding their way around the throat of the heroine in a grip just tight enough to affect her already heavy breathing. Before, I was content to watch you struggle in your attempts, but seeing that you've grown so bold, I've elected to change my mind. If you seek so badly to join me in bed, find something I desire. A breath later, John removed himself from the seductress, her only distantly realizing her bikini top had been retied. With no awareness whatsoever of where the man went, the woman whimpered to herself still face down upon her towel. "Hey Nem?" Hisashi asked hesitantly as he and Shoyuta came close. "You okay?" "No," she whined. "Do you need new swimsuit bottoms?" The erasure hero questioned quietly. "Yes?" The dark-haired man nodded. "I'll be back." She felt the blonde sit next to her and carefully bring a hand to rub her back. "So, did you find out he's not into you?" "No, I found out he's basically into everything." Her pout was audible. "He just only has sex if he gets something out of it beyond pleasure." "What, like money?" The voice hero was genuinely confused. A blue orb side-eyed the man with enough force that it was as though he were stabbed. "You really think someone who bought the ownership of the dorms off Nizu wants money?" "I mean, probably not that specifically, I'm just trying to understand what we're talking about here." He defended. "Yeah, well, that's the freaking problem." She returned to smushing her face into the fabric of her towel. "I have no idea what the hell he wants." She screamed into the ground. "Then I guess we know what the next step in Operation Grand Bagging is. Figure out how we're gonna whore you out to John." "We are not Dash." The heroine shot up to yell at her friend, only to pause, think, then flop back onto her towel. "Yeah, we pretty much are." "All right, everyone." The teacher's voice called across the sand. "It's 5 p.m. Pack your things and get back on the bus." "You could do a head count." "Why do I have to do it?" There was the creaking of metal. "Because I have to hitch the grill back onto the bus, and neither Present Mike, Midnight, nor Eraserhead are here as licensed staff." Grumbling, the ex-heroine accepted the reasoning and began taking note of who was present. "Have you considered dressing up as Dash? If you finish that sentence, I will knock you out with my quirk and throw you to the bottom of the ocean."